Okay, folks, thanks for watching. That was just 2 or 3 minutes there while I was making sure everything was working on all the different platforms that we have, because today is our union telethon, which we are broadcasting in aid of our Yule Britannia Christmas crowdfunder. And this is going to be a 10-hour pro-UK marathon. So I'm going to pace myself and I'm going to explain just how it's all going to work today. Now, let me just make sure that the various technical things are in order. How are we on Facebook? We've got people coming in on Facebook just now. Thank you very much for watching. James Peebles says a very good afternoon to you. On YouTube, we've got Richard Tallach who's watching. Kayin says, all good. We're going to be speaking to Kayin at 1:30 in half an hour. He's got a lot to say about the union, and he produces some amazing products, some pro-British products across the board. We're going to be speaking to Kayin at 1:30. Mike says, long live the United Kingdom. And Christopher says, keep going, Alistair. The best things are always difficult. And Marina, good to see you again. And we're also, of course, on Twitter via Periscope. And, you know, somebody said to me earlier, this is like Live Aid, okay? And I don't know if you can hear this. So let's open. Let's open. Who was at Live Aid? 1985, do you remember it? Well, Live Aid was opened by the great Quo. And get away. And we're going today. Did I la 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 like it? La 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 like it we go. Saving the union today. Oh, what a solo. What a solo. Down and down and down and down. What a way to begin a fundraiser with rocking all over the world. And today we're going to be rocking all over the United Kingdom. Here we go. And I was inspired to play that by an Instagram message that we got this morning from somebody who said, this is just like Live Aid, but it's not feeding the world, it's saving the union. Okay, now, some of you may have noticed I wasn't able to play that as a video. That's because at the moment, this is our first attempt. We don't have a system in place that has the processing power to, we can do interviews live via Zoom, but we can't switch to videos at this stage. We can't switch to photographs on the screen or anything like that. But I guarantee you, if this crowdfunder today goes well, we will have the ability to do that this time next year. Okay, so it's all about growing slowly, doing what we can, because from small things, mama, big things one day come. As a Dave Edmunds song. And I've always remembered that, from small things, big things one day come. So where are we right now? I'm just bringing up the comments here on YouTube. Please tell your friends. And I'm just about to explain how this is going to work today. Good folk here on YouTube. Thomas says good afternoon, and Cheryl says good afternoon, guys. Michael says something that we're going to speak about later, which is an interesting point, but we'll speak about that later. Okay, here's how it's going to play out. At the top of the hour until the bottom of the hour, every hour, we're going to be broadcasting live on all three platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And then at the bottom of the hour, at 1:30, we're going to switch to an interview, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, throughout the day. We've got 9 interviews lined up. And we're going to be interviewing somebody who is a personality in the unionist movement, and that many of us who are in the unionist movement already know about. So we're going to be speaking to them, helping them to bring out some important points that are relevant to what we're doing. And that will take us to the top of the hour. Now, what we're also going to be doing when we will repeat that same process, when it will be me for half an hour, then back to an interview for another half hour, and so on and so forth. And in the time that you've got me here, we're going to have a quiz every hour because we've got some great British prizes. The top prize, which will be this evening and announced just before 11 o'clock, is our Union Jack Black Gin. And we'll have other things in there as well, other things that we're throwing in. But we've also got British fudge. We've got eat your drink, which is a nice packet of gummies. Obviously, they're just the British chocolates. And also the good old British Union Jack shortbread, a couple of different tins of these. And of course, we're throwing in copies of the wee book and throwing in free badges into everybody who gets a prize as well. So stick with us on that. Now, the point of the day, of course, is about raising money for our 28-day Yule Britannia Christmas crowdfunder. Now, when I looked this morning, we had 850 quid in there. We're going to need 15K if we are to do everything that we want to do next year. So the aim of the day is, of course, to get some cash in there. And let's hope that we can get as much as possible. And you know what? If we got 15K today, the newspapers would take note, because this has never been done before in the field of unionism. Unionists, and we'll talk about this a lot more today, have always been quite reluctant to do these sorts of things in general, because unionists tend to think that everything's going to be all right on the night. Well, that's, again, something we're going to talk about today. And we've got a good guest who's going to tell us that it's probably not going to be all right on the night unless we get going here, because we are the minority unionists. You know, people think we're in charge somehow, but look at the political balance of power, and we're not necessarily in power at all. We certainly don't have any real strength within the media at all. And we know that, and we're going to develop that more. But what the point is that groups like ourselves really need help in building these alternative platforms, which is what we're all about. And we've got the time, energy, ability, and inclination to do it. We just need the oil in the machine. And to do that, we need the cash, which is why we're running our crowdfunder. Now, you'll see the crowdfunder link on YouTube, you'll see it on Twitter, and you'll also see it on Facebook. And talking about Facebook, I want to say hi to Tommy. Glad you're watching. Tommy says, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. I am doing well, Tommy, and I hope you're doing well also. James says, a very good afternoon. Isabel says, hi. And Ben says, good afternoon. Hope things are good with you, Ben, and hope to meet you next year if everything gets sorted out as it should. Leslie says, we are the silent majority. We are the silent majority. In some ways, we're too silent, and that's what our aim is, to try to get us to be less silent, because the silent majority will often get defeated, because it's the squeaky wheel which gets the grease. Okay, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Ian says, respect to all you guys. Thank you. David says, afternoon, Alistair from Bangor, County Down, the star of County Down. Elizabeth says, respect. I think George liked the status quo. We all like the status quo, quite literally. Colin sending us some red, white, blue there. Ray says, good afternoon at the start of the telethon. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ray. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do as well. Mark says, Rule Britannia, we are the people. And Alan says, hope you're good. I am good, Alan. Thanks. Glyn says, true British. And Tommy says, hello from loyal Coatbridge. Lee says, I'm in. I don't need the wee book though. I bought a few copies. Good. I remember we sent some to you, Lee. I hope you liked them. Letitia says, rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves. And we'll be speaking about that as well later today. Come on, you good people, donate as much as you can. Even a pound will do, says Alan. And that's so true. We've got to get that figure up there because, you know, the Nats, as we always say, the Nats crowdfund to get the bus into town, and they'll always raise tens of thousands, and they'll throw their money away, you know, in hopeless court cases or hopeless things. And they'll just put tens of thousands of pounds into things that, you know, we could tell them are not going to work. But they just do it because they're really motivated. So we need to get really motivated to defend the United Kingdom. I know many of us, of course, already are. Robert says, good afternoon, Alistair. Live Aid, indeed. It's not so much feed the world, it's defend the union. It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time, we let in light and we banish shade, and we donate to good causes. And one good cause is doing what we all can in our own way to save the country. And if you're down with that, then drop us a few nickels at our crowdfunder. Leslie says, hello from Airdrie. Leslie's watching on YouTube. We'll be 10 hours straight on YouTube and the first half hour of every hour on Twitter and Facebook. That's because we can't actually do an interview live and stream it at the same time on Twitter or on Facebook. So that's why we have to, go off Facebook and Twitter. Maybe next year, if we have got more powerful processing equipment here in the studio, then we may be able to do something like that. But at the moment, we can only do interviews and stream live at the same time on YouTube. So that's why the second half hour of every hour will be on YouTube. But we'll put the link to YouTube up there in the comment thread on Facebook, and we'll also put it at the top, pin it to the top of the Facebook page so that people can always just click on that and always just watch us there. If you want to comment on YouTube, you'll need a YouTube account, which is fairly easy to do. You just go to sign in and it'll ask you if you want to create a YouTube account, and you simply follow the instructions to that, and it gives you a Google account at the same time. Fantastic. So what were we going to speak about? Yeah, here's what I'm going to speak about in a minute. Our guest at 1:30 is Kayin Wynne, who is a creator of some of the amazing rewards that you'll find on our crowdfunding page. And these are very well designed flags and shields, and they really are something else. And we've got an agreement there with Kayin to use these as rewards, and he's going to talk about that. He's a very interesting chap. He's got a lot to say, and a very skilled artisan as well. So very eloquent young fellow. So please do check that out on the YouTube link when it comes up at 1:30. Okay, what we're also going to do is we're going to check the subscribers that we have on our platforms at the minute, and we're going to make a note of that because we've got, thanks to David Clews, who is going to be our guest at 2:30, David Clews from Unity News Network. David was able to get us about a couple of hundred new subscribers on YouTube last night, which was amazing, considering that for about 3 or 4 years, we had less than 200 subscribers. Well, in one night, we got about 200 more. So very pleased with David. He's got a lot to say, and he'll be coming up at 2:30. So I'm going to make a note of what we've got there at the moment, which is 1,070 subscribers on YouTube. And we'll see how many we've got by the end of the night. But we want to get that up as high as possible. Similarly, on Facebook, we're almost at 31,000 followers on Facebook. We're going to pass that today if everybody who's not following us starts to follow us. And also on Twitter, of course, we're back on Twitter after a long absence of 16 weeks, and we'll speak about that later also. Anthony says, hi, I'm in. Maggie says, good afternoon, you good people. And Derek says, hi, Alistair, have a great day from Perth. Thanks, Derek. Robert says, status quo, first band, brilliant. Absolutely, absolutely. I saw them on the End of the Road tour. And I've seen them 2 or 3 times since, and I saw them in Glasgow when they did their Fab Four reunion. That must have been about 4 years ago, thereabouts. Peter says, hello from the United States of America. Thanks for watching from the USA, Peter. Things are certainly interesting over there at the moment, shall I say. Davey says, I believe Mr. Clews is on today. Looking forward to that. Yes, he's on at 2:30. And David's one of these fellows that's got so much energy and so much to say that it's such a pity we're only going to have about 25 minutes with him. But you're going to be very impressed with David. I can assure you of that. A fantastic activist and a great British patriot from Glasgow as well, doing Unity News Network, which is a news channel on YouTube. Good. Now, I'm just going to check what the Facebook camera looks like. I'm going to just change that a little bit. Just trying to get the background in. We may, when you're trying to set all these things up for yourself, it can be sometimes difficult. But that's probably as good as we're going to get. Maybe you can't see the little Christmas tree that I've got here, unfortunately. Okay. Right. Sorry about that. Jimmy says, good afternoon from Rob Royston, Glasgow, Great Britain. Music Collector from Fife is watching in as well. Jimmy, I hope you got the stuff that we sent to you recently. If you didn't get it today, you'll get it tomorrow. Good. Well, let me just see what we were going to be covering today, covering in this first half hour. We were going to be speaking about our achievements. Now, that's going to have to wait until the second hour because that's quite a lot. That's quite a big presentation in itself. Okay, so I'm going to bring in my colleague Kayin. I'm going to send him the link to YouTube right now. Now, if something ever happened to this live feed, by the way, folks, you know, if it went down or if it froze or if something untoward happened to it, just give us 5 minutes and we would come back on again. So don't think that we would be gone for the day or anything like that. because you never know what technical issues may hit us, but we'll be back on if for some unforeseen reason we were taken off, usually due to some maybe equipment failure or something like that. Yeah, we have had such a busy year. You know, it's been a strange one for everybody, of course, but here in our office, we've been unusually busy. We've had 11 outdoor events, even though it's been in lockdown. And we'll talk about lockdown later. It's not something that we really want to get into too much, but we will talk about the COVID carry-on pantomime, as we refer to it. Yeah. 37. I'll just run down actually exactly what we've done. Outdoor events, 11 outdoor events. Video productions, 37 consecutive Saturday street stalls broadcast via our social media platforms, and 180 new videos created on YouTube. On social media, we've reached almost 31,000 followers. We're going to hit that today. Twitter, we're at 29,000. Our 16-week absence took us down about 1,000. Instagram has been a huge success, 5,000 on Instagram. And Parler, 7,000. And YouTube, well, we've hit over 1,000. Hit over 1,000 last night. Publications, a wee book for the union, which we always give a wee plug to. 2 new Union Heart magazines. The latest one just out for all the union supporters. 39 new articles on our website. And for the first time ever, we've started podcasting on 4 different platforms, and we've published 33 podcasts. And I want to thank the podcast team for what they've done as well. It was their idea to come up with that. And that's just another platform that we have, another outpost preaching the good word of the United Kingdom. And we also have, of course, created new merchandise, 2 new AFFG badges, and even greeting cards and Christmas cards as well. And all of these are available as rewards on our crowdfunder. If you go to crowdfunder.co.uk, search for Defending the Union in 2021, or search for Yule Britannia crowdfunder. Okay, now I'm going to bring in Kayin exclusively on YouTube. And as I say, I can't do this on Facebook. So please go to the YouTube link to watch the interview with Kayin. And please also, if you're on Twitter, we're going to have to leave you for half an hour, but we'll be back at the top of the hour. Okay, folks, let's admit to the waiting room our man Kayin. Kayin, can you hear me?
Hello? Can you hear me, Alistair?
Okay, Kayin, I think I can hear you. How?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes. Yes. Now, just give me a second, Kayin. Just give me a second, because I'm going to have to just fiddle about with some stuff.
No worries. Whilst you're chatting, I'm just going to show them the standard Union Jack that we've got going.
Yes, if you could just introduce your the classic Union Jack first, okay. And I'll just work here because I've got some stuff to do.
Okay. So for the fundraiser, this is the classic Union Jack. It's 37 inches. And I think this is for donors who donate. I think it's about £300. You'll get yourself one of these. It's a 37-inch Union Jack. And that's the first one we've got. Now, we also have the more fancy unions, which are these ones here. This is the Independence Day edition. And it's basically like a much more polished, much more finished version of the previous flag. So it's made with heavier, thicker wood. It's got a nice gloss finish, and it has a plaque that marks the day that we became an independent sovereign nation, which was the 31st of January 2020. So they're the two main prizes that we've got going today. But we also have other things as well, like shields and Scottish flags on the go as well. But the main unions that we'll be giving away for the big donors are the main Union Jack here and the classic union, which I just showed before. How's it going, Alistair? Is it working?
No. There's
not working, no.
Okay, you should hear me now.
I can hear you fine, yeah.
Right, good, good, good. Could you, some people are going to wonder why, in what way have you, why should somebody like yourself create these sorts of things? I mean, are you a joiner by trade?
Okay, so this is actually I'll try and give a story. So basically, I grew up in the country, so I followed my dad. He was a carpenter, so I used to do all the hands-on stuff when I was a kid. But then the modern world kind of steered me towards like a digital career, and personally, I found that quite unfulfilling. So I kind of like went back to my roots, and I started. I don't know. I wanted to do something like hands-on. But this was actually around the time of 2016, and that was when I saw all the patriotism in the US. And then I went online, and all I could see were videos of American patriots just making US flags, and there wasn't many for the UK. So I thought there was a bit of a gap there. And at first I just made one, and it was for a friend. And then he showed it to his mate, and then his mate wanted to buy 3 of them. So I was like, okay, there's clearly some people want them. And then it kind of just rolled on from there. I didn't really plan it to be like a business as such. It was just kind of a bit of fun. So I kind of do this on the side now, but I really enjoy it. And I hope the people who get the flags like them as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think you're the only person that I'm aware of that's doing something like this in the United Kingdom. Am I right? Do you know anybody else that's doing this kind of thing?
So, I mean, I'm not the first person to start making them. Well, wooden flags. I mean, it's kind of like template art, so anyone can essentially do this themselves. But I'm pretty sure I'm the main one. I actually made a video showing people how to make these flags, and I have had about a dozen people show me their flags. So I know there are other people making and selling them in the UK, which is good to see, because I think I'm the main one. I just feel that it's something that we shouldn't be ashamed of anymore. We spend a lot of our time listening to news that just wants to constantly belittle the British identity. So I thought, well, if we can try and improve the image a bit better and make people feel a bit more positive about it, then it'd be like a little thing that would help, you know. And also, a lot of British patriots, we spend time. We all have like nylon Union flags, and I don't know. There's just something about having something that's like physical and more permanent. And if it's made in the UK as well, it definitely says a lot more about who we are as a people. You know, like it's our flag. We should be proud of it. And I feel like I'm trying to do my best to show it a bit of respect. So. I think there's a bit of a delay, but it's okay.
Are people able to request flags, for example, if...
Yeah, so that's actually one of the... It started off, I was just doing like set nationalities, so like Scottish flags, English, British, and then I had a couple of people wanting to do like a merge design. So that's basically dual heritage. It's two countries. So say if you have a parent who's Polish and you've got a parent who's Scottish, we kind of merge the two flags. We make the flag a bit wider, but we fit both the flags into one, and that's actually quite common, I think, for like split nationalities, which I really enjoy making them. They do take a bit more time, but yeah, and it's always good because it's more photos to show as well. I've got countless unions, but it's always nice to see like a new design. I've had some quite interesting ones. Like I had one for, I think it was Zimbabwe and the UK. I've had one Poland, UK, Poland, Scotland. They seem to do quite well. So.
Good. Kayin, you don't have... I'm just wondering, because I'm getting a little bit of an echo at this end. I'm just wondering, do you have your speakers on at all? Do you have any sound coming out?
No speakers on. It's all coming through my earpieces, and they're locked in. So it must be within the system. Sorry about this. If it's
Right. Okay, yes, there is. We did test this and we were working fine with it, but of course there's always going to be glitches when this sort of thing happens. There seems to be a delay after you finish and then I reply, and I wonder why that is. And
yeah, it's about like 10 seconds or so, I think. So it's a bit odd. Do you want me to leave and then we can try? I can try re-entering.
Yeah, if you try that and come back in, give it a minute and come back in and see if that makes any difference. But we've got 9 interviews lined up, and clearly this is... Yes, please. Let's please. Yes, please. And
okay, no worries. I'll use the same link. So.
Okay, okay, we're going to try that again, but to be frank, I don't know why we at this end, I think, could people on YouTube, can you tell us how that sounded for you, please? Remember, remember we're just beginning on this. Tell us how it sounded, but for us at this end, we were having considerable trouble with echo and so on.
Is that better for you now, Alistair? Can you hear me in time? Or just still
Yes, yes, I can hear you. I think the problem is simply that there's a delay here on Zoom, and Christopher says it's like a double track with an echo. Yes, I wonder just why that is. It's obviously something at our end. It's nothing to do with Kayin. It's because we are struggling here, and that's why we have our Christmas crowdfunder, because we need to get as much out there, and we need to get our efforts, you know, supported by people. So please do support us so that we can absolutely upgrade all our systems, but we're doing what we can. And please, I'm sorry about this, Kayin. You're doing very well. You've got some amazing stuff. Let me just talk mainly, because we're going to get you back on about 9:30. People who go to our crowdfunder will be able to donate, and you'll get, with your donation, you'll get a reward, and it will be one of your flags. Absolutely. So okay, Kayin, you've got Union Jacks there, but you've also got saltires, haven't you?
I do. Do you want to see them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. Okay, so this is it's a 37-inch saltire. So it's the same size as the Union Jacks. We've got them going as well. And I also have saltire shields, which are just here.
Fantastic.
These are about 32 inch as well. So they're all in here. But we also have, it's not just the Union flags that we've got going in the crowdfunder, we also have Union shields as well. So
see, just hold that up. Let's just admire that for a little while. I mean, that is gorgeous.
Yes, I've got a few of these. And the main one, of course, is this one here, which is the Brexit ones that we do. So
see, that's beautiful.
And they have a plaque at the bottom as well, which just marks the date at which we became independent. So I wanted to make something that showed a bit of pride in Brexit, because we get so much negative press. I just thought it'd be good to make something that's actually it was a decision that we were proud of, you know, not something that we're to be ashamed of or feel bad about. So, yeah. And there's also some other ones that are slightly, union themed. So we have RAF one going as well. So if we have anyone who's a member of the RAF, we have one.
Please could you show the RAF one? Yeah.
Yeah. So this, of course, got the ensign at the top. It's 37 inch as well. And also, we've got one for the Merchant Navy as well. Or this is the old Canada flag. So this one here. And this is the flag that would have been on many of the ships that set up all the colonies in northern Canada. So it is certainly an important flag, and it often gets overlooked as well. So this is quite a special one as well. It's a military naval ensign, this one here. Yeah. And I don't want to forget the guys in Down Under as well. We also have, if there's any Australians, we have an Australian.
Just hold that there
well.
for a moment. That's really, really nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that's everything that's going. We've got.
Did you get the merchant? Sorry, the merchant navy flag.
Yeah. Do you want to see that one?
Oh yeah, I want to see them all.
Oh, sorry, that was the merchant navy. This one, merchant navy, yeah, the military one. So yeah, I get confused with which one's which sometimes. So yeah, this is the merchant navy, the old Canada. All good, Alistair? Yeah.
Absolutely. Leslie says that she loves the RAF one. And I really do think the RAF one is beautiful. But that merchant navy one, the sheen on that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, so there's actually two different types of finishes I use on them. The merchant navy, that's got a really high gloss finish. So it looks good in like direct sunlight. But I also do some that have like a lesser gloss that don't shine as much as well. So that's why the merchant one looks. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to show some of my dual heritage ones that I've got as well?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah. So I've got the first one I'll show. This one I haven't actually. I put it online a few months ago. I haven't sold it yet. But it's called the Motherland one, and it's got it's a merge with the US and the UK, and it has the. I actually really like it. I don't really want to part with it. So it's like a blend of the US coastline. So you can see this is the American coastline, and it's got the UK in the sea, which I think is quite fitting because obviously most of the Britain was kind of like a seagoing nation. So it's quite appropriate that it's like we merge these two together. You got the New World of America here, and basically the mother just here, right beside. So this is probably one of my proudest ones.
That is amazing. I mean, it almost looks like a painting, basically. It looks like a painting until you get up to it and you see it's actually 3D wood paneling. It's incredible.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things that makes them stand out is they have this burn effect that kind of goes around, and the wood grain. I'm not sure if you can see it, but the actual
get
grain
it right
of
up to
the
the
wood,
camera.
it really comes out. Yeah, it comes out. So it ends up creating a piece. And because I'm not really I don't feel myself as like an artist. Like this is the process of making them is actually quite simple. But the finish I think is timeless. And I've noticed in your chat right now, I can see quite a few of the people who are actually commenting are people who've actually bought flags off me as well. So it's nice to see. Yeah, so this is the American one, but I also have a Poland, Scotland one. So I'll just go grab if you bear with me. Okay. Right. All right. This one here as well.
Oh yes.
Obviously, in Scotland we've actually got quite a large Polish community, especially in the Highlands. We have Inverness. So I have had people want to request like a Poland Scotland flag. I really like this one. It's probably one of my favorites. And we've got the emblem, Polish eagle, is up there as well. So it's just to make it more interesting, because the normal Polish flag is just red and white, but we've got the proper one here with the eagle emblem on top as well.
I think that's absolutely gorgeous as well. I like. I like the way that you get that kind of burnt, edgy look as well, which is quite something, which really adds.
It kind of like
really
frames,
adds to it.
It frames it to kind of like draws you in a bit more. You know, if you see the edges are darker, it kind of like sucks you into appreciating it more. That was the kind of ethos behind doing it in that kind of way. Yeah. You getting that okay, Alistair?
Yes, that's good. Sorry, there's just a little bit of a delay here. I'm just going to read out one or two comments. King Britpilled says, let me just see. There was something that's
really nice name,
King
by the way.
Britpilled asked, "Are they good? Are they? These are good. Are they for sale?" Absolutely, they are for sale. And also the reason for highlighting them today is that we are offering many of them as rewards for donations at our crowdfunder, crowdfunder.co.uk/defending the union in 2021. And so Kayin has graciously agreed to join with us in order to promote both the Force for Good and also the flags that he produces so well. So if you look down the rewards on the crowdfunder.co.uk page, you'll see the rewards for various donations. And we've also got photographs of the flags on our crowdfunder page there. We've got the crowdfunder link up here on, it's the first link on our YouTube stream. So go there, you'll see pictures of what Kayin has been showing us. And on the right-hand side, you'll see the rewards. If you want any particular flags, do consider making a donation by clicking the reward button that you want, and you'll get that. They come with wall hangings, everything ready just to go on your wall, and they come with free postage in the UK. Understandably, that's very expensive to send wooden flags abroad. So for this crowdfunder, it's only available in the UK. But no doubt, do go to Kayin's site also if you want any flags, or if you wanted flags made for you or something like that. And so, Kayin, how can people contact you as somebody who can make bespoke flags?
Okay, so basically, I think I heard that right before it cuts out. If people want to get in touch with me, they can check out my Facebook, which is Dramatic Scotland Creations. I do have a website as well, www.dramaticscotlandcreations.com. But Facebook is kind of where I do most of my my communications. And if people want to fire me a design request, Facebook's definitely the place.
Ibrox Park is asking, do you do an Ulster flag? Do you do an Ulster flag?
An Ulster flag? Yes, I do. That was probably one of the, I should have done that one a long time ago. I've done a couple Ulster flags, and I've also done two Ulster Scotland flags as well, which proved to be quite popular. But yeah, so yeah, I do Ulster flags, and they're a bit more complicated, but I do enjoy them, and I think they look quite nice as well, because a lot of people forget that Northern Ireland is part of the UK as well. Like, we can't forget about them.
Yes. It's so true. This summer, A Force for Good went to the Union Bridge, which is a bridge that crosses the Tweed and joins Scotland with England. and we had the Union Jack, and we had our 4 flags of Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, and Wales. And there was quite a crowd there just celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Union Bridge. And about 3 different people came up to us and asked us, "What's that flag there? The one with the hand on it and the crown?" And that surprised me, because these were elderly people from the English side of the border who didn't actually know what that flag was. And that struck me as unusual, considering that you would have thought everybody in the UK would know the flags of the United Kingdom. So absolutely, if you can get that lovely Ulster flag out there in whatever way. So if basically what I suggest is, if there's anybody watching here who would like Kayin to put together an Ulster flag for you, or perhaps to do an Ulster Scottish flag, one of his lovely merged designs, then please contact him. Please do contact him. In the meantime, check out our crowdfunder.co.uk and you'll see the flags that we're offering for a particular big donation to our crowdfunder. Kayin, thank you very much for coming in. Now we're going to get you back at 9:30 for another 25 minutes or so, and we'll talk about the day, and we'll hopefully we'll have shifted 1 or 2, if not more, of your flags during the day. But I'm going to keep pushing your amazing designs, because we need people like you in this country, young people who are proud to be British and who have got the skill to be artistic about it, because that's something that we don't necessarily have. We need more artists in the unionist movement. We need more artists, people who can create beautiful things that esteem the United Kingdom. So I'm going to say goodbye to you just now, and I'm going to urge people to check out your work. It's absolutely wonderful, and we'll see you back again this evening, Kayin. Okay? Thanks very much.
For having me on. Sorry about the technical issues, and I hope that we can maybe speak some more.
It's something at this end. It's something at this end.
There's so much that I wanted to say, but yeah, we'll hopefully I can get it all out tonight. So yeah, thanks for that, Alison. Thanks for all the kind words, and I hope you have a good stream and that it goes well. And yeah, you'll be needing a lot of Red Bull later on today. So I'll catch you later, okay?
Yeah.
Am I still in, or
you're still in? You need to press leave.
I'm still in. Sorry, my phone's running quite slow. Let's just get this thing sorted. Okay, where are we at? Leave.
Leave at the top right. There you go. Okay. Yeah. So, folks, that was Kayin Wynne, an amazing artist, producing some fantastic stuff. Really, he is. And goodness me, we do admire what he gets up to. We really do. Now, he spoke about Red Bull there. I had a friend, actually. Well, he wasn't a friend. It was somebody I knew who actually nicked an entire case of Red Bull from Asda. And he actually returned most of it because after what he did, he couldn't sleep at night. Oh, yes. We should be on stage. We should be on stage. Folks, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to take 2 minutes to change my t-shirt, and we're going to be back, broadcasting on Facebook and on Twitter again. Okay, and we're going to see if we can't figure out the little issue that I've got here at this end with the delay. So I'm going to love you and leave you for 2 minutes and I'll be back with a change of t-shirt. Okay, back in. Going to just get fired up again on Facebook. The issue is, it's a bit awkward to have to keep doing this every time, but it doesn't make any sense to broadcast on Facebook while one is trying to do an interview on Facebook, on YouTube. And in an ideal world, one would have a whole team doing this. So I'm actually doing the work here for several people, hence the reason why it's a little bit slower, but please do bear with us, folks. We're doing our best. Absolutely doing what we can. It takes time to fire everything back up on all 3 platforms. Takes a lot of time and concentration as well, which is what I'm trying to do here. And if anybody's got any ideas about why we're zooming live with an interview, but I've cut off all the audio from everything else apart from nice. but I just keep getting the echo of what I've just said in my head through the earphones, thereby drowning out my ability to hear what the person I'm interviewing is saying. That's really very irritating, actually, but hey. Okay, let's get this fired back up on Twitter. If we can, we might not be able to do the Twitter thing, we'll see. Okay, folks, into the second hour already. And I've spoken about the massive achievements of A Force for Good in the past year. And in this hour, I want to talk about where we're heading next year. I want to start also a little bit more I want to talk about a kind of sad thing that happened, because I think this is the time to do it. A Force for Good was founded on the 21st of March, 2012. And one of the founding members was a good friend of mine called Alan Robertson. Now, I had known Alan since 1999, at least, if not before. And he was just like myself. He was from Glasgow. He lived in London. And he was a great British patriot. And without him, we would not have been able, without Alan Robertson, we would not have been able to start A Force for Good. Now, he was born on the 23rd of February, 1966, and he lived until the 10th of February, 2020, just a few days before his 54th birthday. So when he passed away in February, that came as a great shock, and a delegation of 5 of us from A Force for Good attended his funeral at Lynn Crematorium on the 27th of February. And I just want to remember him at this time as we do our union telethon. He was from Glasgow, and he was from Giffnock, the Giffnock area of Glasgow. He attended Glasgow University and studied modern politics. And then he moved to Brighton, where he worked in NHS administration. And in the late 90s, he was to move to London, where he worked for Lewisham Council in the Child Protection Department and also the Planning and Council Services Department, where he lived with his beloved Sally for 23 years. And his 3 interests were Christianity, politics, and football. And he was what you would call a faithful servant, a man of faith, not of fear, which is how we all should be, really, rather than fearing the modern world and all its problems. He was a man of faith, not fear. And he published a newsletter, a very interesting, unusual, quite quirky newsletter from his home every month for 20 years, from 1999 until his death, which was a remarkable achievement for anybody. And he especially, apart from politics, he liked collecting football programs. And he left a brother and niece and nephew. And at his funeral, people spoke about how admired he was, how values driven he was, how energetic he was, certainly in the promotion of his political ideas. He was a resilient and determined chap and a man of immense patience. So he was much loved and much missed. And we dedicated one of the dedications in the wee book to his memory, to Alan Robertson, a founding director of A Force for Good. And I just want to give him a lot of credit for where we are today, because Alan also ran an organization in London called the London Swinton Circle, which was a sort of on the fringes of the Conservative Party, would be the best way of describing it. And he would hold monthly, or certainly very regular meetings in London, sometimes in the Houses of Parliament, sometimes in Orange Street Church, and sometimes in other venues in the centre of London. And it was as a consequence of that that he invited me to give an annual speech every year. And so I was very privileged to be able to concentrate for several weeks on putting together a really big document, getting my thoughts together every year on a particular topic. And consequently, I gave 9 annual speeches at the Swinton Circle. Over the last 12 years, I gave 9 speeches. And without Alan inviting me to do that, I would not have had the privilege of doing it. And those speeches would not ever have existed, because I only was able to concentrate my mind in those ways as a consequence of his invite. So I thank him very, very much for that. And I'll always remember Alan Robertson as a great British unionist and patriot, and without whom A Force for Good would never have begun. So thank you, Alan. Now, last year I gave a speech to the Swinton Circle, which has not yet been published, and I'm going to start talking about it today when I get a chance through the day, but it's a packed program. And that was 50 men and women who have created, maintained, and sustained the British Union, from Pythias of Massalia to Ginger Spice. And that was written in obviously a quirky way. But what we did there was we identified actually 100 men and women that we thought were relevant in some way in creating, maintaining, and sustaining the British Union from the dawn of time. Because the Nats will always go, oh, Britain's a young country, it's only 300 years old. Or they'll say it's an old country, it's 300 years old. No, Britain goes right back to the dawn of time. Since Britain first arose from out the azure main, that's where we're tracing it from. When it arose out of the sea, that's when we trace Britain back to, okay? So Britain is an ancient and venerable country. And we can identify people through all the centuries who have been formative in some way in creating what we now know today as our United Kingdom. And of course, a lot of these men and women will be controversial characters, and some of them might not even be particularly nice characters, but they've all had a role to play. So I was quite careful in emphasizing that. And I'm going to just talk about that for 5 minutes. The 50 men and women who have created this nation. And the idea that came to me was because when I was a little boy, I got this, and I don't know, can we see that there? It says, this series of picture cards, here we go. Famous people, 1869 to 1969. Okay, Brook Bond picture cards. Who remembers those? Okay, and so you collected the cards, which were usually, well, were in the tea bags, and you got a wee book, and not only that, but you got educated about your past. And this is the sort of thing that we don't have anymore. But I used to treasure this as a wee boy, and I used to read it regularly. And so you'd learn about Baden-Powell and Florence Nightingale and Montgomery and Churchill and Emily Pankhurst as well. And this lady here who is a horse jumper called Pat Smith. And it's a really clever little book, and it traces it in chronological order right through, and covers people in the arts, in sport, and in politics. So that gave me the idea. Let's drill down and let's find 100 British people who have in some way created the union, maintained the union, or sustained the union, kept it going. And I identified 100 people, but of course there's a lot more. And I gave a speech about 50 of them, which is still to be published. And I think we might publish it next year on the anniversary of Alan's passing. But that's a question that I'd like to ask you. Who do you think, and fire your answers in on Facebook or Twitter or on YouTube, who do you think is the greatest unionist in history? I don't mean the greatest Britain per se. I'm talking about the greatest unionist, the person who has done the most to bring the United Kingdom together. Now, it doesn't have to be a good person in the sense of like politically correct. It could be some badass, you know, because a lot of them did that, you know, they like enforced union almost, or some of them wanted to do that. So whose actions have had the greatest consequences to bring the United Kingdom together? That's a good question to think about. Who is the greatest, or who is one of the greatest unionists in the past? Let's start thinking in those terms, thinking about who could it be. So I'd be interested in any thoughts that you might have on that. Jane says, that wee book is nice. Never seen that before. Rab says, afternoon all. Alan says, we must stick together. And Sandra says, afternoon, Alistair. Afternoon, Sandra. Good. How are we getting on here on YouTube? Kathy says, I remember these as a kid. Yeah, the Brook Bond stuff. Excellent. I know. It was excellent. Alexander says, rest in peace to Alan. And Derek says, at such a young age. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your thoughts. Alexander also says, hello, everyone. I'm from Aberdeen and would love to see Holyrood and the SNP abolished. Indeed. Richard sending us some technical advice there. I'm just reading it for the moment. Yes, I'm still struggling with that technical question. Yes, any thoughts on who is the greatest unionist of all time in history? Sue says, what time is David on? He's on at 2:30, Sue. Okay. And who's the greatest living unionist? Who would we say was the greatest living unionist? Sometimes we struggle when we think about that. Who's doing the most work for the union, or is alive today who has done sterling work for the union. And it doesn't have to be in the political realm. It can be maybe via the world of sports, or through the world of arts, or through the world of television. Who's the greatest living unionist? Because let's think of unionism in very broad, sweeping terms, in terms of bringing the nation together through art, through music, through architecture, through infrastructure. Because if you build a road between Scotland and England, you are like a unionist. You know, you're joining the place together. If you build a bridge from Anglesey to North Wales, you're a unionist. You're, in effect, you're unifying the United Kingdom. See what I mean? So we have a phrase for those people who connected us through roads and railways, and the person who invented the London Underground certainly connected London. Motorway construction, you know, back in prior to the 1970s, getting around the United Kingdom was very difficult. Many people hadn't traveled outside of their local areas. Many people had not visited England or visited Scotland because it was so blooming difficult to do so. You know, you get your Morris Minor, hoping it starts in the morning, trundling up some pretty small B road to try to get to Carlisle or something like that. And then you have to go over a hill and you're like, will the car make it? I remember that even. I'm old enough to remember that. That was like early 70s. 1970s, the cars never started. That's my abiding memory of the 1970s is the car going to start to get us to school in the morning. And very often it didn't start. Very often it didn't start and you're like late to school because you have to walk. Oh, times were hard. People went hungry. What's that from? That's Tom Jones. That's a good song. That's a good song by Tom Jones about the coal miners in Wales. Oh, what's that called? Times were hard and people went hungry. That's what it was like not so long ago. We have a really easy life today, don't we? Don't we? Absolutely. Kathy said, I'd be very sad to see Scotland go alone because we're better together. Well, absolutely. We're not going to go alone. That would be absolute chaos and madness. And that must never happen. That must never happen. So folks, if you don't want it to happen, help us out here because we are raising funds for next year for our efforts. Whoa, 1,160 quid. Fantastic. That's gone up. That's gone up £300 in the last hour. Big thank you to George, to Anonymous, to Graham, to Derek, to David, and to Letitia, and to Anonymous, and to Alan, and to Lee, and to Ken, and to Christopher, and to Anonymous. Wonderful stuff, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to these people for doing that. That's really helpful. George, Anonymous, Graham, Derek, David, Letitia, Anonymous, Alan, Lee, Ken, and Christopher, and Anonymous again. You can pledge anonymously if you want. You don't have to have your name shown if you prefer. Also, because we're not a political party, we don't have to declare any donations. So if you think, you know, somebody's going to hear about it or something like that, no chance. We don't. There's no legal requirement upon us to report any kind of donation because we're not a political party. We're not registered with the Electoral Commission. So what that is saying is you can donate in complete confidence any amount that you want. Tommy says it was loyal Scots who turned me away from English nationalism. That's an interesting point, Tommy. It's an interesting point. I mean, I can understand, as we all can, the Scottish nationalists annoying the English. My goodness me, they drive us up the wall. they drive us up the wall, what on earth they are going to, what, if you live in England, how on earth you must view these Scottish SNP politicians. I mean, it's bad enough for us here in Scotland. For you guys, it must just drive you completely insane. So we understand people say, we understand when people say, oh, just let the Scots do what they want. But at the end of the day, we are all going to suffer if that happened, because it would mean the end, the effective end of the United Kingdom. So we have to just accept that there is an element here in Scotland who have always had a grievance, and they always will have a grievance, and that's been recognised since time immemorial. What was it, Samuel Johnston, the hundreds of years ago, he said that you can easily tell the difference between a ray of sunshine and a Scotsman with a grievance. So the thing is just, that's part of the nature of who we are. And I think that's fine, you know, I love that. I don't mind, well, I don't love it, but I'm not bothered if that's the way things are. We just have to deal with it. We just have to accept the fact that there's always going to be those sorts of folk around, and the best thing that we can do is just make sure they have the least amount of political power possible, because once they get political power, then they're taking us all in a very bad direction. Alexander says something there that some people are brainwashed to hate what they call the Tories, which I don't know why that's a particular, why the Tories get it in the neck particularly. Just one of these things. Richard, that's an interesting comment from Richard. He says, in the cultural sphere, I think those behind launching Top of the Pops were great unionists, whether they understood it or not. Totally. Top of the Pops is very much something that helped to create my sense of British identity, because I just saw these bands as British, and going to a concert in England or something, I just saw that as a natural thing. Now, I'm going to bring in David Clews. So just bear with me here while I get this information to him so that he can then join. And I'm going to let David just talk, because I've noticed that when I talk, it bothers up my earphones to the point that I can't actually hear stuff. So I'm just going to let David do most of the talking. Okay, now, as I say, folks, do bear with me, because I'm just doing this all on my own. I've got folk who are doing the moderation, and I want to say thank you so much to them, but they cannot be here in the office. So this is just me doing the work of 4 or 5 people on my own. Okay, invite sent there. Now, what we're going to have to do again, folks, is please on, if you're watching on Facebook, just click the YouTube link to watch this interview with David, because we can't stream it live on Facebook. So there is just the YouTube link there that you'll see. Just click on that and we'll get straight through to David. Now, while we're waiting for David, I just want to introduce to you my David Watts t-shirt. You see that? David Watts, wish I could be like David Watts. Lead a school team to victory. Take my exams and pass the lot. But it's a clothing company called David Watts, and I just show it there just to show off. I think it's absolutely brilliant. It's lying rampant over a Union Jack. I don't think they'll be selling it anymore. I got this about 3 years ago, so they're probably out of stock. But I'm drawing attention to my t-shirts, which I'll be changing every hour, because there is going to be a question that I'm going to ask for the prize of the Union Jack gin. So just you might want to just be taking notes. That's all I'm saying at the moment. So the first t-shirt I wore was A Force for Good. The second one was David Watts. Okay. David Watts for David Clews. Come on, David, have you got the link? It's been sent to you. Okay, David, we've sent you the Zoom link, so please click on it if you can. Folks, check us out from Twitter. Everybody on Twitter there. David's coming into the waiting room. And folks, we're going to end the live video on Facebook, but please check it out on YouTube, and please subscribe to us over on YouTube. David, hi, can you hear me? Okay, all right, David, can you hear us? I am not. Okay.
Alistair.
Okay, yes.
How are you?
Very well. Listen, David.
Yes, I can.
We here, this is our first attempt. You're a consummate professional at this. I want you to tell everybody about Unity News Network, because to be frank with you, it was your efforts which inspired me to basically say, oh, I need to do something like that. You know, I need to broadcast in some way, because you run this amazing channel on YouTube, and you've got other folk who work for you as well. And so what I'd like you to do is just introduce yourself to the great viewing public here. But before you do, I want to say thank you for giving us a shout out yesterday. That brought in 170 new YouTube subscribers to us in the course of 12 hours overnight, which was absolutely amazing. And that's now put us over £1,000. So thank you to you for that.
Sure.
But David, the floor is yours. But firstly, tell us about Unity News Network. There may be a bit of a delay on the broadcast. That doesn't matter. Our viewers can put up with that. They're very kind to us today. Okay.
Perfect. Well, the first thing I would say, Alistair, is could everybody please give this a thumbs up? That's always very, very important for the algorithm.
Right.
So people can see the show. UNN, myself and Carol Pearson set up WOW 2.5 years ago, and initially had set up a grassroots movement to make sure we try and get out the European Union. And during all that, I kind of realized that one of the most important things we were going to be fighting was an information war, and the ability to get out an alternative message to that of the mainstream media. And I just think that's such a crucial thing from all sides of it, even in relation to the job that you're doing with a force for good. And I will say another thing, Alistair, as well, is if people are watching, put that crowdfund link in, and we will match up to £100 for any donations that you receive during the next half an hour. So please put in that link to the chat. If people believe in the UK and people want to support Alistair, stick that in, and we will match up to £100. So everybody, please do that. But no, delighted to be here. And as I said, I don't really want to make this about me or what we do. I'm interested to know what you're doing about the United Kingdom in general, and why we should be doing our utmost to try and maintain it, especially when we have a lot of people coming over who are from down south. And to just, you know, I think you made it a very eloquent point earlier. If I was English and I turned on the TV and I saw Ian Blackford and Nicola Sturgeon, I'd be wanting independence, and I'd be wanting them gone, and I'd be wanting to rebuild Hadrian's Wall.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's your feeling about people in England? Do you think that they could be swayed against the Scots? Because I know quite a few of your people are watching from England.
I think so, Alistair, and that is a deliberate ploy on behalf of the SNP, and also the supine coverage given by the mainstream media down south of Nicola Sturgeon. I mean, obviously, I don't want to get in a whole debate about COVID-19, etc., but based on the figures presented, Scotland has one of the worst death rates in Europe, if not the worst for comparatively small countries. And yet, she is being seen as this amazing leader, as this glorious empress who's doing such a fantastic job. It couldn't actually be further from the truth. And Jean Freeman as well, and the rest of them. And I think the key thing about people down south, and most of them get it, but it is a dangerous game being played by the MSM. And I think when I explain why I don't think a move towards separatism is good for anyone, as I point out, an independent Scotland, which would be woke, progressive nonsense, would actually have a contaminatory effect down south. There is this feeling, if we just scrape off all these hangers on, we'll be fine. I don't see that happening. I actually think it would be worse for people in England, the way things are.
It's so true. It's so true. And it's why what you're doing and what we're doing here is so important, because we can't rely upon the mainstream media to save this country. You know, especially here in Scotland, it seems, I don't know what your thoughts are, but it seems like almost the media is scared of Sturgeon, is scared of the SNP.
The reason they're scared is because they are part of the payroll media. With COVID-19, advertising revenues for the Daily Record, STV, the Herald, the Scotsman collapsed. There was no small private independent businesses advertising. The only way these businesses survive is now through government advertising, and it is Scottish government advertising, so they know where their bread is buttered. The media has been bought off. The media in this country is hostile to unionism and hostile to believers in the United Kingdom. And then all this garbage about the BBC being pro-UK couldn't be further from the truth. The BBC is anti-unionist and anti-British as well. So we need to, in many ways, change our mindset that we're no longer in charge. We are the ones fighting the guerrilla warfare campaign against the establishment. The establishment is corrupt in this country, in Scotland, and it is nationalist and it is anti-British. And we need to get this out of their head. They're in charge, we are not. And the roles have reversed just in 5 or 6 years.
Absolutely. I think too many unionists seem to think that we're still living in some kind of glorious day and age of the British Empire when Winston Churchill's going to ride to the rescue or something like that. They don't understand that this is, you know, we are the ones who are being put upon. You know, it's unionism which is on the back foot. And we saw this when A Force for Good went down to the BBC studios, because the Nats were protesting that the BBC were taking Sturgeon off her daily broadcast, which of course she should never have got in the first place. So we went down to counter the Nats outside the BBC studios back in September, and we said, we don't support the BBC as such, but they have to take her off and they should never have given her a platform in the first place. And so we were maybe giving some moral support to the British point of view. And what happened was the BBC immediately, within 24 hours, folded and
Correct.
put her back on again. And she has
Correct.
her own program. It's like Swap Shop with Nicola Sturgeon, or like Nicola Sturgeon's, you know, Tis Was introduced by Nicola Sturgeon, or it's like just, it's basically Nicola Sturgeon's news round. It's like when we were growing up, they would have, you know, John Craven's news round. She gets prime time every day just to
the same as well. When Sarah Smith had the temerity to criticise her, she was then forced into a humiliating apology. And this is, again, one of the reasons why I was so against independence back in 2014, excuse me, is small countries and also post-industrial countries create a client state. They create a payroll state where you just have lackeys and yes men and women in all the senior positions. And as I said, that's why the economy in this country is a disaster. That is why poverty levels in this country are an absolute disaster, because it is like a North Korea style situation or a Venezuela style situation. And that's not being over dramatic, because these people are a middle class that wouldn't be in these jobs anywhere else. Nobody in the private sector is earning the money these people earn in the public sector, and they are there as a gift of the ruling SNP, not because they're any good, but because they toe the line.
That's right. That's right. David, do you, I mean, without being too pessimistic about it, but what do you think the future is going to hold for Scotland in the next year? Now, we've got Holyrood coming up on the 6th of May. Now, it may be a surprise, and maybe we'll be able to get a hung parliament or something like that. But if she gets in, how do you see it? Do you see, for example, how do you see it? Do you see Boris Johnson holding the line?
I think first of all, we have to address the dire state of politics in Scotland. As much as I dislike Nicola Sturgeon, she is the most capable political figure there currently is. Ruth Davidson's pretty good, but again, she's going to the House of Lords. She's lost all her legitimacy, I'm afraid. Davidson was doing well and was just an under equal to Sturgeon, but she kind of bottled it. In fairness, I understand why, because you're dealing with some really vicious people. Douglas Ross is just rotten, I'm afraid. He is just, when Boris Johnson said about devolution being a disaster, Boris Johnson was 100% accurate about that, and then he just ran away. I don't rate Douglas Ross. I don't rate Richard Leonard at all. Richard Leonard is just an embarrassment and a joke. Willie Rennie I actually do quite like. I think out of them all, Willie Rennie is one of the more capable ones. So it's unfortunate that he doesn't get a higher presence as well, even though he's a Lib Dem. I think it's going to be difficult, Alistair, to be honest with you. I see George Galloway's talked about the Alliance for Unity, and I mean, Labour ruled up in Scotland and they won elections for 60 years. And I think the SNP will potentially win a majority, or they will have enough votes with the Greens. So, and again, you've got to remember, this will be based on a 52 to 56% turnout. You know, the SNP winning a quarter of the total vote. So, you know, they're always quick to lambast populist figures like Trump or Brexit. On the voting numbers, I mean, they'll probably get, what, 900,000, 1 million votes in the first past the post system. I mean, that's not a ringing endorsement out of 4.2 million people. That's not a clamour for nationalism or independence. It just means they're the best of a bad bunch.
Utterly. Everything is relative in politics. It seems, and it might seem like a big vote may happen one day, but it's only because that's the only person that's standing. You know, it doesn't mean that they were the best person for the job or anything like that. So it's all kind of relative. You have to weigh up everything else. But to go back to your point about turnout in Scottish Holyrood elections is always dire.
Yeah.
I mean, in the last 5 Holyrood elections, the average turnout has been 53%. Okay.
Yep.
And in fact, in 2003, which was the second ever, it was below 50% turnout for something that we were told was what we were all wanting. But what's really interesting is that Westminster general election turnout in Scotland blows these figures out the water. The average over the last 5 elections has been 66%, with a high of 71% in 2015 recently. So people are a lot more engaged at the British level in Scotland than they are at the Scottish level, which is something we never hear from the media.
No, we don't. And this is the issue is who do we call the media here? STV. I mean, honestly, Colin Mackay, Bernard Ponsonby. I mean, these are just employees basically doing a job, and they will not take to task Nicola Sturgeon. They simply won't. And if they try to do it, their career is over. So it is the problem. And again, this image of competence. Now, if I was in charge, and as I said, I don't really do so much these days in terms of the unionist side of things. I think you're doing a phenomenal job. Everything should always be targeted at Sturgeon. Sturgeon is the scalp that has to be taken, because after Sturgeon, there's not a lot of very capable people in the SNP. You have to make it all about her. You have to go after her. You have to isolate her, and you have to really start undermining her. Stop trying to, have these abstract arguments. It has to be about her, because fundamentally, and this is the thing, despite what we say about Salmond did have an element of charisma about him. Salmond could go to a business meeting. Salmond could go to a golf club and have a conversation with people. Sturgeon can. She doesn't. She is not a nice, likable person, and that is who we need to really focus the ire on, is Sturgeon, because they are a personality cult of a party. And also we have to exploit the differences more within the SNP. I just can't, it's such an open goal. I would just constantly be pitting them against each other, because you've got that Joanna Cherry side fighting against Angus Robertson, then you've got the Wings Over Scotland. You have to get in about these and start showing the differences. Are we gradually into this? Are you a pro-Brexit SNP support? Try and just split them up instead of trying to fight them head on. As I say, we're fighting a guerrilla campaign against them.
Yeah. Politics is so much about personalities. And I've learned that as I've got older as well. I mean, there's one thing having what you believe in, but the question is, can you find somebody out there who can articulate it well? And the SNP have been very lucky in the last 20, 30 years in that they've had powerful personalities that have risen to the top, probably in a very small kind of goldfish bowl, really, but they've risen to the top. And they've been effective because they've only got one kind of ideology. And so that's made it easier for powerful personalities just to promote that. Whereas with what we call unionism, which isn't really a movement as such, we have different political parties with different political tendencies, with people just arguing about politics as normal. That's right. And so it's been maybe harder for strong personalities to rise to particular areas. It just seems it's so much about personalities, as you say, and we at A Force for Good.
The other thing is as well to come into that, Alistair, and this is what people who are pro-UK don't really seem to get. Devolution is a disaster. Devolution is a disaster for Wales. Look at what's happening now in Wales. The vote for a Welsh Assembly won by what, 1%? It's now a Welsh Parliament. You've now got Mark Drakeford appearing with 2 Welsh flags. Now, that has been a disaster there. The mayoral system. This is the thing is as well, and I probably wouldn't be the best front man for fighting a pro-UK campaign, or would I want to be, or anyone, but the problem is not devolution and how devolution is used. The problem is devolution itself. And all these idiots, George Robertson, devolution will kill nationalism, stone dead. What they've done is they've erased any sense of Britishness. They've erased any sense of unity. You've now got Scotland plastered in front of everything. Again, I remember as well back in 2007 when they won, remember Annabel Goldie and the Tories allowed them to change the name from the Scottish Executive to the Scottish Government with a big bloody saltire. How did they think this would all end? How did they think this would all end? Did they think that people would rediscover their Britishness? And again, the word British now is a toxic word in Scotland, and they have done that.
Yeah, that's why we do what we do to really, as we like to say, keep the British end up in Scotland, and indeed to keep the red, white and blue flag flying, because without that, who would do it? Who would do it? It's the political parties are not going to do it. And the political parties, other than the SNP, have got fairly no members anyway, and very few people who want to get out on the street. So that's how we fill that niche. And several of our aims are basically around that, keeping Scotland British by educating about our heritage, defending it, standing up for our ancestors, celebrating the vast inheritance which we enjoy today. It's telling the British story.
Yeah.
Because what happened, as you were saying, once they established that Scottish Parliament, it was just, let's tell a Scottish story from now on that's particularly slanted against the English. And later in the day, we're going to be looking at the Scottish education system and the extent to which it does that. And young people, no harm to them at all, growing up within that culture, are going to are not going to know anything else. So it's for alternative communication channels such as a force for good.
They're tracing the Scottish Parliament,
that British point out there. And you as well. I mean, the stuff that you do on UNN, I mean, I visit you several times a week in the evening, always keeping the British end up in a way that the mass media is not doing.
But I think as well, and this can be a multifaceted approach. You don't necessarily need to get everybody out in the streets waving a Union Jack and singing Vera Lynn. You know, I like all that stuff. You like it.
It's good if you can, but yeah.
But that doesn't need to. And you made a very good point as well about music. Music's, you know, like you like Ed Sheeran music. Well, Ed Sheeran's British. Like young people as well have an affinity with people. And again, we are a small island. This is just how ridiculous this is. We're a population of what, 66.8 million people, which in the scheme of things, you know, like that's a city in China now, a mega city in China. And the way it is being, I talk very much on the show about the balkanization of the United Kingdom. And that's twofold. It is both done on an identity basis and also on a nationalistic basis. So balkanized, you've got all the different corners of the UK doing their own thing. Then these devolved cities doing their own thing. And then you've got people split into different tiers, like I'm a Remain supporter, well, I'm a Brexit supporter, well, I was a soft Brexit, I voted, you know, everyone is just balkanized. There is no real unity. And again, that is good for the Nats and the SNP. But the only one positive I always look is things can't go on like this forever. There must be some form of pushback. But I just think with Sturgeon and the SNP, next year will be big. It's whether Boris has the guts to say no to another referendum. And a few years ago, I actually called for a referendum. And I think probably if we'd have had one a few years ago, I mean, that was what I argued, was a few years ago, we should have just called their bluff. And again, you can't, so we're in a position where now, that was then, this is now, will there be a second referendum? Well, first of all, no, there shouldn't, because they have no authority to do it. So there shouldn't be an independence referendum. However, if there was, the question should be, should Scotland remain part of the United Kingdom or leave the United Kingdom? And likewise, you should have a look into the voting situation to make sure the result is equitable and as many people as possible throughout the UK and globally have a say in that issue. And again, Cameron back in 2014, they gave the SNP that question, should Scotland be an independent country? I mean, honestly, the failure of the establishment over the last 30 years, it's all their fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not the people watching this show's fault. It is the abject failure of the leadership, and specifically Labour and New Labour in particular.
Yes. They were given everything on a plate, Cameron thought that he would do that because it would make he couldn't be accused of trying to, you know, whatever the Nats would accuse him of if he didn't give them everything on a plate. So a complete failure, abject failure, as you say. And next time, if there, God forbid, if there is a next time, it cannot be yes or no. It cannot be. It has to be stay or remain or leave or exit or something. But there has to be some way that we have to make it difficult for them and be open about it, because we're trying to save the United Kingdom. The greatest nation on earth will be destroyed if a couple of million people plus one get their way at some silly referendum on one day, in 1 month, in 1 year, and then we're meant to accept that forever. No way, no way, Jose. So we can't.
I think as well on that is, and this is the other problem, the only line I see from pro-UK groups and organisations as well, it benefits us financially. And again, that is open to debate. I mean, of course, on a straight up level, yes, it does. Scotland is right now subsidised by the rest of the UK, which I don't really like as a position, to be honest with you. And it's important to stress that wasn't always the case. You know, for most of the United Kingdom, Scotland has been a net contributor to the overall budget of the United Kingdom. But if you make it a purely transactional thing, and this is the thing as well, people on the pro-UK side don't get, the SNP will promise anything to get independence. They will promise a universal basic income, an NHS, everything. They don't care how they get to their destination as long as they get there.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that they have no shame. They have no shame. And we as unionists are normal people, so we like to be fair and that sort of stuff. But the Nats will just do anything to get power. And they don't care. They don't care either way. David, I'm interested in that background. Is that a badge that you're selling?
Yes, that's one of our badges, Alistair. We fund our shop. But listen, don't worry about that. We're here today to fundraise for you. People visit the UNN shop and they're very generous. So I would definitely suggest that people go and visit Alistair's crowdfunder and support. And I hope there's been some more donations in that we can certainly top up. And Alistair, from your perspective as well, what do you mean? You've done a brilliant job of getting out and being on the streets when there's been these nationalist rallies, and that has actually lifted a lot of people's spirits, because again, it's back in 2014, it was the silent majority, and again, the nationalists, do you not think though their only failing is their overconfidence, and that could be their downfall? That they now see independence as the settled will of the Scottish people. We have all the numbers, we have all the arguments. Could that not also be their downfall?
Could it be their downfall? One thing I do know about the nationalists is that they live in a nationalist bubble where everybody they meet and everybody they speak to agrees with them.
Yeah.
And when you live in that kind of bubble, it can very easily burst. We unionists, you know, we are engaging with everybody and we're reading everybody's alternative arguments and so on. But for many of these Nats, just this conversation that you and I are having today will be a first for them. They'll be like, what? I didn't know there was unionists in Scotland. Who are these people?
Yeah.
You know, so they live in a bubble, and I think there's a danger that the bubble could burst, or it could simply just consume us all in frothy soap, and we all drown in it. So there is difficult to say. I would like to think that you're right, and that it could be that they'll. I mean, I see it. I read the National every day, and I don't want to give a plug to the National, but you know, says here, union will be over within 5 years, says some prominent extreme anti-British person that they've given a full-page article to. But you know, they're constantly getting their brains pumped up with this sort of stuff and made to think that, you know, we are the winning team. So we have to tell them in whatever way that we possibly can that they're not the winning team. There's another game on the field, and you know, we've got better arguments and we've got more passion. We've got more passion than they've got, because we're saving not just Scotland. They're trying to save what they think is saving Scotland. We're trying to save Scotland, Wales, Northern England, Northern Ireland, and England all together. So we've got the greater vision and the greater thing to
and I think as
struggle
well, it is just trying to get across to people. This isn't Catalonia, right? Catalonia is a very different situation. You do really have a real 50% versus 50%. And those Catalan nationalists are, you know, they can put millions out on the streets. That's not the case up here. That is not the case. There is a hardcore 15% or so, it may be up to 20% who are diehard nationalists. No point in even debating with them. Then you've got a maybe 20 to 25, 30% who are probably ex-Labour voters, got disenchanted with the Iraq war, the expenses scandal, maybe just think, well, we could try it. So again, there isn't that real hardcore
it's
thing.
true.
And they overemphasize their strength, and the media fall for it. And as I said, it's the media just love the SNP because they're everything they want. They're pro-EU, they're globalist, they're pro-open borders, la-di-da, all this woke garbage. And that's why they get such an easy ride. And you know, the problem is we're in this position because of 30 years of decline now. About 23 years of decline and just appeasement towards Scottish nationalism. And whether it can be turned around or not, I am genuinely not sure. But this just kicking it into the long grass won't keep working.
No, it won't. And that's a good point to end on, David. Now we're going to, it's the top of the hour. That half hour went extremely fast. And when we do this again, we'll have to get you back on again. In the meantime, if people want to watch you on YouTube, where should they go?
Just Unity News Network as well, but you know, we're getting censorship as well now. We've been demonetized in our channel, so that's a bit unfortunate. But we've got other platforms as well. We use DLive. We've actually got our own streaming website that we're working on. We're going to start rolling that out in the new year. But listen, I hope everyone chips in, Alistair, because I know how hard you work, and you do it out of a real position of passion as well, and belief in the UK, and an unashamed one as well. And you know, that's the thing, is there are so many people involved in the pro-UK campaign who really don't even believe in it. You know, that's the thing, it's just a pragmatic thing, and that's not what you're fighting against. You are fighting against diehard believers who, I mean, like Nicola Sturgeon joined the SNP when she was, what, 16? You know, you're not dealing with a normal human being. She joined a fringe lunatic party in the 1980s. You know, so we aren't fighting a war against a conventional foe. Therefore, we have to think unconventionally. But listen, keep up the great work, Alistair.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thanks for all your support. I urge everybody to check out David's Unity News Network on YouTube, and he broadcasts several times a day and several times a week. And it's really good, worthwhile viewing.
Thanks,
and you
Alistair.
feel a lot better because, as you can see, David's got a lot of energy, and he's transfers that energy to all the viewers, and that's why he's such compelling viewing. So thank you, David.
Pleasure. Alistair, take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Brilliant, Mark. More stamina than me. 10 hours. Well done, sir. Goodbye.
Well, we'll see what we're like at 11 o'clock.
Take
okay,
care.
Good night, sir.
Yep, and £100, Alistair. We'll need to talk about that.
Yeah.
Right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Hey. Well, isn't David amazing? He's an amazing communicator for the Union and for the United Kingdom, and for the patriotic point of view, and very entertaining host of his show, which he hosts with another couple of folk as well. So check that out. And we thank David for all the support there that he has given us and that he continues to do. Now it's the top of the hour. It went so fast, it's actually 4 minutes past the top of the hour. I'm going, as always, to take a 2 or 3 minute break, and I'm going to change my t-shirt, and I'll be back. So please, folks, talk amongst yourselves. Okay, just getting back onto Facebook and Twitter, folks. Please bear with me while I do this. And next year we'll have, maybe we'll have a bigger studio and we'll have somebody in the office who's able to do this for us, but we've all had to just deal with the crazy situation. We were going to have people in the office, you know, turn the camera around, get a table there and be actual talking to people, but we weren't able to do that, obviously, because we're here in Glasgow, we're in what's called tier 3 or level 3 or whatever, and that means you can't have people round to your house. Can't have people round to your house. I can't believe I'm even saying that. I can't believe I'm even saying such a thing. What nonsense. Oh, it's such a such a carry on here, but it has to end. You know, it has to end. This cannot be continuing to go on forevermore. It's all just part and parcel of the problems that we face here with our political class that David Clews was speaking so eloquently about. Okay, so we are back for the third hour. It's going very quickly. We've got 10 of these hours to go, broadcasting live on YouTube. And for the first half hour of every hour, we're broadcasting on Periscope and on our Facebook camera here. And to the folk on Facebook and Periscope, sorry that we can't keep this like a 10-hour thing for you, but the thing is that every half hour we're going over to do an interview with somebody with a split screen, and we can only do that via Zoom on YouTube. And so that's the place where you can watch us uninterrupted. And if you are on YouTube, please do subscribe and please do give us a like. And we're going to keep doing that throughout the course of the day. Now, I've got a competition coming up. Hold on for that. What I'm going to do first, though, is see how is the crowdfunder going. Where are we? And what did we think about David? Oh, what did we think about David? And if any of his folk are on here, please make yourself known. I'm going to just add David's link here. So bear with me. Okay. Okay, I've given a wee link there to David. And his Unity News Network site. Okay, folks, some comments here. Blair Williams says he's a Unity News addict. Alexander goes, yes, the UNN family. Ian's given us some technical advice, which we're not in a position to do right now, Ian, or even for the rest of the day. But these are things that we would need to figure out. And I'm not sure a computer has the processing power to do that on these different platforms all at the same time. But thank you for the advice. Newfish says, hi, Ali. Blair's watching in from the east of England. Enjoyed the chat with David from UNN. Isn't David great? Isn't he great? Ibrox Park 1688 says the washing machine will be full, Alistair, at this rate of changing t-shirts. Well, this t-shirt is a Hackett Great Britain t-shirt, and I'll just show it to you in full. And on the Hackett Great Britain, and on the back, says Great Britain. So it's a very colourful shirt. I like it. It's one of my favourites. They're all my favourites, actually. There's another 7 to go. Let's have a competition, okay? We've got about 7 or 8 competitions lined up today. Now, here's how a competition works. I'll fire out a question here, and the first person to email the correct answer to our email address at contact@aforceforgood.uk. Okay, the first person to email the correct answer will get the prize. And tomorrow we'll communicate with you and we'll ask for your address and we'll send it out to you. But you have to email the answer in. I'm afraid on Twitter or Facebook, it's not going to work if you just fire in the answer in a comment. You'll also be giving the other people the answer as well. So if you fire in a comment on Facebook, even if it's the correct answer, we'll have to tell you, please email your answers. Email your answers to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And let me run through some of the questions that I have compiled. And these are questions that can't be easily Googled. You know, what would be the point of me saying, you know, what date was the Parliamentary Union of Scotland and England? Google, bang, got the answer. These are questions that you're really only going to know the answer for if you're into the sort of things that we're into, and especially if you're into A Force for Good. And you can certainly Google the answers, of course, as well. After a little bit of searching, you'll find those. But you have to be kind of quick off your mark here, because it's going to be a question an hour. And the question ends at the top of the hour. So if we don't have a right answer in at the top of the hour, then the question will just die and the present will remain, the prize will remain here in the office. So you will need to be quick off your mark for these sorts of things. And as I say, you have to do it by email, not by, you have to send in your answer by email and not in any other way. Okay, let's just do like a really easy one. And here's the prize. The prize is going to be for Beech's Fine Chocolates, original dark chocolate fruit creams, orange, lime, lemon, and raspberry flavored fondant centers coated in Beech's luxurious dark chocolate. And we're also going to throw in a wee book for the union. And we're also going to throw in, I like these, A Force for Good's Union Heart Badge. A Force for Good's flag badge, which is this flag that you see in the background without the website address. And another little donation which was given to us by a supporter, which is this wee badge here. If you can see it, it says in the middle, it's a Union Jack that says maintain the Union. It's got a crown at the top and it's got the Scotland, England, Northern Ireland and Wales flags. So these 3 badges, I better take a note of this. These 3 badges wee book and Beech's chocolates. And we will announce the winner within the hour. And the question is a simple one. It's A Force for Good related. You'll be able to find it fairly straightforwardly. But it might take you a bit of searching for 2 or 3 minutes. on what day, exact date, please, not on what day of what month of what year was a force for good established? And on what date did we incorporate as a company? Okay, that's the question for this hour. On what date was a force for good established, and on what date did we incorporate as a company? And the competition is not open to AFFG team members or their families, and the judge's decision will be final. Okay, that should be winging its way to somebody tomorrow, or Monday rather. Cool. Into the third hour. We've got at the bottom of the hour, we've got our other director, Ronnie Kane. He's coming in to speak with us. And so it makes good sense for me to just very quickly rehearse. It's in 9 minutes. This is flying in. 11 hours is going to be a breeze. Just in the few remaining minutes to say to people who maybe don't know, what do we stand for? Now, we have a position statement which establishes the grounds upon which we build our philosophy and policy. Okay, we don't float with the wind. We have 4 things that we stand for. That the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland shall be maintained. That the United Kingdom is and shall remain primarily a unitary state and one nation. A unitary state means that it has one major parliament in charge of everything else. Devolved states can still be unitary, but they have to be properly held together, which we'll get onto later in the day. That 3, ever closer union shall be pursued between the different parts of the United Kingdom, not pushing us further apart, but ever closer union, seeking to do more together than to push us apart. And fourthly, we are, as a nation politically, a constitutional monarchy and representative parliamentary democracy, and that should be maintained. So we're not Republicans in that sense. We do make a position there for the constitutional monarchy, which is essential to what the modern United Kingdom is, and indeed to what Britain has always been through the centuries, since the dawn of time. And in the first hour, I spoke about our speech, 50 men and women who have created, maintained and sustained the British Union. Well, many of them, of course, were kings. For example, there was the king who united Scotland, the king who was the first king of Wales, United King of Wales, that sort of thing. So the people in these islands have always been monarchists, always been, and it's a natural part of the British political system, regardless of what maybe the individual may or may not be like. We've still promoted that monarchical system, constitution. And our aims are to maintain the British Union, to keep Scotland British, to what we like to say, to turn Scotland red, white and blue, which is one way of saying increasing our Britishness. Fourthly, to defeat the separatist political position. That's what we do through our arguments, through our points of view, through our philosophy, through our counter rebuttals. We're seeking to defeat the separatist political position, to promote the UK as a force for good in the world. It's not, as we say, it's not about freedom from the English, it's about service to humanity. Together we have a destiny to benefit the world. 6, we support British independence from the EU, and we respect the mandate of the British people to leave the EU as one people and as one nation. And of course, this is what the Scottish nationalists don't accept. They don't want to hear to that. They don't, they want to keep us divided and pretend that the Scottish people voted to stay. Well, people in Scotland in a United Kingdom election, referendum, may have voted by a small majority to stay, but everybody was doing it knowing that we weren't going to the polls as Scots, we were going to the polls as British citizens. So we were voting not for Scotland or for England or for Northern Ireland and Wales, we were voting for the United Kingdom as a whole. And it was as a consequence of the Leave vote in Scotland tallied to the Leave vote in Northern Ireland that actually swung the balance and ensured that the Leavers won that day. And 7, we want to raise the level of pro-UK support among all the people here in Scotland by doing everything that we've just spoken about, by maintaining the union, by keeping Scotland British, by turning it red, white and blue, by defeating the separatists politically in arguments, by promoting the UK as a force for good, by supporting British independence. Together, we can raise the level of pro-UK support and raise it higher than the 55% in 2014, back up to the 75% that it used to be at, 75 to 80% indeed, prior to 2014. So that's what we need to get to. That needs to be the goal of our politicians. It needs to be thinking, how do we shift the people? How do we shift the people to move them our way? How do we nudge them? A good friend of mine came up with that point. He said it's about nudging attitudes. Every little thing that a politician does can nudge the attitudes in your particular way. And of course, Nicola Sturgeon understands that very well. Now I'm going to bring on our director. We're running a few minutes late. If he's watching, so it'll be maybe 5 minutes before I bring you on, Ronnie, because I want just to cover 1 or 2 other things. I want to now look, has anybody come in with the right answer yet for our competition? Nope, we don't have an answer to that competition yet. So that might be one that we still got half an hour to go. The question was, when was a Force for Good established? What date that is, and what date were we incorporated as a company? And you get a box of chocolates, you get a wee book, and you get 3 stunning wee badges, and that will get sent to you. You need to send your answer into a Force for Good contact at aforceforgood.uk. That's the email. To fire that in. Now, how's the crowdfunder going? Because of course, this is what it's all about, is defending the union in 2021. So please do click on that crowdfunder link, which is in all of our posts. And let's see, has it gone up in the last hour? Yes, it's gone up. It's gone up. Oops, hang on. It's gone up £290 in the last hour. Thank you to Guy. Thank you to Adam. Thank you to Margaret. Thank you to Angus. That's a very generous donation there, Angus. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Pauline. We're going to be speaking to Pauline later this evening. She's one of our guests. And thank you to Richard, who is such a great supporter. You know, Richard is such a fantastic supporter of A Force for Good. Thank you. Asia has pledged £10. Thank you very much for that. And Michael, good to hear from you, Michael. I hope that we can meet again, has pledged 20. And Carol has put in £10 there. Thank you, Carol. Carol is an associate with David at Unity News Network, and Carol's opinion is always worth listening to. If you check out Unity News Network, you get to see Carol, usually most nights. And again, Carl's from Scotland. He's from Glasgow and a great British unionist. So thank you, Carl, for that. And George, thank you for that. And Anonymous, thank you for both of your generous donations there, George and Anonymous. And then, okay, so we're at 1,450. And what will it be this time in an hour's time? We shall see. We shall see. Hopefully it will be higher as well. Because imagine if we got the 15K today. Imagine the national newspaper would go ballistic. It would be front page news. So that's because it would be noted, I can assure you, it would be noted because this has never been done before. Now, I'm also going to just take some time to look at some Facebook messages here because I can see that good stuff. We have a great moderating team who are working behind the scenes from their own place of work. Thank you to everything that they're doing. They've got a tough day today as well. They've got 10 hours sitting, watching comments and making sure everything is going fine. Yeah, so thank you to you guys. Just keeping track of everything that I need to do. I need to get this message to our director, Ronnie, who is over here. Yeah. Now, I've still got a problem with the microphone, and I can't when I do interviews. So I have to ask my guests to please talk quite loudly, so I can hear, because I've got so much echo going on, and it's our system here that's the problem. So I have to read half the time. So please, if you're a guest, do speak loudly and clearly. Now I'm going to, on Twitter, folks, we'll be back at the top of the hour, which is to say 4 o'clock. We'll be back on Twitter for half an hour, and on Facebook, we'll be back at 4 o'clock. We have to shut these systems off at the moment because we can only do a live interview on Zoom at the moment with the equipment that we have and the knowledge that we have about how these things work. This is the only way that we can do it at the moment. So, but we'll be back on Twitter at 4 o'clock. And we'll be back on Facebook at 4 o'clock as well. Just Pauline there on Facebook saying David was excellent. Pauline says, nice t-shirt, thank you. This is the Hackett t-shirt, okay, the Hackett Great Britain t-shirt. Make a mental note of that because it may be coming up again. contact@forceforgood.uk is our email for anybody who wants to answer the question, when did A Force for Good establish and when did we incorporate? Which is to say, when did we become a company? I see that Ronnie is in the waiting room, so we'll be bringing him in a minute. Margaret saying she managed to watch. Good, good. Margaret says, fantastic words by Kayin. Is he on Twitter? I don't know. I don't know, Margaret. Nelson says, lovely badges. There, we've put up the link on Facebook for Kayin. Hello, Ronnie. Can you hear us? Hello, Ronnie. Are you there?
Hello, sir. I'm here. How are you?
You got it. Can you move your camera down a little bit? We're just seeing you from there. That's good.
All right. Have you got my badge in?
Good. Ronnie, I'm just going to introduce who you are to the audience for the moment. A Force for Good has 2 directors because we are an official company. And I'm one of the directors. And recently, Ronnie joined us as a director. And just in the last 2 or 3 months, and thank you so much for joining us as a director, Ronnie. Could you tell the audience, please, how you first heard about A Force for Good?
Yes, indeed. It was a joint effort. My wife and I, for most, or indeed all of our married life, we've shared very similar political views. And we've come into the technological age. So it was through the internet that Sandra found out about A Force for Good. And when you said that you were going to have your counter demo at Union Street in Glasgow, we said, we have to be there. Because that's how we felt.
How did you find that first demo?
Very easily, because I know Glasgow quite well. It was great. In fact, I found a former friend and colleague of mine, and he and I had joined the police at the same time, 50 years ago. And we'd met periodically in that period of time. But lo and behold, there was John at the demo as well. So that was a very nice.
What was your opinion of the reception that we got that day? That would be back in May 2018, maybe?
17, I think. It was good. There was a good turnout supporting the union, and the demonstrators that were parading, we didn't rate them very much because they weren't top drawer, if that's an expression that one can use. Not politically correct these days, I suppose. They weren't a good advert for the SNP at all. And of course, when they saw the union flags flying, they responded in a very base way. They were very low type of people, really. And you had the foresight, I guess, to have had security in place and marshals. And of course, there were the police involved, and they kept us safe from the worst of that element in that procession that day. But the camaraderie amongst the people that were waving the Union flag was good. And I've attended a few demonstrations, counter demonstrations since then. And it's been my experience that there's always people passing by that will say, what is this? What's going on? And when it's explained to them, they say, give me a flag. And they join us. And so they swell our numbers. And it's a very pleasant experience. And it's a very positive one for me, because I think for random passers-by to say what's going on here and take a flag, that's encouraging. That's encouraging, because I think people will respond in a positive way when they see separatists marching on the Queen's Highway, determined to break up the United Kingdom. No, I'm afraid the people of Scotland won't stand for that. The SNP and the First Minister might claim, as does the leader of the SNP in the House of Commons, that they speak for Scotland. Well, they don't. They don't. And David Clews that you had on, there was nothing he said that I didn't agree with. But one thing that I picked up on was when he said that the SNP will exaggerate their support in Scotland. Well, we can confirm that the SNP do exaggerate, and they lie. And it is in the numbers of their marchers, which the mainstream media were only too happy to repeat, and so were an arm of their propaganda machine. And it is unacceptable, living in a free country in this United Kingdom, to have this level of duplicity and dishonesty and disinformation. And even the police at the beginning would take what the SNP organisers had said to them, oh, there'll be 10,000 marchers. So the police say, we policed 10,000 marchers and there were no arrests, or whatever it is that they say. Well, no, there wasn't 10,000 marchers. They would be lucky if there was 1,200 marchers on an average procession. So the police don't give out that number now. They know that that is false information. I'm quite sure they know, and they'll not fall into that trap again. But the SNP are noted liars. And the I've just been handed a wee note by my personal assistant to say the marchers are marching under all under one banner, not SNP. Well, I disagree. The First Minister has stood in their platform and she has supported them. And it's disingenuous for the SNP to say that these are Scottish people supporting the SNP in a way that they want, but they're not SNP people. Well, they are SNP people.
Yes, I know what you mean. They like to call themselves all under one banner as if there's a lot of them, but at the end of the day, they're voting for the SNP. And furthermore, they're led literally by SNP MPs. They don't like to call themselves SNP, the marchers, but they may as well be the foot soldiers of the Scottish National Party. There's a few Greens in there, but literally only a handful. You know, you'll get a Green banner will come along and there'll be like 3 people and literally a dog.
That's right.
So it's mainly just Scottish nationalists, and it's not even hard left socialist parties. They don't even get involved very much. Maybe they'll have 1 or 2 groups that you last heard of back in the 70s or whatever, but again, very small numbers. It's mainly just SNP supporters, and the SNP are sitting very pretty because they've got this street army, as it were, that they can call out and that they exaggerate to an unbelievable level. I mean, Joanne Cherry, we in our latest issue of Union Heart, we actually listed all the marches that we've counted. here.
Yes. Yes.
And what they get, what the SNP or the AUOB said it was, and what we counted it as, and we do count them. We have usually 2 or 3 people with from a vantage point and a video camera down on the march. And what do? We literally sit with this video, and it'll take us several hours, and we've got like a toothpick or something, and we literally go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and you can do it. And you can get it within 2 to 3% accurate one way or the other. No question about it. You can do it. And so Joanne Cherry, who's a big SNP MSP, she was leading the march in Edinburgh back in October last year. And she said there was 250,000 people there. Okay, that's quarter of a million.
Yeah.
And we counted them.
Total.
And there was 11,286.
That's right.
Okay, slightly 22 times less than what Joanne Cherry had suggested. And, she doesn't go on to the Andrew Marr show.
And that is a member
he
of the
doesn't go,
legal
why
profession.
did you say 250,000 when there's less than 11,500 there? She never gets pulled up for that. And the Scottish media, it's like back what David Clews was saying, they just completely go along with this nonsense.
That's right. Absolutely. Right. Alistair, you were asking about the union and people who have shaped the union over the centuries.
Yes.
Now, my offering would be John Knox. And the reason I say that is that he was a reformist priest who had only wanted for the Catholic Church to deal with the corrupt practices that were going on in it. And as we know, the Reformation came at a cost. And it just occurred to me as I was thinking about him that indeed, when it wasn't safe for him to be in Scotland and he took refuge in England, while he was there, he married an English girl. So there was no problem between Scots and English in the 16th century. And moving on from that, one of the great advantages to come out of the Reformation was that everyone was to receive a basic education. And so 200 or 300 years later, when the Industrial Revolution exploded, and it began here in Scotland, we had a semi-literate, ready-made workforce, and they hit the ground running. And we had all that tremendous expansion. And I would take it right back to the days of John Knox and his desire that everyone should be able to read their Bible.
That's a very good point. Thank you for that, Ronnie. When people think of John Knox, not John Noakes, that was the Blue Peter man, who's also quite a formative character in many people's lives, no question about that. But John Knox, when people think of him, they tend to think mainly of simply the religious struggle that he was undergoing. But of course, there's the social element of the education of the people that he also promoted, which was extremely beneficial to Scotland, particularly. So that's an interesting character. And of course, not all these characters are people that everybody would agree with, but nevertheless, they've done things that no doubt about it moved the union closer together, and
he definitely shaped the union. Definitely shaped the union. And I'll tell you another person who I think was probably our greatest hero, our greatest British hero. And if I could just take the liberty of showing you something that I posted yesterday morning, and it's in the form of a gift from a fellow member of the Nelson Society that I am a member of. And he gave me a little written explanation of why he's sending me this book, because you may be able to read that it's the Edinburgh Angus Club. was back in Scotland. Now, this Edinburgh Angus Club is still in existence. And right at the top, it says prize. And that was one of the first things I noticed about it. And it turns out that this club encouraged excellence among students and pupils in the county of Angus. Now, at first when I saw it, the Angus Club, I have relatives whose surname is Angus. And I thought, oh, is this the clan Angus? But no, it's the county of Angus. And those who excel are presented with a prize and every year. And it so happens that this book was the prize for 1888, the year 1888. And in the inside, it's the life of Horatio Nelson. Take that out. But I don't think this book ever went to a prize winner, because as I turn over this leaf, there is an inscription here which, excuse me a moment. Yes, here we are. There is an inscription here that this book was intended for the Secretary to the Admiralty in London.
Just read it for us.
It says to John Wilson Croker, Esquire, LLD, FRS, that'd be fellowship or a fellow of the Royal Society, Secretary of the Admiralty, who by the official situation which he so ably fills is qualified to appreciate its historical accuracy, and who as a member of the Republic of Letters is equally qualified to decide upon its literary merits. This volume is respectfully inscribed by his friend, the author. And the author is Robert Southey, whose work, The Life of Nelson, which I'm holding in my hand now, was recognized to be a seminal work of the life of Nelson until a certain Carola Oman in 1947 wrote a great piece on the life of Nelson. And more recently, John Sugden has, because we're in a digital age, I guess, research is so much more accessible. He has supplanted Carola Oman. Yes. However, the great thing about this book, I feel, is that it was given at a time when Britain was a superpower, and the British Empire was probably at its zenith or nearly there, and it was in Queen Victoria's reign. And this is history, this is our British history. And I looked up to see who the Prime Minister would be at the time. I think it might be Disraeli or some such. But here, Cecil, and he was the third Marquess of Salisbury. But anyway, who'd ever heard of him? So I feel it's important. I think our history is slipping away from the public consciousness now, and I don't think that's a good thing. The SNP and the First Minister would like us to have some kind of short-term memory. And if it comes to the promises that she's constantly making, probably no memory at all. But we need to have a sense of where we're coming from.
I completely agree with you, Ronnie. And for those who don't know, you are actually involved with the Nelson Society, aren't you? What's your role?
Well, I am a member, and I'm a committee member. I'm on the committee, and that's why Graham has sent me this book, I suspect, because he's the chairman this year. He's the chairman of the society, and it was a very nice thought that he should send that book, and I'll enjoy reading it. It's another tome on the life of Horatio Nelson, who arguably just very quickly, I'll say that I think the seeds of the British Empire were sown at the time of Queen Elizabeth I. And the Caribbean was opening up to us. It was a new world. And by the time of Nelson, there were two superpowers in the world, and that was France and Spain. And look at the size of Britain. We are minuscule compared to these two vast land masses. And yet, we took on the world. We took on these superpowers. The Dutch were there as well. And so eventually, events reached the point where the battle was fought at Trafalgar. And after Trafalgar, the Royal Navy ruled the waves literally. And right. I would just like to point out that when Napoleon was winning battles in mainland Europe, the Royal Navy was giving him a serious drubbing on the sea. We were victorious on the sea, maybe not every time, but with Horatio Nelson, we won through. And again, that was at some cost. And just very quickly, Alistair, I don't want to play on your good nature, but the reason why I'm mentioning this book as well is that you and I have gone to Edinburgh when the BLM surrounded the Viscount Melville monument there, and we let them see the Union flag, and we made our presence known. Viscount Melville's statue, Henry Dundas, is similar to Nelson's in that he is in the top of a very large, high column. And I don't know if that was copied from Nelson's column or it might have been vice versa. However, BLM have targeted Nelson's column. They've made that their number one priority because he is a national hero of great and immense reverence amongst a lot of Britons today because of the simple fact that he fought, and his mantra was that he wanted to do his duty to God, to the king, and to country. And the last words he spoke as he lay dying were, "Thank God, I have done my duty."
Absolutely. Lovely story, Ronnie. And thank you for highlighting that. And thank you for highlighting also that you, along with the rest of us at A Force for Good, went to literally stand up to defend the Henry Dundas statue. Back in whenever that was June or July. I've got it written down here in this multitude of papers that are in front of me. But what's important there, I think, for people watching in is that we had 40 people there. Now, at least half of them were just like young men. And there was myself, and there was the small AFFG team, including yourself. You were one of the marshals. Everybody was well behaved. The police were able to organize it quite well so that the BLM people were on one side of the square and we were on the other side of the square. I should say that BLM people only got a fraction of what they thought they were going to get.
Oh, yes.
And they actually didn't start their so-called protest, which was just full of lies. They didn't start it for a full 20 minutes because they had so few people there. At one stage, we actually had more people than they had. But at the end of the day, they got about 80 or 90 people and we had 40 people. And it was all well behaved. We got our point out. We made 3 speeches that day, which are on our website, aforceforgood.uk. And we stood up. But what really struck us was that there was virtually nobody there from middle-class Edinburgh standing with us nobody from the new town, basically nobody who is a local Edinburgher at all, apart from just some of the young guys who are with us and our crew over from the West Coast. And so Edinburgh's going down the pan unless the middle class there organise for their Britishness. No question about it, because at the moment it's run by some SNP cabal of complete loony balls who have got, they've got some guy to do a survey of Edinburgh and to criticise it. Some report, from a BLM perspective, looking at all of Edinburgh's streets and monuments and criticising them. Well, Edinburgh is hugely British. I mean, every street in Edinburgh has got something to do with Britain, the British Empire, or the greatness of Scotland within the Union. Indeed, the new town was originally going to be laid out in the form of a Union Jack by James Craig, who designed it, but he discovered that it would be too awkward to lay it out in the form of a Union Jack. So he settled with naming things after the royal family. So Edinburgh is a great British city, but it's going to be ruined under the Scottish National Party if they're allowed to stay hold of that. And if the middle class in Edinburgh don't at least donate to a force for good. And we know there's lots of wealthy people in Edinburgh. And if you don't want to get out with us on the street to defend the British statues, which we'll be doing next year. I know you'll be joining us in all of that activity, Ronnie, because these people are not going away. And that's the next line of attack in Scotland, is to try to put our Britishness out of sight and out of mind. So we're not going to stand for that. And we're going to make sure that we've got the funds and resources to at least put up a presence that says it's wrong. So, Ronnie, we're at the end of time. I want to say thank you so much for your contribution today. Thank you for your knowledge of history, which really does help us at A Force for Good and helps to guide us as well. Your steady mind is critical on everything that we do, and thank you. We're very proud to have you as a director, and
it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Thank you for that. And everybody, if you'd like what Ronnie has said, please do go to our crowdfunder. We've got the link up there, crowdfunder.co.uk, and please do give what you can, because Ronnie and I and the wee team here, we can't do it on our own. We need your assistance to do what we do. So, Ronnie,
and the
have a lovely afternoon.
And the organisation is not for profit. The organisation, the money is going to defend the union. That's what the organisation is all about. It's a not for profit organisation, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
Exactly. It's a not for profit. There's nobody here that's on some kind of big salary.
No.
At all.
Not at all.
We have a small team who are on small retainers to do our social media work and so on, but there's nobody on a big salary or anything like that.
So
and we are a company. People can look up our accounts at Company House if they want, and they'll see that fact. Okay, Ronnie,
good.
If you take your leave just now, and thank you again.
It's been great talking to you, Alistair. Cheers now.
Okay, if you press the red button that says leave, good. Excellent, folks. That's Ronnie Kane, our director, another director at A Force for Good. Thank you so much to Ronnie there for the half hour. We're giving you an insight into who the personalities are behind A Force for Good and who are the people that support us generally as well. So hope you're finding all of that interesting. Now, what I'm going to do is, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and change my t-shirt. Don't go away. We're back. We're back, and we're ringing the bell, and we're rocking on the mic while the Scott Nats yell. Brand new mic, by the way. Don't want to touch it in case it explodes, but brand new professional mic that we're using to broadcast today via YouTube. Now, one or two comments there on YouTube regarding the interview with Ronnie, which I'll just read out. Richard Taller tells us a bit more about Knox's wives, one of whom was an ancestor of the late Queen Mother. That's interesting. Ibrox68 is asking a question. Can't find that badge, want one of them, England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. Oh, well, that's actually not, we're not selling that one. We've been given a donation of several to give away, but it is a cracking wee badge. There's no question about it, but we don't have that one. Where would you get that? I'm not sure. Richard says BLM is a lunatic group. Can't disagree with you there. Angus says BLM and associated groups are anti-British. Slavery is just their excuse. Absolutely, it's just their excuse. As if the British haven't done enough to eradicate slavery. You know, during that period of time, the Royal Navy lost thousands of men on the high seas combating the slave traffickers. So Britain's paid in blood. We said that in our articles. Sorry, but my badge was upside down there. That doesn't look good. That was because I was changed the t-shirt. I've changed the t-shirt into British, which is from Barber, great British brand. They did a few good t-shirts. They did one a couple of years ago. That's when we did a couple, actually. I'll wear another one later, which was around the concept of British motorcycles. And so got nice word British there, the motorcycling Barber. Pete says, God bless Ronnie. Thank you. Guy says, brilliant, Ronnie. Enjoyed your chat. Den says, clever man. Thank you. Angus says that slavery is, talking about BLM, he goes, slavery is just their way in. See how quickly that goes to other things like Churchill or the poppy. Absolutely. There's not a single thing in British history that is free from the BLM people. Oops, I forgot to get back onto Facebook and Twitter. This is a thing when you've got so much on your mind here to do. Let's get back on to Twitter via Periscope. Many of you know that Twitter banned us because they thought we were fake, and then they discovered that we're not fake at all. We're the real deal. So we oh, I'm still on Facebook. I had not realized that. You see, I can't keep up to date with all of this. We were fully on Facebook. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. We were on Facebook. So we're still on Facebook. Are we still broadcasting on Facebook? Yes, we are. We are. We're still broadcasting on Facebook. I'm sorry that I didn't stop that feed there, but at least you got to see the side of my head and me talking without anybody replying. So that's something. Okay, suggestion here. We don't, I'm just going to check if the prize was won. And it doesn't look like the prize was won. Now, remember, we want you to email the answer, but so nobody knows what date A Force for Good started on and what date we incorporated on. Well, it's all over our websites, whether aforceforgood.org.uk or whether it is at aforceforgood.uk. So we're going to, somebody has suggested we just roll that prize over to the next hour as an extra prize. Okay, we might do that. What's going to be an extra prize? Let us see from what we've got here. Give us a second. Give us a second to do that. Now, yeah, good. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with our question, our competition question for this hour. Our competition question for this hour. Okay, the famous Union Jack shirt that I wear on the thin red line, okay? It's become an iconic element of Scottish political life, almost. I want to ask you which company designed it, who founded the company, and in what year? Now, that's actually a fairly easy question. The iconic Union Jack shirt that I wear when we are on our thin red line, taking on the Scot Nats. What company designed it? Who founded that company? And what year did that person found that company? And for that, you will get Eat Your Drink. Okay. This is some gummies that contain alcohol, mixed like a drink, but consumed in 2 bites. These gummies are a delicious blend of fruit herbs, premium spirits, and syrups. Each gummy is garnished with infused sugars and individually wrapped. The ultimate gift. It's the ultimate gift. Contains gummies, which are these gummy sweets, but they're actually cocktails. 10 cocktail gummies. Okay, you get that? What else you got, mate? What else you got to give us? What else you got to give us? I've got to put in some Beech's fine chocolates, okay? Original dark chocolates, that's the rollover prize from last time, along with a wee book, along with 3 badges. So, the question, which you have to email in, please, to contact@aforceforgood.uk. Email at contact@aforceforgood.uk is the famous Union Jack shirt that I wear. What company is it from? Who founded the company and in what year? Okay, check that out. Check that out, folks. There we go. Are we going to get some focus in there? Excellent. Well, coming up at the half hour is a fellow who I'm looking forward to speaking to, who is from Northern Ireland, because we're trying to get people from all over here. So John Yates runs a project called Restore GBNI, and he's going to tell us what Restore is about, how he set it up, and how people can find him on the internet. He'll be coming up at 4:30. Can't believe how quickly the afternoon is going today. There you go. British t-shirt by Barber. You know, Ronnie made a good point when he brought up the fact that we had been in George Square this year, standing up for basically a British heritage, because it's thematically consistent with what we do as an organization. Because if you want to take down a nation, the first thing you have to do if you're a revolutionary is to make the people in that nation believe that they don't have a moral right to exist as a nation. And we wrote about this quite extensively in many articles, actually, that we've published at A Force for Good, that the first thing you have to do is to make people unsure about who they are as people. You've got to make them feel unsure about their history. You've got to make them feel unsure about the moral authority of their nation and of their ancestors, so that they themselves do not stand up and speak for the past. Because the past isn't just the past. The past is everything that we are today, you know. And so if you make yourself feel bad about the past, you're actually making yourself feel bad about the present. And therefore you can have a people that have no history and that are simply open to anything that gets tipped into their open head. And so when people attack the past, they're really attacking the present because they want to get political domination over you. And we see that even in things like these footballers kneeling at these football games. You know, the system will tell us it is about showing respect for equality or something like that. That's absolutely ridiculous, because, you know, black players have been playing for teams in Britain for a very long time. I don't know when the first one was, but it was about 100 years ago or something. So every team has black players now. There's no need to make a thing of it. There's no need to say, oh, we believe that black people should play football or something like that. You know, it's just, there's no need for that at all. So what's that about then? And what it is about is BLM, which is essentially a racial supremacist organization trying to enforce domination and submission upon others. So it's actually got a very bad agenda and a very wrong agenda. And people say, oh, it's Marxist, it's left wing. Well, that's the least of the worries. What BLM is racial supremacist. That's how it has to be understood and how it has to be framed. And so when fans are booing the players, the fans are not booing the concept of equality. They're booing the idea that they should kneel to other people of other races. That's what that's about. That's why they're booing it. They're against racial supremacy, which is made manifest in the BLM organization. So that racial supremacist psychological warfare is really being rolled out now, especially through the culture, and they're doing it while the stadiums are empty. And here's how it's going to work. They're going to let the fans back in very slowly. The players are going to continue to kneel, and then they're going to see who are the fans or who are the groups of fans who are booing, and they will absolutely slate those fans quite wrongly as racist, when these fans are not racist at all. They're simply booing the fact that they're being asked to submit on a racial basis. And then they'll eradicate these people from the stadium. They won't allow them in, and they'll call them racists. And then once the stadiums are full up again, everybody in that stadium will have been mentally trained to obey and to be quiet and to go along with it. So that's what's going on. And you can see that a mile off. But some of these players, of course, that got so much money, they just go along with it. They don't have any clue what's going on. But what's going on is an attempt to promote racial domination in society and to make white people feel awkward and about their history and about their past and about who they are and about their very nature. So that's just a kind of summary of BLM. I don't think we'll be going back to the BLM thing again, but it's something. I'm raising it because it's going to become an issue. Okay, it's going to become an issue, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, as they say. And as for those fans who are booing, continue to boo. Do not bow, because once you bow, then they've got you. Okay, you don't bow to any man. I mean, that's just perverse. Actually, it's perverted behavior doing that. Absolutely perverted and wrong, and deserves to get booed. Deserves to get booed. Anyway, we're here to talk about our crowdfunder, which is for defending the union in 2021. Let's see how much we've got at this stage of the game. We checked in an hour ago, and we had 1,450. And now how much have we got? We've got 1,510. So we're up £60. Thank you very much to Stephen, who's donated, to Colin, who's donated, to William, thank you very much, and to John Moore. These are the 4 chaps who donated in the last hour. So folks, please go to crowdfunder.co.uk, click on Explore, and you'll find and put in Defending the Union 2021 or A Force for Good or Yo Britannia, and you should get to us. Or better still, just click the link which is below the YouTube video here in the Twitter post and also on the Facebook post. Just click that link, it will take you right through and drop us a few quid, because we are in need. The union is in need, and it's going to be in need in 2021. So if you're British, if you love the UK, and if you want us to stay together, we are the people who are taking that message quite literally onto the streets and doing so fearlessly, okay? Nothing bothers us. Nothing bothers us. We're utterly fearless. And that's all our people are utterly fearless. And we're well organized. We've got marshals with body cams who are always looking out and over us. We make sure that the authorities know exactly what we're going to do, exactly when we're going to arrive and leave and so on. So it's all very safe. And it is afterwards, we'll always go and we'll go to a pub or whatever and have a wind down. So it's a great event. It's exciting and it's a great social event. So please do come along. And depends what's going to happen next year, of course, but we'll be out on the streets next year. But if the Nats are having their marches, we'll most certainly be out at everyone throughout the United Kingdom, and that costs money. And that's where a lot of our funding is going to have to go. A lot of the crowdfunding is going to be going into our street activism throughout 2021. And I've got a feeling it's going to be a busy year for us. So I'm going now just to bring in John Yates. So just give me a second while I fire this up and get a message through to him. And we'll put him in the waiting room for a couple of minutes before we bring him in. John's a very, very interesting character, doing work in Northern Ireland, which is quite different from Scotland in the sense, in the political sense, that is. Okay, a reminder of our question. A question on Twitter and Facebook before we end, you guys, because we can't do an interview on Facebook or Twitter. We have to do it on YouTube. So just if you want to watch the consistent broadcast, check it out on YouTube. Our question was the famous Union Jack shirt that Alistair McConaughey wears on the Thin Red Line. What was the company, the brand of it? Who created it? And when did that person found it? And the nearest, the closest answer will get the prize, which is alcoholic cocktail gummy sweets, Union Jack chocolates, 3 badges and a wee book. And if you only want one of those prizes, you can just tell us when you email us at contact@aforceforgood.uk. So we'll be back here at the top of the hour on Twitter, and we'll just end that for the moment. And go in and end the Facebook one as well. And I'm going to say hello now to John Yates, bringing John into the Zoom live.
Hello.
Okay, John.
Yeah, you can hear me okay, Alistair?
You're not actually connected yet. I'm seeing you just a black screen here.
Hello, can you hear me now, Alistair?
I can hear you very slightly, John. If you can speak up
Okay,
quite loudly, please. We've got problems with our
Alistair.
microphone here. All right,
Alistair,
you might want to lean forward, John, because our microphone at this end, my earphone is not very good. But you're looking good. You're looking good.
Okay. Yeah, I was out doing a bit of work.
You're obviously out on a job today.
I actually was, and I should have been home, and this was a sort of a last minute thing. But here we are. We stopped off on our way home in a car park to join with Force for Good. And many thanks for having me on, Alistair. And I was watching earlier on, and it looks as if it's going very well for you. Yes. Alistair, I'm going to try this out. You hear me better now? No. No, you can't hear me. Hello, you can hear me now again, yeah?
Yep. Right, good. John, you invited me onto your program last week, and I was very grateful to get the invite. And I really enjoyed speaking with you, and you had a couple of guests on. And hitherto, I had not heard of your group, which is called Restore GBNI. Now, just for the benefit of the viewers, I'm wondering, please, if you could give us a rundown here of what Restore GBNI is all about.
Yeah, and we chose that name Restore for particular purposes. That Restore, what you can do is, we're wanting to restore the United Kingdom. We're wanting to restore common sense within politics. We're wanting to restore a proper relationship between people and politicians, what's known as, we call it the people-politician partnership. And we want to work with, we're not affiliated with any particular political party or any person that's affiliated with a political party. But what we want to do is that we would work with anyone that has the union in mind, that has the people in mind, and has the making the union a safe, a prosperous, and a secure place for each and every one of us. And that's no matter where you come from, Northern Ireland. That's no matter where you come from, Wales, Scotland, or England, because right across the United Kingdom, we are not being represented properly by our politicians. In fact, I find it hard sometimes whenever we bring certain issues to our politicians. And in Northern Ireland, we have the benefit of being able to reach into, I guess, our political parties in terms of their hierarchy. And whenever we bring policy or things to them that we see that's genuinely going wrong, what generally happens is that we're passed from pillar to post, and they wear us down, and then before you know it, maybe what it is that we raise doesn't actually get dealt with. Now, I can give you one example of one of those issues that we've brought in the last few weeks, and let me just explain. I mean, right around the United Kingdom, no matter where you're from, and again, that's whether it's from Scotland, Wales, England, or Northern Ireland, and we're all under threat by our enemy. And specifically, I say our enemy. And I mean our enemy being Republicans, yeah? I'm talking about the Sinn Féin IRA. Do you know those so-called freedom fighters that pretend that they're fighting for Irish freedom? Well, let me explain to you what exactly it is that they have become. They've become, as they say in Ireland, they say that Sinn Féin are bloody Marxists. And Sinn Féin, they have no more interest in preserving Ireland for the Irish than let's just say that Simon Coveney, the Taoiseach now, he now says that he wants nothing to do with the backward idea of sovereignty. You see, Sinn Féin has signed up to that club, globalisation in all its forms. So let me tell you about that policy that we brought to our own DUP in the past few weeks. Just a few weeks ago, we attended a place in Castlewellan in Northern Ireland, and there's a Sinn Féin office. There's a man in there, a sitting MP, and they call the man Chris Hazard, and he's attached to Sinn Féin IRA. And what he done, Alistair, was he has named that office in terms of the signage over the office, and he's put to our dead IRA terrorists on the signage. Now, I ask a question. Where else in the Western world would you ever have that? I mean, these are people that have victims. They have victims that live within close proximity to the Sinn Féin office in Castlewellan. There's a man called Sammy Heenan who was orphaned at the age of 11 by these same IRA terrorists. And yet here we have Sinn Féin, and what they're doing is they're glorifying these terrorists. And it traumatizes Sammy Heenan on a daily basis, every time that he thinks about the day when he was 11 years of age, when he walked out into the yard of his farm and found his father lying in a heap of blood where the IRA terrorists had shot that man in the head. All because they says that he was an RUC man. He belonged to the Royal Ulster Constabulary. But, that was lies. It wasn't, they got the wrong man. And, that's the sort of issues that we bring to your politicians. And we brought that issue, on the basis of that we were saying that, when you have, say, for example, the Black Lives Matter, the rise of Black Lives Matter right across the UK, right across the Western world, and when they're saying that you can't have statues, when they have to take statues down, all because people were associated with, or maybe knew somebody that was associated with maybe the slave trade, and they're removing statues right across the Western world because these people were involved in that type of thing. Well, I say, and I'm not making light of slavery, by the way. What I'm actually saying is that, well, if that is right to remove those people because they were involved in the slave trade, well, then tell me why it's not right to remove those names from that signage. Because let's remember, Westminster pays for that. Our establishment, our system pays for that office to be in place. And, those Sinn Féin IRA, that operation, it has an obligation to, whenever they were putting the sign up, they would have had to carry out an equality impact assessment, to assess that, is that office open and inviting to others? Is it capable of being open and you know, for anybody to walk into the office. Well, it's actually not. Well, look, there was a good thing that we got involved in just a few weeks ago, just really highlighting the fact that these Sinn Féin IRA terrorists, because I'm not going to put any gloss on it, that's what they are. What they were doing was they're rubbing salt into the wounds, Alistair, of their victims. And you know, that's what restore is. Restore is that, you know, restore a place in where each and every one of us can live. And I'm not just talking about ourselves from the unionist side of the fence, from the Protestant unionist or loyalist side of the fence. I'm talking about a place where anybody that wants to live in peace, well, they can do so without the agitation of these people. And I guess that's what Restore is in a nutshell. It's really about standing up for people's rights, standing up for citizens right around the United Kingdom. And as I say, restoring the middle ground within politics right across the United Kingdom.
Yes, yes, it's a good point. And what I quite liked about Restore is that it has a concept, you have a concept of pan-unionism, which is trying to bring in people from all parts of the United Kingdom around the idea of keeping the United Kingdom together. And that's been a problem, I think, in unionism, because people in Scotland like to just understandably so concentrate on the Scottish angle, people in England on the English angle, people in Northern Ireland on the Northern Irish angle, people in Wales. And sometimes there might be a feeling among people that, well, I don't really want to get involved in the Northern Ireland thing because it's not my place. You know, some people might think it's not their place. And then again, and there might be some people who go, well, why is he commenting? Because he doesn't even live here. And so there is a feeling among many politicians that people that they don't want to have an opinion on the politics of another part of the United Kingdom. But if you see Britain, as you and I do, which is essentially one nation, I like to call it a nation of unions, political and legal and social unions that go right back to the dawn of time. If you see Britain as one nation, then you realize that it is your place to talk about whatever is happening in another part of the United Kingdom. If you're British, you're involved, which is what we like to say. And when we were fighting the good fight back in 2014 at the referendum, what we were finding was that there would be people from England who would say, oh, I don't know if I should have an opinion on this. You know, they're living in Scotland. Oh, I don't know if I should have an opinion because I'm English. And we said to them, you absolutely have an opinion if you're British. If you care about the future of the United Kingdom, you have an opinion 1,000% needs to be heard. And the Scottish nationalists didn't want to hear English voices or Welsh or Northern Irish voices, or even voices from anywhere else in the world, because they knew that these voices had something important to contribute and to say, and could effectively change the debate away from should Scotland be independent to should the United Kingdom stay together, which is the real question. Should the United Kingdom stay together? Not should one part go off and do its own thing. So seen from our frame, keeping the UK together, if you're British, you're involved and you can support it. But at the same time, people are going to be naturally a little bit cautious about giving an opinion on Northern Irish politics, especially. I don't know if you've faced that kind of problem before from the mainland.
Yeah. There's a term, Alistair, and that term is Little Englanders. And, you know, I remember that we went to the anniversary of the Brexit referendum. It was the second year anniversary. And, you know, talking to some people that were there supporting the whole Brexit process. I mean, once we started talking about Northern Ireland, there was some English people, and these were so-called patriots who really turned their nose up and didn't want to know. But the reality is, Alistair, is that we're inextricably linked, and that's the reality. And I say that we're inextricably linked because, and we need to be inextricably linked because, you know, we are stronger together. And this is the plan of globalization, it's about divide and conquer. And if they can divide, you know, Northern Ireland away from the Union, well, then what that will do is that will set in place like a domino effect. And let me explain to you just what happened over the last few days. Just a few days ago, we had Boris Johnson's government, Michael Gove particularly, where he went to the EU, and what he did was he put in place what I call the breakup of the United Kingdom in its embryonic form. Now, I'm not a defeatist, and I honestly say that it's never too late to turn things around. I mean, I was listening to a man in the last few weeks talking about the battle at the gate, and how that a battle can even be turned when it's beyond the gate. Well, look, we're at the gate right now, so we are in terms of Northern Ireland. And what I mean was that what they've did is they have signed up with the EU to put in place the divergence economically away from the rest of the United Kingdom. They diverged Northern Ireland for trade. Now there's a thing called the Act of the Union 1801, and in that Act of the Union there's a piece in that Article 6, and Article 6 talks about that there should be no tariffs or bounties between any constituent part of the United Kingdom, and that's from whether it's to and from, whether it's coming from England, Scotland, or Wales to Northern Ireland, or back the other way. And that act, it was drawn up, and it was actually 1800, and it came into being on the 1st of January in 1801. Well, I had this legally checked out by a barrister, and the barrister said that that is still in force today. So here we have the Westminster government, these so-called pretend conservatives. I mean, they're certainly not conserving the United Kingdom whenever they're trying to annex Northern Ireland away from the rest of the United Kingdom. And this is how serious that this actually is, because what we were arguing from 2 years ago when Theresa May's government was talking about the special divergence for Northern Ireland, to have us, they say, have the best of both worlds, where we're part of the United Kingdom and we're also in the European single market. But we're more in the European single market under this plan than we are in the United Kingdom economic market. And let me explain to you why. Is because that we've no tariffs coming from the EU under this plan. But what we do have to do is we have to pay tariffs on goods. There has to be border checks on the North Channel. Some people call it the Irish Sea, but I like to call it the North Channel, which is the stretch of water between really the north coast of Northern Ireland and roughly where you hit about Dundalk there. It's between Northern Ireland, England and Scotland. But you see, there's going to be checks on our border posts coming into Larne Harbour, coming into Belfast Harbour, coming into Warren Point. And these checks are all, and there's going to be European Union representatives manning those checkpoints. Now, you tell me, what sort of a unionist would permit EU officials, especially when we're meant to have left in terms of Brexit, that would allow EU officials to check goods in between any constituent part of the United Kingdom? And I would say that that is absolutely bonkers. So these conservatives, so-called conservatives that are meant to be conserving the United Kingdom, I would say that these people are pretend conservatives. And something, I don't blame the Great Union. It's just unfortunate that we have charlatans, which are actually, they've got their hands on the levers of power. Alistair, I done a live feed just a few nights ago, and what we did is that we worked hard to go back over some old video footage, and we got some video footage of Boris Johnson. We got some video footage of is it Ian Blackford from the SNP? And we got some video footage of Arlene Foster from her own DUP. And Boris Johnson says that no Conservative government and no unionist should ever countenance putting any types of checks between any constituent part of the United Kingdom. Now, that was a few years ago. Today in 2020, I just wonder what that man was thinking whenever, does he not remember his own words? Because he says that no Conservative, no British government or no unionist could ever do this. But that's what they're doing. Now, here's the consequences of this. We had Ian Blackford. He came straight out of the starting blocks the other day when Michael Gove, whenever he had suggested that this divergence is now going to be set in place to come into being on the 1st of January in 2021. And Ian Blackford is saying, well, if it's good enough for Northern Ireland, it's got to be good enough for Scotland. And what is he talking about? He's talking about a border between Scotland and England. He's talking about a special divergence in terms of trade between Scotland and England, and he's talking about special circumstances to trade with the rest of the EU with no tariffs. You know, and as I call that, although that these things started a long, long time ago, but I call that in seriousness the breakup of the United Kingdom in its embryonic form. And you know something? A blind man could have seen this coming. When they talked about it 2 years ago, we warned about it. Our politicians were telling us that we were wrong. Well, we are vindicated today in December of 2020. And isn't it interesting that they've left it to the 11th hour? They've left it to this very late stage in order that no one can take a challenge against it. Well, I've news for them. There are plenty of challenges actually being put in place right now. And there's 3 areas that we can look at. And if it happens to Scotland, well, we've already done the groundwork on it. The Act of the Union 1801, well, they're breaking that for a start. And they didn't ask by referendum to have that changed. Now, I'm told that they can do what they want, but it doesn't make it lawful. And it definitely doesn't make it lawful. Another area that we can look at was the Belfast Agreement in 1998, where in Northern Ireland, we have the principle of consent that was contained within that agreement. Now, there has to be a referendum of the people to create constitutional change. Now, we found a video of Arlene Foster, who's of the DUP, who's a legal mind. And there's plenty of barristers in the DUP today that are also legal minds. And we have a video of Arlene Foster actually saying that that impedes the integrity of the United Kingdom. That is constitutional change. And that is what they're forcing on us. And that is what they're trying to force without a referendum of the people. And that's what it says in the Belfast Agreement, that there has to be a referendum of the people, both in Northern Ireland and also in Southern Ireland, before any constitutional change can take place. And I'm going to say something. It isn't within the British government's gift to do this. It isn't within the European Union's gift to do this. It isn't within anybody's gift to do this without a referendum which is put to the people. And that is number 2 area what we'll be looking at very, very seriously. Number 3 area is this, Alistair, and this is something that everybody will understand. On the 23rd of June 2016, what happened was that we went to the polls. We went to the polls, and 17.4 plus million people, what they did was they voted to leave the EU. And what I expected was David Cameron, he defined what the European referendum was. He said that there would be no renegotiations. There would be no negotiations down the line. If the people voted to leave, he says that we would leave. We would be leaving the EU. Well, do you know something? What they're doing right now is they're actually discriminating against me personally. They're not just discriminating against me, but they're discriminating against the people of Northern Ireland, because here's where we stand, is that we made up part of that 17.4 plus million people. And our vote is no different than any other vote, whether that be from Scotland, from England, and also from Wales. So what I'll be crying about in the very, very near future, now it has to happen before that we do this, but I'm hoping for a class action. I'm hoping for where someone can go and someone can challenge this and someone can say, clearly, we are not being treated the same as England, Scotland, and Wales under these circumstances. And if it was a court of law that looked at things as they were laid out in a lawful way, well, you know something, we will win this hands down. So we will. And then that would open the floodgates for each and every other person to come through. So we're challenging it on the basis is that we're being treated differently than everybody else from within the United Kingdom. So there's 3 areas that we'll be seriously looking at in order that we can make a challenge against this. Because as I say, I believe from the bottom of my heart, that people that are pretending to be unionists, people that are pretending to be conservatives, well, they're all in this globalist game. They've all got their feet onto this globalist table, and they're all working to try to break up the United Kingdom. That's a big claim, Alistair, but that is the claim that has been proven through what we see, through the the information that is available for us. There's no other way to look at this, is that these people that are pretending to be our protectors and those that are meant to be serving and protecting us, well, they're engaged in a game which are trying to break up the United Kingdom, and in order that globalization could be ushered in. Well, I've news for them. Just like the people of Scotland, there's many people in Northern Ireland that they love the United Kingdom. They love the flag, they love the Britishness, and we are not going to be taken out of the United Kingdom without a fight.
Absolutely, John. Do you know, you make a very passionate case there, a well thought out and passionate case about what the reality is here with what's going on, especially with what's going on with the Brexit thing as well, and the so-called border in the middle of the Irish Sea. And that's an angle that more people need to know about. If you believe in the United Kingdom, then you have to believe in the absolute integrity of Northern Ireland being part of the United Kingdom. And we at A Force for Good, our very first point of our position statement is that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland shall be maintained. And it's absolutely so important that we do that. The struggle for the good British people and unionists in Northern Ireland is always ongoing, and our hearts go out to you, hands across the sea, as the song says, the lovely song Hands Across the Sea. And that's the way that Scotland in particular, I suppose, has always had that relationship with Northern Ireland. But of course, other parts of the United Kingdom have as well. But certainly the west of Scotland and Northern Ireland have always been close just through natural proximity, geographical and social proximity. And what's your thoughts just in the last couple of minutes? Quirky question. What do you think about this idea of a bridging, like a literal bridge across? Do you think that is possible? Do you think it would add anything? Do you think there's some drawbacks to it in any way? I hear people talking about it. I don't know how serious they are about it, but what do you have an opinion as far as promoting the union is concerned? Would it benefit, or would it be no different, or would it in fact backfire? Because unfortunately, the national newspaper supports it, which is of course the Scottish separatist paper. And if they're supporting it, then I'm cautious of it. And they make the argument that it'll be easier for, I don't quite know what their argument is, but they don't see it from a unionist perspective. Any thoughts, closing thoughts on that, John?
Yeah, Alistair, I'm going to go twofold in this, and I actually was going to say that there's the plus, the fors and the againsts. Well, look, I mean, it's always a for, because at the end of the day, what it will do is it'll create a land bridge to the rest of the United Kingdom, and effectively what it will do is that it will join us up. But their intentions, the people that would be behind it, wouldn't be to join us up. It would be to join up the world, is the truth of the matter. I mean, if you could drive from Northern Ireland, you could drive across the bridge into Scotland, you could drive right down through Scotland, you could join the Channel Tunnel, and you go on through Europe. You see how this is working. So that works where it would be a benefit to access Europe, really, and right around Europe. But at the end of the day, I mean, I see a benefit in it in terms of is that what it does is it creates a good link between ourselves and the rest of the United Kingdom. And let's make no mistake. I mean, we know what's coming down our line. Let's not hide this. Is that globalization is the things that's sitting on our doorstep. It's sitting on the other side of the gate, so to speak. And this is what it's all about. You see, these people, if they were to invest money into this bridge, they won't be doing it for our benefit. They'll be doing it for their own benefit. But there's a scene on the if who all remembers the Braveheart film, and there's a scene on the Braveheart film, and this is what it brings. It conjures up this sort of picture in my mind's eye. It's when the English sent in the Irish to fight with the Scottish, and they all hugged each other, and they all got together and they all stood together. And the truth of the matter is that although we come from Northern Ireland, there's many people even in Southern Ireland who detest, say, the people that would mean us most harm. They detest Sinn Féin, they detest the IRA. They see them people as enemies. And there's a lot of alliances that what we can do is that we can make like-minded individuals. And that's not just in the British Isles, that's right across the Western world, that's right across Europe. And there's many people just like us that outside of our goldfish bowls, and I've talked to many of them from as far away as Italy, and I've talked to these people, and these people are like ourselves. These people are being absolutely hammered by the incremental demolishing and deterioration of their national identity. And if they say that they're, let's say, for example, Irish in Ireland, they're being called far right, they're being called fascist. And you know something? Someday soon, I believe that we'll be able to stand together with those people, and we'll all stand together. And you know something? We'll all stand up against this assault on our very way of life. Alistair, I say that democracy needs borders, and democracy is the single greatest asset that we have for settling societal contentions. And if we lose democracy, and believe me, we're very close to it happening, because, as I said earlier, 17.4 plus million people voted to leave the EU. And what the British government are effectively saying is, well, Northern Ireland just can't have the democracy the same as everybody else. And it's not over yet. I mean, I smell that coming down that line also is that there's going to be very unpalatable things that's going to be agreed for the people of England, the people of Scotland, and the people of Wales. But you know something? Every time that they do that, what they're doing is they're bringing people together more and more and more. And they're giving us the tools in our armory. You yourself also, they're giving us the tools in our armory to win the hearts and minds. And if we win the hearts and minds of people, well, you know something? You see, what they're trying to do is they're trying to force togetherness. And I argue that anything that is ever forced, it is never accepted willingly. So you know something? We have more in our armory than they do, because we can win hearts and minds. We can win hearts and minds for the right reasons. We can bring like minds together, and that's not just in Scotland, that's not just in Wales, in Northern Ireland, or in England, but we can reach out across the Western world, bringing ordinary decent folk, ordinary conservative folk, ordinary live and let live folk together to stand as one, in order to someday soon, I believe, to tell these people enough is enough, and that's the end.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, unionism is a great idea. I mean, it's about unity. It's one of the best words in the English language, and the United Kingdom is a great country, and it belongs to us all, regardless of where we live, whether we live in Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, or Wales. It's all what we like to term one big country for us all. And that's as a consequence of the political union, which helps to create our social union. So unionism is a very good ideology, a very attractive ideology, and it always has been a very, very attractive ideology. And at the moment, it's just about finding the people who can stand up and speak for it. And I know that's what you're about at Restore UK. You're casting your net far and wide to find the eloquent voices, whether in Northern Ireland or Scotland or England or Wales. But we're all out here, and we just need to be found, and we need to come together and be aware and conscious of each other. And that's where your group, we've got 30 seconds. John, can you just tell us how people can find your group, which is Restore GBNI?
Restore GBNI on YouTube, Restore GBNI on Facebook, and we go live in Northern Ireland every Monday between the hours of 7 and 8. And we've now recently just opened it up. We used to do it inside closed groups, but we've opened it up to attract more people. And we go live on a Wednesday evening, and that's where we bring in voices from right around the United Kingdom, like-minded individuals. And what is Restore all about? I'll get back to it again, is that it's about restoring common sense within politics. It's about restoring the relationship as it was meant to be between people and politicians. It's about creating a people-politician partnership. It's about, now that's for politicians that want to genuinely work for the benefit of the United Kingdom and for the benefit of the people from right around the United Kingdom. You know, I often like to say, Alistair, that what we like to do is that we like to put the needs of people before the wants of ideologies. And if you just look at that SNP in Scotland, what they do is they're putting the wants of their ideology before the needs of the Scottish people. And that happens in Northern Ireland also. So what we want to do is that we want to restore that relationship back to where it should be, back to where it was meant to be, but back to the position whereby democracy counts, and democracy counts for everybody.
John, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments today. I know you're a busy man, and thank you very much for enlightening us on your organization, Restore GBNI, and also for all your insightful comments about the nature of unionism far and wide. Thank you, John. Good night. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Thank you now. Bye-bye.
Okay, John, if you just clear, press leave and also end video. There we go. Brilliant. Very, very enthusiastic and passionate man that is John Yates. Nice to have him in and to hear from a position in Northern Ireland, because of course, as we always say, if you're British, you're involved. It's the top of the hour. I'm going to go and change my t-shirt into another one. This is the British by Barber. I don't know what's next awaiting me through in the changing room, but I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll be back also onto Facebook and Twitter. Thank you for the comments coming in, which I shall read afterwards. Okay, back in the ring to take another swing with my warrior shirt, which I got 2-3 years ago. Do a nice wee range of t-shirts. Get a collar down. There we go. Okay, folks, let's begin again. Whack this back up onto Twitter. Go live onto Twitter and go live onto okay, we may have something going on here with the competition. I'll just get to these people in a second, and let's fire this thing up, as they say, onto Facebook. Do you know, I said at the beginning, from small things, mama, big things one day come. That's definitely what's going to be happening with us, because we know, like, next year we're going to be looking back going, oh yeah, Alistair had to do it all on Periscope or whatever, and we'll have it all sorted next time around. We'll know, we'll have it all going on, believe me. We've got it all going on right now. And a great team behind us. Thank you very much for everybody watching out on things that I can't watch out, who are doing so remotely, which brings us to whether we've got an answer to a question in our Oh yeah, we do. We've got answers to questions now. Here we go. This is great. This is great. We looks like we've got a winner. And let's just ho. Do you know what? I apologize. It's my fault. It's my fault that we have not seen these winners, because I've been doing various things that I have not been able to check out the people who have come in here. Now, let me see. The first, sorry, Blair Williams. Is Blair Williams who pipped, the first question was answered. The first question was answered. And I have to say, Blair has just pipped Stuart by a matter of seconds. Okay. So Blair, you are the one who won the first prize. Okay. Now, if you could get back to us, Blair, Blair won Beachy's rebook and 3 badges. And sorry, Stuart, but Blair just got in there just before you. Sorry to Dara and to Guy and to Alexander and to Debbie as well. Oh, so many people on the first question. How did I not get this? It's because I was looking, hands up, I was looking at a certain thing here on the screen, which wasn't exactly right. So who has won the second question, which was what shirt does Alistair McConaughey wear? Who founded the company? what company creates it, who founded it, and what year was it created. And the person to get that first was a fellow called Angus. Okay, Angus, you know who you are. If you email us your address, and we'll get that off to you on Monday. And that was the Union Jack Gummy Bears cocktails. Another wee book, if you'd like one, plus our 3 badges. The Force for Good flag, the Maintain the Union badge, which has been given to us by a colleague to give away, and also our AFFG heart. Oh, so good that you guys came in on there. So Blair wins the first one, and Angus wins the second one. One or two people there with other points. David is correct, but I'm afraid it's my mistake, David. It's actually the first question had actually been answered, but I hadn't seen it because I've got so many screens here that I'm trying to keep touch of. But sorry about that, David. Got a message coming in as well here from the Control Nerve Center, and what's just bringing me up to date with something. Good. Well, folks, remember it's our crowdfunder today. So this is what this is all about, is getting people over to our crowdfunder. Getting people over there. Yeah, so go to crowdfunder.co.uk and search for Defending the Union in 2021. And also you can just click the direct link, which is below this YouTube video, which is in our Twitter link, and which is also in our Facebook page. And we've got 9 interviews going on today. We've had several already. The next one is going to be coming up at 5:30, and we have a colleague who we are very much acquainted with, who has been a great help to us, especially intellectually, and who's a great activist. That's Ian. He'll be coming up at 5:30, and he's always got a lot to say, and we're going to be talking to him about what's gone wrong with devolution, and I know he's got a lot to say about that, much more than he will be able to squeeze in 25 minutes. But it's all going to be quite wise, because if we're about anything here at A Force for Good, it's about spreading wisdom and dropping knowledge about our great British Union. And we have insights, and when I say we, I mean everybody in our team. We have insights into what we call authentic unionism, which you simply don't hear in the mainstream media, which you don't see on STV News. We've never been approached by STV News, I might quickly add, although they're of course very well aware of Scotland's premier pro-UK campaigning organisation and think tank. They're very much aware of us, but for some reason they don't want to talk to us. And the reason they don't want to talk to us is because we changed the frame. We change the frame. We don't start talking about should Scotland be independent or not. We talk about why is the United Kingdom being broken up? How dare anybody break up the United Kingdom? Should the United Kingdom be broken up? You know, we see it from that British-wide perspective. It's not about should Scotland be independent. It's why is the United Kingdom getting broken up? That's not appropriate thing to do. It's a wrong thing to do. and the United Kingdom is a good thing in itself. See, this is where we differ from many unionists who are like fair weather unionists, who will be like, well, the union works just so long as we're getting some money from Rishi Sunak, and it seems to hold together just as long as the money keeps coming. But if the money stops coming, then we're not going to support it anymore. No, that's not us. We are for the union come hell or high water. We are for the union as a good thing in itself. We understand the value of the United Kingdom as an entity in itself. And we constantly push this through all our mediums, through our social media platforms, which we need to grow next year, not just the ones that we're on at the moment, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Parler. And Twitter, yeah, and Twitter, but also to reach out to other ones. So we almost have backup social media platforms, but that takes time and effort because people need to be tasked to work on those platforms daily. So that's where we want to go next year, because things are going to be tightening up very much as far as social media censorship is happening. You know, it used to be until not very long ago that you'd get banned if you were offensive or extremely rude. But nowadays you risk being banned or suspended simply because Twitter happens to disagree with you on a highly controversial matter, whether that's COVID, which is a very a topic that one has to really dance around, because if you don't have the proper opinion on COVID, whether or not it exists as a dangerous disease or whether or not people should be vaccinated or whatever, if you don't have the politically correct approach and attitude, you're in trouble on these social media platforms. That's how strong the censorship is. And I talking about that, I had some documents that I wanted just to speak about. Well, I'll speak about that later because they're over there. I don't have MD to hand them to me here in our office. Promoting the heart of unionism. That's a mug that we got done. It's one of a kind. It's one of a kind. It's not for sale, unfortunately. We looked into the mechanics of selling it and it wasn't going to be worth our time, but we do, yeah. So yeah, that's the big danger, is the censorship that's creeping in now, which is all part and parcel of the anti-free speech agenda, which has been rolled out across the Western world, and especially in Scotland, because here in Scotland, we have a set of circumstances that have come together that have put a small group of absolute severe radicals in control of the reins of power. And as we've been suggesting from our other interviewers, and as David Clews mentioned, they've really got it locked down. You know, they've got this locked down, and they're desperately trying to bring through this what they call hate crime bill, which is really an anti-free speech law, which they're desperately trying to bring in before the May election, 6th of May, in case they don't get it, in case they don't get another term to bring it in. So they're desperately trying to do that. And it's an absolute outrage, involving even criminalizing you for speech in your own home. Okay, now this is beyond and above anything that I'm aware, or that the Stasi or whatever may have done. Maybe they did do that, I don't know, but it's certainly on a par with, if not going above and beyond that. And people think, oh, Alistair, don't, how could you say that? You know, but think about it. Of course it is. Of course it is. if you get, you know, your great second cousin removed or something that you've never met before, you happen to have dinner with them in your own home and you say something and you don't really know this guy and he goes off and reports you could get convicted for that. That's absurd, because a Britain's home is his castle. That's the theory. That's how it used to be, at least in the United Kingdom. But all of these traditions, even just like a Britain's home is his castle, all of these traditions are being deliberately attacked to take away the characteristics that used to define being British. You know, when people spoke about that's not British, what did they mean? What they were talking about was a moral consciousness and a physical characteristic that was manifest in the people of the United Kingdom. Courage, free speech, live and let live, Britain's home is his castle, all that sort of stuff. And all of that has been deliberately assaulted until we all have to literally bow down. Many of us are bowing down already. Like all these $1 million football players, they're all bowing down anyway. They're just like totally perverse to bow down. You know, you just look, how a grown man bowing, how utterly, it just turns my stomach to see that. Oof. What's his home life like? What does his girlfriend or wife think of him doing that? Oof. That's disgusting behaviour from all our professional footballers. Should not be tolerated and should be booed to the heavens. Anyway, can't get back onto that. I've already had a wee talk about that. So yeah, the anti-free speech agenda is real. It's happening, and we're keeping a close eye on it. The idea was that anybody was going to suffer if Hamza Yusuf and his bot judiciary believed that it had the potential to stir up hatred, and that's still effectively it. And you get a worse sentence if the person who is offended is like a protected species, you know. So if you're a certain way and you classify yourself as one of these protected species under law, then you'll get a worse sentence. If you told somebody to whatever, you'll be in trouble. But if that person then says, well, I've got a protected status under the law, then your penalty will be even worse, right? So already we're throwing away the idea that all people are equal. What we're saying is all people are equal, but some are more equal than others. We're right back into what George Orwell was talking about. And there's a good article about that. There's several good articles out there, not very many articles out there because it's a controversial subject and very few people want to go into it, but we certainly will go there because why not? People expect us to go there and we should go there because somebody has to go there. But aggravated offences is what they call it, and that whole section as well should be taken out of the bill, but nobody's arguing for that apart from Alistair McConaughey and A Force for Good and one academic whose excellent writings we've been studying, a chap called Carlton Brick. We don't know anything about the guy, but we do like the stuff that we read from him. And he argues exactly what I just said there, that the concept of aggravated offences is against the idea of equality, because it's saying that some people should be treated more fairly under law than others, which is nonsense, absolute nonsense. Anyway, going to bring in our next guest, but before I do that, we'll have another question for you. And so glad to see everybody participating in the last two. I made a mistake here. I apologize for it, but we've got the people who have won it. Now, the third question is for, let me just bring up my list of questions here, which I love. Yes, at the start, Okay, let's make this Let's make this for the royal tin of shortbread that's got the Queen on it. Now these are shortbread biscuits which have which are Union Jack shaped. You open that up, you got lots of shortbread that looks like a Union Jack. Okay, Union Jack shortbread, but with a special royal family gift box that's got Charles, Camilla, the Queen, and Wills and Kate. Okay, and we'll also throw in a wee book, and we'll also throw in our 3 wee badges. Okay, our 3 wee badges: the heart, maintain the union, and the AFFG badge. And the question will be, and you have to, first person to email this, okay? And it's always going to be a tight race. And email it to contact@aforceforgood.uk. The question will be a royal question. On what date did Her Majesty the Queen last visit Holyrood? And who provided the guard of honor? Okay, the question is, on what date did Her Majesty the Queen last visit Holyrood, and who provided the guard of honor? Fairly simple question, and that's for the Queen's Union Jack shortbread, a wee book, and 3 badges. And we'll announce the winner at the top of the hour after we've had our interview. Now I'm going to send the link here to our man Ian, and Ian has got a lot to say about what has gone wrong with devolution. And if you just excuse me for a moment so I can find the document that was related to that. And I'm also going to say to the folk on Twitter and Facebook, just continue watching us, please, on YouTube. We can't do interviews on Facebook. We don't have the technology to do that, or on Twitter, but we're constantly streaming on YouTube. So please check us out there. Okay, see you later, folks, on Twitter. And folks, join us over on YouTube. Bringing in Ian. And I'm going to use these headphones for listening through another speaker. It might help me. Hello, Ian. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Can you hear us, Ian?
Yeah, you're a bit echoey, but I think that's normal.
Good, good. I can hear you fine. Excellent.
Brilliant.
Good stuff.
And how do I look? How's the lighting and all that?
Well, listen, Ian, thank you very much for coming in. I'm going to... Can you hear us? Going to introduce you simply as a colleague of mine who I've known for many years, a great thinker on unionism and a great activist as well. And we're so lucky at A Force for Good to have enthusiastic people who love to come out and really do the business on the streets and stand for the union. And you're definitely one of them, Ian. So we appreciate that. We appreciate it a lot. Just see where you are just now. That's a good place just to stand. You're just at a right level. And just there. Good. Nice to see the Union Jack in the background.
Oh yeah, I've got a Union Jack, and I've got, it's a bit dim, but I've got a painting of Edinburgh Castle in 1750 as viewed from Wetherspoons, or what is now Wetherspoons. Got the Norloch there, and I dare say large swathes of that was built by the British government. I don't know, but yeah, it's like a pre-Newtown.
Yes, we can't really see the Edinburgh Castle thing there, but Ian, basically, we had a conversation a little while back, and we were talking about what on earth has gone wrong with devolution, and I know you've got some thoughts on that, but I also know that it's basically, let's talk about the recent news story about the UK government and the internal polls. I know you've got something to say about that. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, this is the same topic, really. It's all just a side effect of devolution and how devolution has created a kind of information barrier in Scotland. So the news story you're referring to is, I think it was in the Times. I've got it in front of me. I've got a paragraph from it in front of me. I don't need to find it. Where the news is that Michael Gove has set up a special unit or task force for defending the union in Scotland. And, you know, they're going to go into Scotland and do public relations for the union and clear up misconceptions about who's responsible for what and who has credit for what. Now, this came as a response to the alleged spike in support for independence. So around about the end of the summer, there was an apparent spike for independence. The polls said it was 58%. I'm not sure I believe the polls. I believe that may be a very fragile majority, but nonetheless, it seems to have scared the heck out of the British government, and it's prompted Michael Gove to set up a special task force or a union public relations task force in Scotland to defend the union. Now, in the course of doing that, they did some internal polling in Scotland, and that's internal polling means the polls are not propaganda. The polls are polls done by the British government for the British government's information. And the poll revealed that so it's reliable. It's not a propaganda poll, you know. The poll revealed that they didn't give a figure, but it said a large swathe of the Scottish population thought that the furlough scheme was a Scottish government project. Now, if you genuinely believe that, well, the British government's thinking was that that is what accounts for the spike in support for independence. Now, if you think about it, that's actually a very tragic thing. That's actually a tragic way to be misinformed. But you have to ask how those two things happened. First of all, do you believe that the spike in support for independence is due to that belief among the Scottish populace that the furlough scheme is a Scottish government project? Or, I mean, it seems sufficient, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say? You with me?
Yes, I do. I do believe that the many people in Scotland simply do not know where the money comes from. Now, this is the big problem that we're facing as unionists, and we've faced it for a long time, is that, yeah, there's a little bit of a delay here, Ian. The thing is, though, that since the beginning of devolution, when they began to push out money, people didn't know. Most people don't know where money comes from in the first place, okay, and how money is created and all that sort of stuff. So when money just appears, they just presume it's the so-called government, which is whoever is on the telly talking to them. So they think it comes from the Scottish government, or they don't know if it's, they don't understand concepts like the Barnett formula. And I'm not knocking anybody. I don't understand the Barnett formula. If you ask me to explain it, I'm going to have to Google it and look it up. I don't know how all the money is proportioned. I don't care, actually. As long as it works, that's fine. And that's me. And this is my full-time job, is trying to keep track of these things. So most people are not to be expected to know where the money comes from. So you can easily do a little kind of switch and say, there you go, there's the money. And what's happening here in Scotland is that the money is given to Holyrood, and then Holyrood disburses it as if it is theirs. And I don't know how that image is going ever to change. Rishi Sunak could give £10 billion. If he gives it to Holyrood, Holyrood will have £10 billion, and they'll masquerade as the creators of this, and for whom we must be eternally grateful. So that's why we have to go over the heads of Holyrood, and that's why we need direct spending, just like we used to do in the old days. But that's just back to the way it was, which is how it was and how it was correct and how it should have been done. But what's your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, how did the SNP successfully cultivate that illusion that they can take credit? How did they tacitly induce the Scottish population to credit them with the furlough scheme? That's the question. And who let them do it, and how? And who's the weak? Where does the weakness lie here? You see? So here's what I believe happened, right? And your viewers and the cybernats and anyone watching, they can fact check this, right? The plague struck us in March of 2020, right? And for the first 3 months after that, all of the UK was in a total house arrest with 3 simple rules that applied to everyone. I even got a letter from the Prime Minister through the door. I didn't need to read any other letter. He was safe in the assumption that it applied to me. Total house arrest for 3 months, everyone in the UK, 3 simple rules. You go outside once for exercise, once for groceries. I think maybe it was 2 rules, I don't know. Once for emergencies. It couldn't have been simpler, and it was totally uniform. Now, here's the thing. It was uniform precisely because all that Nicola Sturgeon did during this time was ditto Boris's lockdown. Boris did a lockdown, and Nicola just went, right, we'll sign off on that for Scotland as well. And Scotland and England were in such perfect lockstep that many Scottish people went many, many weeks before even finding out that lockdown powers were devolved. It was as though it were not devolved. But, okay, so therefore, Nicola Sturgeon was contributing nothing to the lockdown, for better or for worse. She was contributing nothing, and she had nothing to say, or she ought to have had nothing to say. As a matter of fact, she was doing regular TV appearances, even when she had nothing to add.
Yes.
The question is, what did she get out of them? And how did she know to do them? So my thinking is that in March, Nicola Sturgeon knew, she foresaw that Scottish people were about to experience a case for the Union as bright as the sun. She knew that for months on end, every man, woman, and child in Scotland was going to be united with every man, woman, and child in England and Wales and Northern Ireland, united, if you'll excuse the expression, around the teat of Rishi Sunak. And she also knew that the Scottish Parliament would have very little to offer in terms of diverging. There's only so many ways to skin that cat. So I think what she's done is, do you remember during that period, she made a special point of getting in there an hour ahead of the Prime Minister. So she would attend the UK Cobra meetings, to which she was invited merely for good measure. And then the Prime Minister would make his announcement. But an hour earlier, Sturgeon would get in there and upstage him by basically making the same message. Now, what was the point in that? Because it's not as though she appeared on television in order to claim credit for the furlough scheme. The reason she was making television appearances an hour ahead of the Prime Minister, even though she wasn't explicitly claiming credit for the decision-making of the Cobra meetings, was she was engaging in a form of hypnosis, in a sense. She was putting on the mantle of responsibility in general and taking away a reason to then go on to watch the Prime Minister's speech, you see. And the internal polls that I talked about, the Tory polls, they also revealed that many Scottish people didn't even know that the Prime Minister was broadcasting briefings to Scotland, daily briefings to Scotland. And why would you know that? You get the same Cobra meeting update off of Sturgeon, and then she accurately relays the information. But the point is, she had nothing to add for 3 months, and yet you couldn't get her off the TV for 3 months. And at the end of the 3 months, you saw two things, where you saw the thank you Nicola ad with the kids on TV, and that was in May. That was as early as May. Most people have forgotten Nicola Sturgeon existed by May. But you had that thing going on. Thank you for what? We'll get to that. And then you had, I think by August or something, you had the supposed spike of 58%. Now, how do you get from 45% to 58% when the only thing in the news has been the pandemic, to which Sturgeon has contributed nothing?
Yeah.
So, but you can kind of see the illusion being manufactured, because that sort of astroturfed thank you Nicola ad with the kids, and a lot of people criticize that for it being kind of creepy and vulgar, but that actually distracts from the fact that, well, thanks for what? It's May 2020. Boris has done a lockdown. Nicola Sturgeon has dittoed it in Scotland. And it is Boris's lockdown which has alleviated even the Scottish police and the Scottish NHS. Is Nicola Sturgeon going to pass the thanks back up to the Prime Minister as well? I mean, the machinations, basically she leapt into action right in March. She foresaw that this could be the end of Scottish nationalism, and she managed to twist that knife and turn it to her advantage. Now, that, to bring things full circle, is a side effect of devolution and the cultural hegemon that she's able to establish over the media. I mean, it's not a question of the SNP being mightily persuasive. It's a question of the inertia of opposition media, of opposition politicians. Not one Tory politician, whatever, not Carlaw, not Leonard, whatever, would say, excuse me, thanks for what? I mean, she has nothing to brag about, and yet she spun the situation in her favor merely by virtue of the fact that there's no such thing as a contradictory voice in Scotland, not from the opposition parties and not from the opposition media.
Mm-hmm. Excellent analysis. Somebody's just pointed out here on YouTube, that is the right analysis, Ian. Sturgeon assumes centre stage in Scotland without responsibility or actually doing anything, and that's from Christopher. And that's so true, just the way that you put it. And her, what we would call full spectrum dominance. You talk about no opposition, but it's like full spectrum dominance of everything here in Scotland, and especially the media, who, as somebody pointed out to me recently, actually, a lot of these newspapers and even some of these television companies are failing organizations if they don't get their daily adverts and funding from the Scottish government, because so-called Scottish government, we call it Scottish administration. The Scottish administration is pumping out huge, like, what, full-page adverts every single day, telling you, you know, to remember, telling you stuff that you don't need to know and that's stupid anyway. And but we've all got to go along with it, apparently. But what the point is, that's worth hundreds of thousands every month to these media companies. And so they're not going to turn around and go, oh, shouldn't we just change the frame here? Because believe me, they could, if the media decided to start saying, if the BBC took her off, and if there was a paper or two here in Scotland who could stand up to her. But she's been able to see, just, I can't put it any better than what you've put it, she's been able to see that the stage is empty for her to stride upon. And it's the same in Wales with Mark Drakeford. And it was inevitable when Boris devolved the response to the lockdown, it was inevitable that this was a gift that he was giving to the to the devolved administrations. And before I get back to you, Ian, I just want to make the point that if he had retained it, if he had retained control, we probably would have given up lockdown long ago, because he would have realized, I can't actually keep a lockdown going in Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, much less most of England, because there's too much opposition to it. So we'll just forget about the lockdown and we'll just get back to normal. The irony is that we'll probably be back to normal back in April if he had not devolved it. But because he devolved it, all that meant was it just gave a stage for the Nats just to dance and sing on for possibly eternity. We could be stuck in this for years.
Well, yeah, because no part of the UK wants to be the part of the UK. No part of the UK wants to be the part of the UK that lets the other side down and infects the other part, because we've all got open borders. England doesn't want to be the part of the UK that heats itself up, you know, to become less hygienic and then infect Scotland, or at least that's the theory, you know, the propaganda. No part of the UK wants to be the part which can infect the other. So it's like a race to the bottom. But returning to what you just said there, there's some good news here as well. It's impossible to overstate the extent of the advantage that the British government has basically pissed away. If you cast your mind back to March and the spirit of the moment as it was in March, right? You have to strain your imagination to actually remember exactly what the thinking was in March and whatever the assumptions were in March. There's basically a week where things got more and more serious every day. And it's like, right, we're going to have to do this harsh measure.
Yeah.
Shut all the pubs. No, not all the pubs. We're going to have to shut everything most of the time. In fact, day 4, no, you're all under house arrest. So there's one thing and then another thing. And by day 5, everyone was thinking, are there any other crazy things we can do? No, sorry, we've gone full totalitarian. Okay, my point is that the spirit of the moment at the end of March was such that there was an understanding among all and sundry that, okay, shit just got real, right? The whole of Britain is pivoting to a wartime economy, national crisis, plague, okay? Desperate times, desperate measures, okay? No luxuries, no whatever. Boris Johnson could have suspended all devolved. There's a 2-week period in British politics where Boris Johnson could have suspended all devolved assemblies and not even Scottish nationalists would have batted an eyelid. I truly believe that that was a brief moment in British history where that was possible. He could have said, right, we need a centralised response, no funny business, no divergence, no disagreement, no fractiousness. We're gonna, it's self-evident that this virus requires a uniform UK-wide response. You know, I can't herd cats, so to speak, in order to make it happen. I'm the Prime Minister of a centralised country. There's no internal border control. I need to coordinate a response. Most operations of life have shut down. So come off it. There's no need for Holyrood. I'm going to suspend Holyrood for the next 18 months. I'm going to suspend, not 18 months. The Nats would have batted an eyelid then. You could have said, I'm going to suspend the London Assembly. I'm going to suspend, Manchester Assembly, the mayoralty. I'm going to suspend all these things. This is one of those things, He could have done that. And that's the size, but he had the entire situation in the palm of his hand. Now, I'm not saying that because he was stupid not to. Maybe he made a calculation and decided not to. But my point is that it's the good news is that it's the easy things that our allies get wrong. The SNP are not strong, they're just unopposed. So returning to the example I started with, people in Scotland believing that the furlough scheme was a Scottish government program. How do you get to a point where people believe something so off the mark? You get to that point because the right people don't do the obvious things. Sturgeon was relying on the fact that she was going to be totally uncorrected by anyone. She's used to it. What if, right, this is going to sound weird at first, the British government had put a little GIF of a Union Jack on the furlough scheme application form website, which I've never seen. Maybe there is one, but I doubt it. Because if there was one, how could large swathes of the Scottish population possibly believe it's a Scottish government scheme? Could it be that Michael Gove's efforts to set up a committee, was it called a task force to save the Union and re-educate the Scots and Scots nationalists might not have been necessary if someone had taken the 5 minutes to upload a GIF to the website. And if that sounds ridiculous, well, if that sounds incredible, it's because the forces of unionism are incredibly inert, and therefore it takes an incredibly small amount simply to make a difference. And that is the good news, is that all you need to do is your job, is to get on with your job in the usual way, is to be a straightforward countervailing force to the Scottish nationalists.
Yes, that's such a good point. I mean, everybody has to go to the tax website, and if you're self-employed or whatever, you fill in your tax details, which is just your tax number, and you say what you would have made, and they calculate it upon what you would have made over several months from your last tax statement. And literally, it takes 90 seconds, and it says you will be awarded X number of pounds. And it's just like amazing. And that's straight from the British Treasury.
Yeah, direct.
Okay. But the website is just like, it's just blank with HMRC and some wee green buttons here, there, and everywhere. But you should go onto that. It should be a massive, great Union Jack pulsating out at you. It should be going like, courtesy of Her Majesty's government. And you in Scotland will get X thousands of pounds from Her Majesty's government in Britain. And click here if you appreciate, you will get it if you appreciate the United Kingdom by ticking this box or something like that, and we will add you to a Force for Goods email update list. But I'm joking, of course, but seriously, they should have just done that, because so many people will be going on and going, oh, I don't know where the money comes from. Maybe Nicola's got some arrangement with with the tax revenue people,
Magic
or
oil
maybe it's the
money.
Scottish tax revenue, because they built that now. We've got a Scottish tax office, or at least a Scottish tax number,
All right,
which is just encouraging us in that way. So you're absolutely right. All they had to do, that was just such an easy win. But it seems, and you've said this before, that they keep getting the easy things wrong.
Yeah, I mean, another example would be, well, basically, the whole of the last 20 years has been one big litany of unionist own goals. I mean, another example, Rishi Sunak, I think in March or April, Rishi Sunak, he is the face of the furlough schemes, or he is Mr. Furlough. Now, he went on the television and said, we are going to have a four-nation solution to the pandemic.
Yeah.
Now, I can't remember whether he was talking about the furlough scheme or whether he was talking about just the general management or health, whatever. But the fact is, he is the face of the British furlough scheme. And he said, we will have a four-nation solution. And when I saw that, as well educated as I am on the subject, my first initial natural interpretation was, right, so what you're saying is furlough is devolved. That's me thinking that. Now, I didn't think that for long. I researched it further, but I received that meaning. So how can we be surprised that large, thousands of my countrymen received the same message? So basically, the pandemic was an opportunity to flatten Scottish nationalism in about 10 different ways. And all of them were pissed away, or they were bullets to the foot. And that is in a microcosm the entire history of British unionism, right from the moment that the Scottish Parliament was, well, the history of British unionism during devolution, I would say, right from the moment the Scottish Parliament was set up. I mean, even the Scottish Parliament is precisely calculated to get everything wrong. So all the wrong things are devolved. What's your interpretation of why, of the purpose of the Scottish Parliament? Purpose of the Scottish Parliament, from my point of view, as I understand it, historically, was twofold. At least these are the open purposes. One is to counteract a perceived democratic deficit. The whole Rust Belt situation. Scots didn't vote for Thatcher.
That's right.
And the other is to kill Scottish nationalism stone dead. Now, for purpose number one, well, all the things that were devolved are the things that Scots were always satisfied with under the Tories anyway, under direct rule anyway. Things like education, Scottish education was brilliant in the 80s and 90s. Do you remember any mass dissatisfaction on that front? You're older than I am. It was that kind of thing that was devolved, not the kind of thing that would take the edge off of deindustrialization or whatever made Scots feel disenfranchised by the 90s. So for purposes of eliminating the democratic deficit, all you've done is devolve all the wrong things for that purpose and create the West Lothian.
No.
And the second purpose, killing Scottish nationalism.
No.
You devolved all the wrong things for that purpose as well, because you devolved things like education and branding and things like that, and anything that's not described as an exception. So you gave the SNP the tools to govern Scotland in such a way that the Scots feel alienated, from the rest of Britain. So, for example, education, you can alter national consciousness with education, with signage, with language policy, that kind of thing. But none of the things that were actually the original source of grievance, which made devolution an attractive notion in the first place. So even on the face of it, devolution was a cock-up. Even by its own standards, its own stated purposes, it's failed from every angle, for every purpose. It's pissed off everyone from every point of view.
Yeah. Ian, we're at the top of the hour. As the time has gone extremely quickly. you've given us a lot of good food for thought there. And basically, from what I took away from that, you're basically saying that the pandemic period has put on display the ineptitude of the union government in basically taking advantage of an easy win, and in fact fouling it up to the extent that they've actually increased support for Scottish nationalism during a pandemic when they have been funding Scotland by billions of pounds. And how on earth could they have done that? And of course, we've spoken about that. And I really liked your idea there of simply rebranding the Furlough website, so everybody who goes on it comes away more British than they were 2 minutes ago when they went into that Furlough website. That's a great idea. And it's these little quirky ideas which are so powerful that help to nudge things in the correct direction. I'm going to have to say goodbye to you, Ian. Is there any places on the web where we can get writing by you or see material that you might produce?
Yes, I run a news aggregation Facebook page called SNP Don't Speak For Me. It has very little original content on it, but the pinned post at the top is a blog post from me, and I'm going to be adding another one. It was written in like January, but I'm going to be adding another one on the pandemic very soon. It's SNP Don't Speak For Me.
Excellent. Ian, thank you very much for being with us. When we get an even more professional studio system set up with more powerful processing power, we'll definitely get you in. Hopefully next year, the COVID carry-on pantomime will be finished and we can have even interviews here in the office. So thank you very much. And thank you for dropping in.
My pleasure. Have a good evening.
Okay, folks, that was Ian, great unionist thinker there. It's the top of the hour. I'm going to be back with the winner of the last prize. And I'm going to be back on Facebook and back on YouTube. So thank you very much to people who were commenting during that live broadcast. Let me go and change my t-shirt. All right, we're back and we're ringing the bell and we're rocking on the mic while the Scott Nats yell. Let's get fired back up on Twitter. And let's get fired back up on Facebook. Well, folks, we've had consistent viewership all afternoon, which I'm very pleased to see. We are broadcasting constantly on YouTube via the power of the Zoom machine here. And we're also every half hour broadcasting on Facebook. And of course, it's all about the union crowdfunder, the union telethon. The union telethon, which is raising money for the good fight to keep Scotland British and to keep the United Kingdom together. And I'm just going to pop over and see what we've got, how much we've raised in the last hour. Okay, we ended the last hour at 1,510, and we've got in the last hour 1,830. So that's nice, isn't it? That's 320 pounds up, 320 pounds up in the last hour. I want to say thank you to a very generous donator there who has pledged £100. Thank you to Anonymous for £100. Thank you to Selif for £25. Thank you to Gary. Thank you to Leslie. Thank you to Anthony. Thank you to Carl. And thank you to Anonymous. And thank you to Stuart. Thank you to Anonymous, and thank you to Catherine. And thank you to Stephen and to Colin. That's really very much appreciated and very much valued. Thank you. Message coming in here. Just want to check it. Yeah, somebody's saying, why don't you play Rule Britannia or Land of Hope and Glory during costume changes? Do you know what? That's a very good idea. We don't have the technology really to do it, other than just to, at the moment, we don't. Next year, we'll have all these gizmos, no doubt. At the moment, all we can really do is just play it through another computer here and hope that it gets heard on the microphone. So for those of you who have been watching the costume changes, and do pay attention, because you will be getting asked about this, okay? Hint, hint, for a future thing. This is a tartan t-shirt in Royal Stuart tartan by a maker called Run and Fly. That's who made this, Run and Fly, okay? None of these organizations are getting any money from us, obviously. I'm just giving them a punt out because I want to, because I love their productions. Okay, who won the last prize? Oh, there's been a lot of people have come in. A lot of people have come in with that one. And let me just check. I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm just going to check very carefully, but it looks like we have a winner. Excuse me. And and okay, there's one person. Yep, David S. You know who you are. 5th of April 2019 was when the Queen last visited Holyrood, and she had a contingent of the Scots Guards who were looking out for her. So that was the question: when was the last time that she visited Holyrood, and who was the Guard of Honor? And it was the Scots Guards. And we took a fantastic wee picture of that. We were right up close. Let me bring in the thing. So that's the Scots Guards there out on the Royal Mile. How did we get that close up? Well, we were right at the barrier, and took that wonderful photograph. And that's actually the Queen in Glasgow back on the 4th of July 2012, when she got a lot of people. There was so many people in Glasgow, all the streets around it. That was the Queen's Jubilee. All the streets around George Square were full of people desperate to see the Queen, and she was wearing that very outstanding pink outfit. That was back in 2012, but that was last year. In our wee book for the Union, if you don't have one's winging its way to David, along with the Union Jack Royal Shortbread, along with 3 wee badges as well. So congratulations, David, for that. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Well, talking about this tartan, the Royal Stuart tartan has become a modern, iconic tartan that is enjoyed by people throughout the United Kingdom. It's got a powerful role to play in modern pop culture as well. For some reason, back in the 70s, the sort of punk rock movement adopted it, and it was seen in a popular sense throughout the United Kingdom. And ever since, it's got very much a popular culture appeal. And I always think of it as very much as a consequence of that, growing up in the 70s as well. I always saw tartan as something that was a British thing and enjoyed Britain-wide. And you had the Bay City Rollers, of course, in the 70s, who had their tartan outfits, and they were enjoyed throughout the United Kingdom by all British people. And then tartan, this specific kind of tartan, Royal Stuart, is very much what I call like a British tartan. And of course, the Stuarts wanted to be Bonnie Prince Charlie at least wanted to be the King of Britain also, not just the King of Scotland. So yeah, love the Royal Stuart tartan. Goes quite well with the black jacket. And this is made by Run and Fly. So let me fire out the 4th question. I'll bring up the question. We're going to keep it like a prize per person. No, we're not going to keep it a prize per person. You can re-enter if you want. If you're quick on the draw, then that's cool. So yeah, feel free to enter again if you wish, if you've already won a prize. Okay, this is maybe a little bit harder. This is, how many prizes have we got left? 2, 3. So what hour is this? Right. The question is, in the wee book for the Union, okay, we paraphrased a famous poem and we gave it our unique British spin, okay? And so that's, you're really only going to know this if you've got the wee book for the Union and if you're watching in. So we gave it our unique British spin. Now, what was the full name of that poem in reality, and who wrote it? Okay, so that's more of a technical one, and it's really a wee gift to the wee book owners already. There's poems in here, but we paraphrased a famous poem. There's two poems in here. One is Rule Britannia. We're not talking about Rule Britannia. We're talking about the other poem that's in this book. Not the song, We Are the Brits, not that one either, but the final poem, we paraphrased it. What was the real title of that original poem and who wrote it? Okay, and for that, we'll send you one of these lovely wee again, Union Jack shortbread tins that have got the flag of Scotland and England here, and also the flag of England and, sorry, it's Scotland and Ulster, and that's England and Wales, okay? So the wee tin is a collector's item in itself. We'll send you one of those. We'll send you a wee book, and we'll send you our 3 badges, okay? Our AFFG heart, our AFFG flag, and the we maintain the Union badge. Any other goodies that we've got here? Do you know what? We'll also send you a wee coaster. Substantial coaster with the Union Jack and the crown on it, okay? And so that question, contact@aforceforgood.uk for the answer. The first person will win it. And you win all those things, and we'll send those to you on Monday, okay? And the question again, in the wee book, we paraphrased, that is to say, we actually changed the poem a little bit. It wasn't, we deliberately changed the poem. It's not Rule Britannia, and it's not the Robert Burns poem or anything like that. It's the other poem that appears there. And what was the original title of that poem and who wrote it? All good, all good. How's things looking? Thank you to everybody. Pauline says another nice t-shirt. Thank you, Pauline. I'm looking forward to interviewing you later in the evening at 8:30. We'll be checking in with Pauline. Rita says, fancy t-shirt. Rita, will get you on for an interview one of these days. I know that you can't do it today because it's your birthday. I hope you've had a lovely wee break today. I know you're getting a wee treat for today, so I hope you've had a lovely birthday. Rita, you're a force for good, no question about that. William says, my mother's maiden name was Stuart. I feel proud. Good, good. Brian says, love our union from Liverpool. Richard's given us some thumbs up, as is Anne. Great stuff. I just want to go over to some of the comments that were on the union telethon when Ian was with us. Guy says, Ian, you're a clever fellow. Love listening to your insight. Ian is very clever. He's one of our best thinkers. Richard says that he thinks a lot of the cabinet people have just sat on their hands, really, in many ways, on many of these issues that Ian was talking about. There's a sense in which a lot of the British political establishment doesn't really understand what the United Kingdom is. It's weird that, because the United Kingdom is the most astonishing country in that it's a country. Undoubtedly it's a country, and undoubtedly it's a nation, which is made up of smaller parts which also identify as nations. So in that sense, I'm not aware of any other country in the world like that. So we are unique here, and so we have our unique political issues as a consequence. And as I was saying to John Yates from Restore GBNI, you know, we have a great vision and a great idea, unity. Unity is the core of what we as unionists are about. And no matter how you spin it, the Scottish nationalists are for disunity. You know, they're for breaking up these islands, which is not, it should be easy to argue against that. It should be easy to argue against that, but we don't have a political class that properly understands what the United Kingdom is and how best to argue for it. And that's what we do at A Force for Good, is we establish our point of view from first principles. And of course, every day on our social media platforms as well, we speak about what's gone in the past, what has brought us to where we are, to our, what we call our inheritance. That's that which has been handed down to us by our forebears, which is so valuable and necessary. And there's a huge story to tell there on all of that. There's a great British story to be told. Yes, and so please remember, folks, this is our crowdfunder. It's our 10-hour union telethon. It's never been done before. It's about saving the union. It's about the union in need. It's about defending the union in 2021. And we are a group that runs very frugally, and we have a great team of people that we've built up around ourselves for almost 9 years now. And every single one of the people that does work for A Force for Good is so important to us, and everybody who supports us on the street is so important, and everybody who donates is very, very valuable. And for many people, donating is the best way that they can lend a hand. They might not be in a position to put their necks above the parapet, as it were, but they can certainly donate. So if that's you, please do take this opportunity today at the Union Telethon to do what you can for us. And believe me, it will be a good investment for you, because we're not raising money here for salaries. We're raising money for action next year. And expenses mount up very quickly. And we're so pleased this year to be able to ask for more than we normally would. Last year we asked for 5, we got over that. This year we're asking for 15, because next year is going to be very, very busy for us, and we're going to need that for all our activism, not just physical activism, but for social media activism as well, because posting across 5, maybe next year 7 social media platforms every day, several times a day, is a full-time effort for many of us. here at the AFFG team. So please do what you can, folks. Click the crowdfunder link below YouTube, on the Twitter, and on Facebook here. Easy to get to it. Defending the Union in 2021 at crowdfunder.co.uk. Richard gives us some history. Mary, Queen of Scots, formalised the use of the spelling S-T-U-A-R-T while resident in France in order to preserve the correct pronunciation. Okay, interesting. Diana says Bay-City Rollers, Bay-City Rollers. I'm learning Shang-a-lang. Love the Bay-City Rollers. I remember them. Who remembers they had a television program as well, where they come on and do like little skits, you know. Gosh, that's going back. That's going back. That is. So yeah, continuing on. Ibrox Park says you and John should have a joint show some Saturday. Yeah, good idea. Ibrox Park, we may well do that if John's up for that. I'm sure he will be. Good. So, what was? Yeah, another point here. Just hang on a second. We're going to be bringing in Jonathan in a minute, who is one of our activists, and going to be speaking to him basically on the situation here on the ground in Glasgow, because we're tier 3 lockdown, and that's affecting many of us. To an extent that's not properly articulated, but we're going to be speaking about those things. Right, I see the time, so I'm just going to send the link straight through to him at this moment. And we will see if we can't get this done. Incoming. Okay, bear with us, folks. Now we're going to go off of Twitter and we're going to go off on Facebook. And if you want to see the interview with Jonathan, which will take us to the top of the hour, please do just click on the YouTube link and you can watch it there. You can watch it straight through there, because we're broadcasting completely on YouTube for 10 hours straight, but we can't do interviews on either Twitter or on Facebook. Okay, Facebook, we'll see you later. See you at 6 o'clock, where we'll have the result of who won the last competition.
Good evening, Alistair.
Good stuff. Good stuff, John. Can you hear us okay?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't hear you.
Right.
Oh, hang on. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. My fault. My fault.
Okay.
Okay, how are you? Have you been working out?
Yes, I was earlier on today. Yes, glad that Glasgow people are now finally allowed to go back to the gym Who would have thought that being fit and healthy was a bad thing?
Well, John, I know that, Jonathan, I know that you are a keen sportsman, obviously. And what's your thoughts basically at the moment regarding the state of play with the COVID lockdown vis-a-vis the ability of people to actually, you know, enjoy life in the sense of pursuing their activities and getting healthy? I mean, because obviously that's central to your lifestyle. How has that hit you?
It hit me very hard, and I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that's interested in physical fitness, whether they do it professionally, right down to just someone wanting to lose a little bit of weight. It's been mentally very difficult, physically very difficult as well. You see, Scotland in particular is a nation which went on for a long, long time about people being obese, people being unhealthy, and we're actively encouraging people to go to a gym, go out running with people. They always encouraged group activity because it was motivational. People would go swimming, men to play football, all that grinded to a halt with lockdown, and we were indoctrinated to the idea that was somehow unsafe, wrong, and bad. The gyms, from what I've seen, they're the best places in terms of the social distancing and the cleanliness. I've never been to a gym where the staff aren't taking hygiene and things like that seriously. So I was really shocked that that was one of the major things to go. But personally, I thought it was very difficult. Makes a lot of exercise releases endorphins. Any doctor, any scientist, any fitness person will tell you that endorphins release a feel-good factor. Exercise makes a person feel better, and to deprive people of that, that was bad. That hit a lot of people really hard. And there's definitely a correlation between exercise and improved mental and physical well-being. So I thought the whole thing was stupid. I really disagreed with it completely.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, basically what we've got here in Scotland, as you just said so eloquently, is that we're told that we have an obesity crisis and so on. And then for several years, we were getting told that we have to exercise and eat 5 a day and so on. And then that messaging changed so abruptly and frighteningly so that it almost made you wonder that as if the politicians had it in for you, or if they didn't actually care at all about the health of the people, because it's absolutely essential. I mean, the best defense against COVID, or indeed against any sort of seasonal disease, is to be healthy, to be outside, and to keep your body strong and fit. And it's the exact opposite of what the politicians have been telling us that we should be doing. And so that's almost like creepy. You know, it's almost like these people don't actually have our best interests at heart, because for many people, especially many young men, is that's a way, going to the gym is a way of like releasing their energy, you know, and also building their own self-esteem and their sense of self-worth and things like that. Once they get in control of their body, it helps a young man to become a man, you know, because they're doing the manly things, you know, they're lifting heavy weights and so on. And so to try to stop young men, many of whom live on their own, to stop them doing that, it's like totally wrong. It's like there's no question about it. It's totally wrong.
Well, there you have as well the independent gym owners. You know, they're not part of big sort of franchises like Barrentine's, things like that. A lot of them might still be holding on to the business by the skin of their teeth, but they could seriously go under should they do another lockdown. And why wouldn't they do a lockdown? Both the UK and Scottish, well, the UK government and the Scottish Assembly both seem to think that that's the way forward. So just like the hospitality sector, you know, people in the fitness industry, people that own gyms independently, people that are personal trainers, you know, they're people too. They surely, you know, their life should be important. They should be able to go and earn a living, but many of them can't. That's all been put on hold, and some of them may very well have had to pack that in as a career and had to go and do something else, probably a job that doesn't give them anywhere near the same satisfaction in life, and in turn will probably make them psychologically low and depressed. And there we go. That's another statistic that could have been prevented, in my opinion.
John, I'd like you to speak about what you see. I know you've got some thoughts on this about the psychological damage of lockdown, but before you answer that, somebody's just left us a message here saying his arms are bigger than my thighs. And before you get into the psychological problems of lockdown, could you just give us a brief, from a health and fitness point of view, how do you get arms that size? Okay, how do you actually, what sort of training routines are you doing to get to that level?
Well, in my younger days, I used to compete, but I don't know. All I can really say is perseverance and time. It's the sort of sport or way of life that, as long as you're consistent and injury-free, you will only improve at it. But I'm by no means anything special. I'm just merely a man in his mid-30s trying hard, maybe failing, to stay young. That's all I'm trying to do. For me, there's nothing else to it. It's not even a vanity thing for me. It's just merely trying to stay in the game so as that I don't look like my old man. But in terms of the question, the mental health side of it, I don't even think it's just the preserve of people that go to a gym. Anybody, you know, that's had their way of life, their way of going about things interrupted, of course it's going to hit them hard. And I think the hardest hit people, and the people that have, in my opinion, been punished, is the elderly. You know, take the whole gym aspect of it away. What about the people that live in most of our communities, working class communities, that liked to go to, say, the bingo or something? I'm thinking of older ladies, and to be told, no, you can't do that anymore. But for those people that, you know, retired, seeing their friends and mixing with the people, you know, and to be deprived of that all of a sudden, that must have been hellish for them. And you probably find that people who are elderly, who maybe were keeping themselves active, may no longer wish to be active now that they have sort of semi-skimmed freedom to go to a shop with people, which is fine, but, you know, we can't go to bars yet or anything like that. Don't know why. But for those people, you know, they might want to be recluse now. They might not feel safe to go out because of the constant scaremongering. And I think that scaremongering, everything that I would say is wrong in Scotland is down to scaremongering. The COVID thing is by the by. That's just part of it. But this is a problem in Scotland that's been going on for far too long. This is just another thing for people to be jumping on the bandwagon of being scared, and you can't say this, you can't do that. And it's horrible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know, talking about the scaremongering there and the psychological damage, it really is at a level that many people don't properly appreciate. We're creating a younger generation right now in school who are being taught to be afraid. I'm just going to give you a quick, for instance. I know a person who's got a wee boy in primary 1, okay? And this is a sad story, but he was at home and his mother was singing jingle bells, and the wee boy goes, "Mummy, you're not allowed to sing. It's bad for you." And she's like, "Where did you hear that?" And she goes, "Oh, the teachers are telling us we can't sing." So we primary one children, right, in Scotland are not being allowed to sing and are being told at that formative age that singing is bad for you. Now, there's only one word for that, and that's evil. And I believe that the people who are promoting that really need to be taken out and given a good talking to, if nothing else, because it's that you cannot be running a country like that, and you cannot be putting these false thoughts that are complete upside down, perverse, almost like satanic reality into these little children. You can't have that. And the people who do that are culpable. And this is what we're facing. And we are facing, as you know, John, powers and principalities that are out there. And we all just have to stay strong. But first thing what we have to do is to understand the nature of the power against us, and that there is a lot of bad things going on under this COVID crisis. And to get back to my actual point, though, which was people are being retrained, like the brains are being recalibrated or rewired, I think is the thing, to be afraid of life and to obey. And whether that's obeying whoever is coming out of the fake news that night, or whoever is or whatever, it's not good. But at least there's people like ourselves who are conscious of that danger and are doing what we can to stay strong physically as well. And that's what I like about yourself, is that you're doing what you can over your own autonomy, which is your own body, to be healthy and to stay strong. Because many of us, that's really the only sort of, to an extent, it's the only kind of thing that we have any autonomy over. Because as Neil Oliver has pointed out, under this present COVID situation, we have to ask ourselves if we ever have any kind of freedom anyway, when it kind of gets stripped bare like this, and you realize just how vulnerable we all are as individuals, and that we've only got a certain amount of power over our own lives. So that which we have over our own lives, whether it's just keeping our house clean or whether it's keeping our bodies physically healthy or something, it's things that we can do. But John, let me get back onto the situation here with the SNP. Now, you've been with us on the streets, and you're a great activist to have around for obvious reasons, and very proud to have you with us. Now, what would you say to like younger people who, because as you know, most younger people really don't have a position either way. So how would you try to get them interested in the union? Do you have any sort of ideas about it?
In a way, yes. I think that trying to personify this is not going to be the easiest way, but I will jibber on, and I think somewhere in there the point will convey itself. It's also very difficult here to answer that question without being negative or to be intentionally rude, but I will say my piece, because I do believe in freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of speech for myself, and I do believe, even if I don't like it, in freedom of speech for the opposition. And I'll use the word opposition. I'm not going to say opponent, because I'm not here to attack anyone verbally, especially when I'm just sitting here via video link. That would be ridiculous. It achieves nothing. In Scotland, our opposition wants something inspired by bitterness and resentment. Ourselves, now, we aren't bitter or resentful of the United Kingdom. We happen to like it. We feel safe in it. We've all grown up, proud of our heritage and our Britishness. Now, I think in Scotland, since the mid to late 1990s, the educational system, the media, even soap operas, although it might not say it specifically, but it certainly does so insidiously or subliminally, convey this message of us and them. Now, that was all fair enough initially, because the whole idea of rampant, bitter, divisive Scottish nationalism it certainly wasn't as ferocious as it is today. But that's something, unfortunately, that's grown arms and legs and has got worse. It's now moved away from just being an alternative which I never would have agreed with and never would. Over my dead body would I support breaking up the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But for the people that do, it moved away from something that seemed in their mind like a peaceful alternative to a hate-filled, bitter resentment, disgust of all things that bind this union together. So I won't speak about it from a Welsh or a Northern Irish perspective, but certainly in Scotland, I've noticed the people that subscribe to that are angry and they're bitter. That's not a very nice trait to have. That's not the sort of people that you would want to sit down and have at your right-hand side in your time of trouble. You don't want an angry person in your life. You want to try and avoid all form of negativity and bitterness. So when I see the message of Scottish nationalism, and I see and experience the vicious abuse that we get and what they're saying and what they think, I would encourage our people, our young people, just simply not to be like that. They're the people that have an agenda which isn't happening, and God willing will never happen, never be put into place. Our system works, and we are trying to defend a system that works. We're not the antagonist, they are. So I certainly wouldn't want a young person to be politically indoctrinated to hate. I would just simply try and put the point across positively, the things that's positive about the union. And I do believe in individuality.
Yeah.
So the other side, there is some people on the other side that have a really strong obsession with young people. And by that, I'm talking about people that's maybe at the upper end of high school and then further education. And of course, the key there is to come across as cool, as the way, and get everyone collectively into this whole system. And they then will be, the future generations will be the face of that ideology. But they're taught that we're wrong and bad. They're taught to hate us. We don't have to do that. We should, or anyone that's proud to be British or comes from a background where Britishness has been talked about and encouraged, we don't have to prove ourselves to anyone. So my overwhelming message to young people would be yourself. You have nothing to prove. You're proud of your country. You're proud of the fact Scotland's part of the family of nations that make up Great Britain. Good. You don't have to be aggressive to put your point across. You just have to be yourself. Because quite frankly, it's the opposition that have the problem, not us.
Yes. Yes. Do you know, that's very well said. That's very well said, John. And I like that. And what you're getting at basically is setting a good example. Set a good example of a well-balanced individual that understands the blessings that we have in this great land of ours, which is far and away beyond anything that exists in most of the world. And that reminds me of Neil Oliver, who wrote about this, and he summed it up here. We quoted him in his wee book, and he goes, "We are so spoilt, we are throwing stones inside our magical dome." Yeah. And what will it take before we realize what a precious place this Britain is? And as long as we can understand that, communicate it in a reasonable way, as you were mentioning, and also set a good example, then it's as much as we can really do as individuals. And I would say to anybody who wants to, who thinks that they're a Scottish nationalist, to go on one of these marches, and well, you can stand with us and look at the vitriol that is thrown at us and the horrible remarks that are made and the nasty twisted faces of people who are shouting and screaming at us. Or you can go along to their so-called speeches at the end of the day and listen to the absolute complete nonsense that they're spouting. And if you're a rational individual, you will begin to think, well, this is just a silly thing. Because the Scottish nationalists are basically their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
When we've had our very first ever Thin Red Line counter protest against them, they hadn't thought we were going to be there, and there was only a very, very small police presence, and every one of them went absolutely ballistic. And the video that we took that day, the Facebook Live, it's difficult to watch. It's difficult even for me to watch, because the extremity of the anger that was just pouring out of them, our little band of merry men and women, was shocking. And so they all thought, they'd suddenly realized, oh, bad idea to shout at these people, so try to behave. And so they've tried to improve their behavior ever since, but there's still a rum bunch, shall we say? They're a rum bunch.
Do you know something, Alistair?
Absolutely, completely.
And Alistair, in a totally non-patronising way, I actually do feel sorry for most of these people.
I was going to ask you, John. I should say, what would you say to people who are concerned about coming out to help A Force for Good on the streets? What's been your experiences, and what would you say to encourage more people to do so? Because that's what we need. We need people to step up.
Well, a face on the street is certainly good. There's always safety in numbers, and the bigger the presence, I suppose the more impact the point put across is. But ultimately, I would say that the unionist community must have a serious think about how we as a community will tackle the up-and-coming Scottish parliamentary elections. People that will know me personally know that I've not entirely been a fan of tactical voting, because I've seen that, or I personally don't believe that politicians, I won't name the parties, don't actually have or share the same principles as the message that or the appeal that they're trying to get. What I will also say, I move slightly off point, but I would like to add it in. I think that the opposition, I really hate, and it's a strong word, but I hate how that ideology has moved away from encouraging the notion of Scottish people to be proud of themselves to an inferiority complex. This whole whataboutery carry on, blaming everything and everybody English or anything negative that happens here. Scotland as a country historically has produced some great people that have made a wealthy contribution to Western civilization. Scotland as a country doesn't have to prove itself, and certainly doesn't have to feel inferior. But unfortunately, for the last 2 decades, the message coming from those who either have a lukewarm attitude to the union or totally against it completely is to put a point across that Scots should somehow feel lesser people compared to what's happening down south. And I think that's appalling, because I myself, as a child, spent a lot of time in London. I never felt out of place because I had a different accent. Nobody ever made me feel different, weird, or awkward, or less than them because I was Scottish. But I do tell you this, when I came back to Glasgow, and in the 90s, and because my grandfather, you know, God bless him, he's no longer with us, because he was an Englishman, some of the things I heard people say was appalling, and it really did stick. So I never, but it was not said in a triumphalism thing. It was said that somehow that English people were keeping Scots down. I have never seen any evidence of that. Nobody here in Scotland, no one is any worse off or has no less an opportunity to maximise their potential in life than anyone else on the British Isles. I just wanted to add that bit in there because I felt it was important.
It's a good point. Like it's like, well, when has this English people keeping Scots down ever happened? You know, I'm not aware of it unless you're going to go back to some historical thing about Edward I invading because he wanted the Stone of Destiny or something like that. I mean, that's what they did back in those days. It's not, you know, but time has moved on, and our nation, our several countries here within our one united kingdom have all developed in such a way that we all understand the best thing is we're stronger together, and that united the sum is greater. United, we're greater than the sum of our parts, and that's just common sense, really. But you touched on the anti-English thing, and that's something we'll be developing later this evening as well, because there's no question about it that is still at the heart of a lot of it's a central dynamic of the Scottish nationalist position. John, we're at the top of the hour. Thank you very, very much. The half hour has gone very quickly. I know you've got a lot to say, and hopefully we'll have you back on. But so for the meantime, thank you very much. Hope to see you next year, when hopefully we'll be back to some kind of semblance of order, God willing. And I wish you the very best, and keep training those arms. Okay, John. Good night.
All the very best, and Rule Britannia.
Okay, take care.
Bye.
Just click on the... Fantastic. That's the great Jonathan there, one of our sterling supporters, as always. We have such a great crew, and we're so blessed here at A Force for Good to have such great people who are around us and who support us. Okay, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to go. I'm going to change a t-shirt. We'll be back 2 or 3 minutes after the hour, back on Facebook, back on Twitter, and reading some of your comments, and also telling you who won the last competition. Okay, just sorting out the Facebook Live again. We have to do our interviews only on YouTube just because of our particular technological setup at the moment and some of the limitations that we're facing as a consequence of that. Going live onto Facebook. Well, we're now into the 6th hour of our 10-hour union telethon, which is fundraising for our ability to defend the union in 2021. And so we're back in the ring to take another swing. Back in the ring to take another swing. So yes, we are going to look at who has won the last prize. And I'm afraid it wasn't won by anyone. Sandra has has mentioned the poem, has mentioned the song, but we're asking about the poem. Now, the poem was in the inside back page, and it was "Sail on, O ship of British state, sail on, O Union strong and great, for humanity with all its fears, with all its hopes for future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate." And we adapted that a little bit. From the poem, which is called, from the poem by Henry Longfellow. And it was called The Building of the Ship by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. And he ended it. It was a big long poem. I'm looking at it here on the internet, and we liked the bit at the end about sailing on, O Union, strong and great. Of course, when he was writing, he was talking about the American Union. Humanity with all its fears, with all its hopes of for future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. So we didn't really adapt it. We just, well, yeah, we added sail on, O ship of British state. Sail on, O Union strong and great, for humanity with all its fears, with all its hopes for future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. And you know, that is where we are, because the world needs the United Kingdom. It's always needed it. It needs us to be together because we have a destiny. We have a destiny to serve humanity. I do believe that. I do believe that. And so that was a perfect wee verse. And I actually was alerted to it when the aircraft carrier Queen Elizabeth II was christened at Rosyth, and the admiral who gave the speech there, he quoted from this poem. And I think he may have quoted that verse actually, but I certainly looked it up and I thought, bang on, that's perfect for us. And so when we're out on the streets at the Thin Red Line, we are always, that's how we always end. We end with that. And we always emphasize that, believe us when we say that the men and women of a force for good will stay the course for the union we so love. which is another line from a heavy metal song by Iced Earth, which is about the American Civil War. We'll stay the course for the Union we so love. I thought, I like that. I'm going to use it. Fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the t-shirt for the 6th hour is going to give you a fashion display here. Britain's finest. How about that t-shirt, eh? Britain's finest. The Union Jack motorcycle. And that's by Barber. Britain's finest. That's a good phrase. I like that. I like that. What does this shirt say? Yeah, Britain's finest by Barber. Okay, so I hope you're taking notes because there may be a question. I got to make a note myself. Okay, so nobody won the last prize. So the last prize was the Union Jack tin, along with a wee book, along with badges. But it was a difficult question. It was a difficult question. I get that. And it required specialist knowledge by people who had the wee book. So it was maybe a bit unfair. However, we'll move on to one now that everybody can get. And the question for this hour, which will be announced in an hour's time, is, and let me bring up the competition question. The prize is going to be another box of Union Jack shortbread with Union Jack shortbread and with the royal design. So it's another collector's tin with William and Kate on it. Special edition. That's what we call it, a special edition. Special edition. And what you'll also get as well is a wee book thrown in. And you'll get the 3 wee badges thrown in as well. And the question is, William and Kate, and when you've got the answer, send it to contact@aforceforgood.uk. Now, the question is, William and Kate were recently regaled by a great British musical icon. Okay? And that's the root of that word, regale, regal, singing to the monarch. William and Kate were recently regaled by a great British musical icon. Who was it? What song was sung? And can you name all this person's #1 singles? Okay. And if you can't name them all, the prize will go to the person who names most of them. Okay. So William and Kate, for a William and Kate shortbread tin, were recently regaled by what great British musical icon? Who was it? What song was sung? And can you name all this person's #1 hit singles? That's a great question. I came up with that. I was so pleased with that question when I came up with that one. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So let's have a look at how the crowdfunder is doing. Now, because this is what it's all about. An hour ago, we had £1,830, which is 12% of our £1,500 target. What have we got now? We're up £50. We're up £50. So thank you to Paul, who has donated. Thank you to Stephen, who has donated. Thank you to David. Thank you to those folk who have who have given in the last hour. Thank you for that. Okay, we're at 1,870 folks. We're going to be here until 11 o'clock at night. I'm enjoying myself. We've got some good guests. We've got one of our female activists coming up at in 15 minutes. And a woman who stands up for what she believes in is how I would describe her. She's coming up. That's Ellie's coming up at 7:30. Fascinating thing about Ellie is she was the first person in Scotland to actually protest, physically protest, the opening of the Scottish Parliament when it opened at its new site at Holyrood. And so back in 2004, so she was actually on the street on her own protesting, and she's the first person to recognize in that physical way what the disaster that was going to be coming down the line. So we're going to be speaking to her, a big, an icon in a sense in unionism. So that will be at 7:30. Okay, so got that. I just want to read out some messages here that we've got in. Angus says, love the jacket, thank you. Scottish nationalists wonders. Well, that's a silly comment, Tito. Stop hating, Tito, and start participating, okay? Stop hating, start participating. David donated. Thank you for that, David. Susie makes a comment there about barbers' jackets, most practical on the conning tower of a submarine. I'm quite sure that they are. Absolutely. Barber's a great British company, of course, isn't it? Pete says Triumph was originally a German company. I didn't know that. Triumph being the motorcycle, I guess, on here. Yep. King Brookpilled says, hello, Alistair. Richard says, if you're British, wherever you live in the world, you should be concerned. Better Together says, brilliant work with the great guest speakers. Thanks. Anybody who would like to be heard, please do so. Scotland will always be the heartland of Britain and will always rightfully have its place in the UK. Well, let's absolutely hope so, sir. We can't necessarily take it for granted because there's a lot of powerful forces at work at the moment. So we have to plan, and we have to prepare, and we have to ensure that whatever we can do with the resources available to us, whoever we may be, we're in a position to look after ourselves in the sense of staying healthy, staying happy, of course, as well, because the powers that be are trying to make us all unhappy. And when you get unhappy, you get angry. And when you get angry, you compromise yourself. So it's very important, whatever happens, even in the face of great evil, you have to remain healthy and remain as happy and as positive as you can, because once they've got you angry with life, then they've defeated you. And they're constantly trying to make people angry. Quite righteous anger is, of course, important, but don't get angry with life, you know. just enjoy that. What other comments here that we can read out? Kayin asks, when's the next AFFG counter march in Edinburgh? Well, that depends upon how often it depends if the Scottish Nationalists are going to have marches in the first place that we can counter. Now, they do have a set of marches planned for next year, starting in April in Arbroath and Glasgow in May, and moving through to Edinburgh in October of next year. But of course, with the situation that we've got at the moment, it is likely to mean that some of these might not go ahead, or they might go ahead in a different form or something like that. So it all depends upon whether Madam Sturgeon will open up Scotland again. And here's my take on it for what it's worth. She's going to keep us locked down until May, until the Scottish election. And she's going to try to bring in an all postal election for next May. That's just my feeling in the back of my head is what's going to happen. She's not going to open up it because basically we've only got January, February, March and April. The Scottish election's on the 6th of May. So you're looking at 4 months there, 4 months to lift the lockdown completely and say, oh yeah, we can all go to polling stations again. You know, whether or not we can go to polling stations physically is going to become the big issue next year, along with the vaccination thing. So don't be surprised if they do all postal balloting, because this is all part of a kind of political reset that's going on, to use the fashionable word these days, changing the democracy as much as they possibly can. And then once they've got it down to all postal balloting, are we ever going to have a walk-in election again? Who knows? Who knows? So, and England, of course, has got council elections going on. So if England says, yeah, we're going to open up the polling stations and everybody can walk about and vote at polling stations, Sturgeon will absolutely say, well, in that case, we're going to do the exact opposite and we're not going to have open polling stations. We're going to do a world's first, the first ever all postal balloted election. Aren't we progressive? You know, she'll be looking for that. She's not caring. She's not caring if it makes any sense or not. It's just what is going to deliver the political value for her with her tame media, with her frightened little media. And we're entering a strange time. We're entering strange political times, absolutely. And 2021 is going to be unusual. It's going to be odd. Let's hope it all opens up. Let's hope something happens that enables them to open it all up again. But the tendency of politicians is to get more and more power and to keep us more and more put upon, you know, to keep us more and more looking to our masters, as it were. And remember, you've got a huge element of the Scottish population that will just go along with that because they support Sturgeon. She can do no wrong. So it's going to be interesting next year. It's going to be interesting next year whether or not we even get a proper election. So yeah, we're going great guns here, by the way, and thank you to the team behind us who are ensuring that we can do this, because they're monitoring Twitter, Facebook, posting on Parler, and also YouTube and so on. So yeah, we like to read the YouTube comments. Can only really read the YouTube comments every half hour or so, obviously, and we're happy to do that. And so glad to see you on there. So glad to see everybody on there. So to make a comment on YouTube, though, you need a YouTube account. And I mean, you can watch on YouTube free, of course, but to actually like or tick subscribe or thumbs up or send a message on the live chat, you need to have a YouTube account, which you simply get by signing in, top right-hand button, and following the instructions, and you'll get a Gmail with that at the same time, and then you can comment on the live chat. And we see our YouTube thing as really going to be taken off this year. We've had that YouTube account for several years, but it was only this year that we really started pushing it, and we were only able to push it because of the Christmas crowdfunder last year. We made £5,500, much of which went into ensuring that we could do 37 consecutive YouTube broadcasts this year and 180 shorter videos, okay? Because all of that requires work from several people. So that's come on really well this year. Last night, thanks to David Clews, give a shout out to him at Unity News Network. We had him on earlier. Thanks to him mentioning us last night, we got 170 new subscribers overnight, okay, which has now pushed us over the all-important 1,000 subscribers barrier, which means that we can be monetized now on YouTube, and it means that we can use an Android to broadcast live on YouTube outside, and even do outside interviews on YouTube and so on and so forth. Live broadcasting on YouTube now that we have 1,000 subscribers. So thank you. Our goal for next year is 5,000 subscribers by the end of 2021. And that will require lots more YouTube videos, lots more work. And we have a good team that can do that. But we'll also have to be backing up stuff and thinking of other alternative platforms as well. Because as we say, the way things are going in the Western world at the moment, especially if Biden gets in, he's going to really start to encourage the social media companies to clamp down on any and all points of view that extremely radical administration disapproves of, and he'll be channeling lots of money into Silicon Valley and so on in order to promote his point of view, in order to promote that woke agenda, that BLM agenda. And so we're all at risk on these establishment social media platforms, but we'll build on them nevertheless because they're good. And generally, if you know the rules, you can generally be okay. But sometimes they can just go AWOL and they just start firing people off it for no apparent reason other than the fact that they don't like your t-shirt or something like that. So we have to be cautious and careful, and growing on YouTube is a priority, and finding other alternative platforms and growing on them too is a priority. And that's what we'll be doing with the money that we raise. And we do need 15K, okay? None of it's going to salaries. It's all going into retaining people to help build our message, because without words, there can be no action. So it's all about communicating our philosophy and policy and convincing hearts and minds as a consequence. So I'm going to bring in our next guest, who is a fantastic woman, a really staunch activist for the cause, and so proud to have her here today. Now, I'm going to send the link right now, and we will be live streaming this interview on YouTube. We can't do it on Twitter, and we can't do it on Facebook, so we have to just do it on YouTube. So click the YouTube link there to watch this next video. We're going to be interviewing Ellie. Okay, so folk on Facebook, check our YouTube link. Ending the live on Facebook. Oops. Nope. Okay. Oh, have I made a mistake here? Have I made a mistake? I do hope I haven't made a mistake. Okay, folks, I'm just going to keep talking while I try to contact that person. Can I ask the team to also contact the other person that's associated with her, just to check that things are okay? I don't know if I've maybe made a mistake and booked the person in at a different time. This may be what's happened. If I can, Okay. We've got contact. We've got contacts here. Sorry, I was sending it to the wrong address. I'm going to need that email then to. Oh, yeah. My apologies. My apologies. Oh gosh. My apologies. Here we go. That I should have seen that message, but I didn't properly record it in my idiot sheet here. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll be back at 7 o'clock with the winner of that last item, the competition, and we'll also be back telling you how much we've raised so far. Message has been sent to our person. Hey, Ellie, good to hear from you. Good to see you.
Good evening.
Good.
Nice to see you. Can you see me? Oh, can you see me?
No, you've covered yourself up.
Oh, there I am.
There
Hello.
You go. Make sure you speak quite close to the phone because you're quite
Sure.
a little bit, the audio is a little bit distant. My first thing that I should say, I'm sorry that we're 2 or 3 minutes late there. I sent it for some reason to the wrong address, but I saw, of course, that's my fault. But I want to say, firstly, thank you very much for coming in tonight, Ellie. And I mentioned to the viewers a little bit earlier. I said that you have got a history of standing up for the best interests of the United Kingdom, and in fact, you were one of the you were the first activist. You were the first activist in the whole of the United Kingdom who
Yep.
made a physical stand against the existence of the Scottish Parliament. But before I go into that, before we talk about that, please could you just give us a wee bit background of why, how you first heard about A Force for Good, and as a consequence, how we came to know each other?
Of course. So interestingly, after the independence referendum, where I had done a lot of sort of the fighting, if you like, on Facebook, it was very much a digital war. I ditched Facebook because everybody was ignoring any political posts, and I took to Twitter and made a whole new set of friends in a new playground, which I love. And one of these friends invited me along to an evening, a Christmas evening, at the Voodoo Rooms with Scotland and Union. And I think that was probably Christmas 2015. And that person introduced me to you because you were one of my heroes, having hijacked one of Nicola Sturgeon's photo shoots on the steps in Glasgow and unveiling the Union Jack. It was a great shot, and that's how we met. And you told me a little bit about A Force for Good. And I think the following year in May, when the marches started, I was delighted to come along and support you.
Absolutely. And yes, you were first with us in May 2018. Now that was the 6th of May 2018, and that was before we had actually started to count the marches, because we would just give sort of rough estimates in our head, like, oh, that's maybe about 6,000 or something like that, and then the Nats would come out and say it's actually 80,000. We had 80,000, which is what I think that day they said it was 90,000. And we were like, that's ridiculous. Like, it passed us in a certain amount of time. There's no physical way they could get 90,000 people there. So that was probably, and then they did it again at Dumfries. And so we said, right, we have to count them. So that was quite a significant moment. But what was particularly significant about that moment was it was the day when the Scottish nationalists, the day after the Sunday Herald ran a front page picture, and you were on the front page, I was on the front page, there were several others on the front page with our Union Jacks and the Scottish nationalists coming down, and they had an absolute fit about that, and it led to, for example, Alex Salmond even boycotting the paper. And ultimately it led to them 4 months later, whatever, in September, going out of business because all the Scottish nationalists boycotted it as a consequence of the picture of A Force for Good on the front page, which was on the front page on the 7th of May 2018. So it was a great unionist effort, and the Nats shot themselves in the foot at that time. Now, but that was just another part of your long road, your long journey against the Scottish nationalists. And why do you think yourself? Let's talk about Holyrood for a moment, because what happened with Holyrood was referendum in '97, the Parliament established in '99. at the top of the mound, and while they were building the Parliament down at Holyrood, and then they had a special opening ceremony for the Parliament at Holyrood, and you were there, and you were the sole protester. Can you walk us through just how that went, and well, why initially you decided you had to do something, and how that went?
Yes, of course. Obviously I voted no to devolution. I felt very strongly that this would simply be another layer of bureaucracy. We already had the European Union, you know, we need to pay for that. We had Westminster, which functions perfectly, and our local councils who carry out the everyday tasks. So for me, this was always going to be an extra layer of bureaucracy that I didn't feel was required. Unfortunately, when the vote for devolution came around, it came around just on the back of Braveheart, which to this day I've still not watched, but many people did. And I saw many people who had no interest whatsoever in politics actually saying, yes, that's it, I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote for devolution, I'm going to vote yes for this assembly. And, you know, that's fine, that's democracy, but these are the type of people who don't even vote in local council elections, never mind national elections. But they were very entranced with the whole idea of Scotland gaining its own devolved administration. So this for me was worrying. And as it began to unfold, the people had voted yes. And we start with the building of Holyrood, the location, a brand new building, bespoke everything, the actual cost went from 40 million to 400 million. I mean, for me, this was just, you know, gobsmacked by the costs, and that we as Scottish taxpayers need to fork out this money for what appears to be incompetence. That was the beginning of the rot for me. On the very day, I placed myself right in front of Holyrood. I had my banner, which I'll show you in a second. And I took a lot of abuse from a lot of people. As a lone protester, there was only one other person protesting, which was a very elderly gentleman who had a bit of paper with the sums of money spent. And if he got near a TV camera, he would hold this up. Other than that, it was only myself. I was the only actual activist. And if it's okay, can I show you my banner, which I've kept? Let me show you it. So basically, it was around the same time as the smoking ban was coming into effect. So it's like a cigarette packet, if you like. Scottish taxpayers' money squandered. And then we've got a small picture of the Queen, Jack McConnell, and she's sort of saying, buzz off, I'm waiting for the First Minister. And I've called the brand Holyrood, pomp and ceremony guaranteed. And then near the bottom, it gives you the warning, devolution will seriously harm you and your family's pocket. Those were my very feelings at the time. And I think I've probably been proven right with those feelings of.
Okay, you know, we if you can just move that up. We're can you move
sure.
we can't see your face.
Oh no.
Right up, right up,
That's
right
it.
up.
You got me back.
Okay, we can't see you, Ellie.
You can't see me. Oh goodness. Oh no. I can't figure out if I'm too close or too far away. There we go.
There we are. You're back again. You're back again.
I'm back.
Excellent. Excellent. No, that's excellent. I'm glad that you kept that, because that's basically a unionist memento. That'll go into the history of unionism in some time in the future. No question about that. And yeah, the smoking ban, had forgotten all about that. It's amazing how things change so rapidly, and then you just get used to the new reality that happens to be all around us. Yeah. Well, why were you inclined to be like that? I mean, a lot of people were going, yes, a Scottish Parliament, brilliant, it's a new dawn. Whereas you obviously had taken a step back, and you could realize that in fact, it wasn't going to be all it was cranked up to be. Why would you be different from most people in that way? Have you ever asked yourself that question?
Yes, I suppose I have. I was very fortunate to have lived the majority of the 90s, my sort of age 20 to 30 years in France. Enjoyed a different culture, relationships, and just also having explored other areas in the world. And when I came back to Scotland, I would always feel a kind of gloom, dark, depressed. It didn't ever feel that they had embraced, the riches that we have in this country. There was always a feeling of, the oppressed, as they say. And from my own upbringing, my great-grandfather was what we would, a forming member of what we'd call today's SNP. So my own growing up was, I suppose, kind of tainted with that, we're better because we're Scottish, which I never ever understood. I mean, my great-grandfather, to his credit, when the SNP did appear on the ballot paper, he spoiled his ballot because he didn't agree with their policies. But there's always been a sort of underlying anti-Englishness, is the only way I can say, in Scotland. It's always been there, bubbling under the surface. And I particularly dislike that. As far as I see it, we're one island. If Scotland gets knocked out of the football, then yes, I will cheer on England.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that was probably frowned upon as I was a young girl, but I didn't understand why. So I suppose that's why I felt so strongly about devolution, the Scottish Parliament, just how I could see it unfolding, and that one day probably it would be hijacked, as it has been, by the nationalists and trying to break up Britain.
It's a strange one, that, I mean, you put it quite well there, not embraced the riches we have, and a tendency to look on England as the problem. And I don't know to what extent that's kind of natural in a way when you're living in an island where you're very much you identify as a nation, but you're very much the smaller partner in as far as numbers go, and as far as perhaps political heft and power go. It maybe that's the sort of natural thing that develops among the people who are in such a situation. I don't know, but it's undoubtedly there. And it's undoubtedly, as I was saying to Jonathan earlier, it's undoubtedly a dynamic which is central to the Scottish nationalist point of view. Somebody's just commenting here on YouTube, says, "Well said, Ellie," for what you've just explained there. Angus says, "Great to see you, Ellie," and Sandra says, "Go, Ellie."
Hi, Angus.
So you've got a lot of supporters here, and you're a Kent face in the pro-UK scene as far as activism and things like that go. And what would you say to people who wanted to get with AFFG? Because obviously you've been there really since the beginning of our street activism. Would you have any advice to them? And if they couldn't do that, what would you suggest people do? People who want to get involved in some way.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's, for me, I was drawn to A Force for Good because we're actively there as a visual presence to remind the losers that they lost. And quite frankly, marching around the streets, shouting chants like, whose streets, our streets, you know, we can't let that go unchecked, because actually they're everybody's streets. And these people are stoking division. Now, if we don't have a visual presence on the street, then people start to believe that Scottish nationalism is the only choice. So that silent majority who came out at the Indie Ref, you know, I think the night before, the Yesers were celebrating, they'd won, you know, they were calling it Yesmas Eve. And there came the silent majority on polling day, and we beat them by a whopping 10%. If those people in the silent majority think that there's nobody out there, you know, that we've all given up, then it would be a dreadful day. So for me, it doesn't matter what size in numbers we are. What matters is that we're there. And we're a visual reminder that actually we lost, you lost, we won. And, you know, you should sort of get over it now. It's been 6 years. And I love A Force for Good. I've made so many great friends from all walks of life who are there by your side. We have fantastic security. So although there's a lot of vitriol comes from the marchers, we stand tall. We don't retaliate. We don't use offensive language. And there's a great camaraderie amongst us. There's even home baking, which is always very welcome, I must say. And afterwards, we usually depart for a bit of a debrief and a few drinks, which is great. That's our social side. This year, we're missing our Christmas social, which was so much fun, organised by the lovely Megan. So yeah, we're missing everybody. It's a big part of what I do in my spare time. Stand beside A Force for Good, because I believe in the United Kingdom.
That's right. That's right. It is actually a great social event for us, and we all we bond together, and you know, we get tested in the flames of the fire, or whatever the expression is, and then we all have something in common afterwards. And so everybody who joins with us definitely develops that bond. So we are a really good group there, and thank you for saying how much you do like A Force for Good, and you've been a great support, and you have also created some of the best visual images as well for us in the iconic photograph of you there, and
my
A Force
page
for
3
Good and so on, and that was back in Edinburgh a couple of years ago.
It was.
That appears in our magazine Union Heart, but we always use that one because it's a great photograph with your T-shirt, Scottish and British, which is a winning slogan, an absolutely winning slogan, no question about it, and can't be disagreed with. And that's the thing with the Nats, is we don't mind if they want to be Scottish in their particular way. That's fine, good, fine. But and we can be that as well. We can be Scottish also, but they don't want us to be British. And there's going to be no room for Britishness if they got their way. I mean, there's basically very little room at the moment. They're pushing us all out. All British iconography has been getting pushed out right now while we're still in the United Kingdom. So if people think that we can still be British if they ever got their way, it's a complete fantasy. I mean, as I always say, Sturgeon is taking down the Union Jack from all Scottish government buildings, and she only allows it now to be flown officially on Remembrance Day for now. So our identity is under threat, and we know the nature of these folk. They're not going to give an inch. They're not going to go, oh yeah, you guys can just be as British as you want now. That's okay. No. We've seen how that works in the British Isles before. You don't get to be British. You do get pushed out because they have to get their way. You know, that's what they're like. They have to get their way. So
they're very intolerant.
Would you say there's been a change in the Scottish psyche since the SNP came along?
Yes, very much. I think, you know, that undercurrent that I was talking about earlier has been given, you know, reign, if you like, in the cult of St. Nicola. We're very much into cult politics. It doesn't matter about facts, doesn't matter about money, nothing matters except their independence. And now's not the time for apathy. People need to wake up and realise that we've still got a big fight on our hands. Next year's elections are going to be very telling. We might consider them on the ropes, the SNP at the moment, with you know, there's a number of things going on, shall we say. I've become an avid reader of Wings, would you believe, Wings Over Scotland, to get the latest juicy gossip. But we cannot give them an inch because they will destroy us. And that's why I continue to support A Force for Good financially, and standing tall beside you. And I always will, because there's too much at risk.
Yeah. I agree that by no means is this done and dusted in anything. That the challenges are just beginning, and we're going to have to keep up with this. It's the top of the hour, Ellie. Thank you very much. Sorry for the couple of minutes there at the beginning. That was entirely my fault. I had the wrong window open on the computer. Next year, no doubt it will be a lot smoother running once we have our big studio, if we can get the money for the crowdfunder, which we're going to need for next year. So anybody watching in, please do click that button. Ellie, we're going to have you back on, no doubt. And we're going to be broadcasting a lot crowdfunder dependent next year. You're a great voice for the union. So thank you for everything that you do. And thank you to you and yours for all the support that you give us, and have a lovely evening.
Well, Alistair, thank you for having me on, and thank you to everybody watching. Keep up the fantastic work. You're the only guys out there doing what you do, and we really need you. And if anybody can spare the price of a Secret Santa, please donate it to A Force for Good instead. You take care, Alistair. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. That's the great Ellie, a great supporter of the United Kingdom and a great supporter of the union. Folks, I'm going to go and have a costume change, be back with a new t-shirt, be back with the winner of the competition. Now, it's doesn't look like we've got anybody in there at the moment. The question was, who regaled William and Kate recently. I'll give you another clue from a station platform. What was the song sung, and what were this person's #1 hit singles? And that's an easy question, folks. Easy question. Send in your answer at contact@aforceforgood.uk. Okay, Linda says, what a lovely lady Ellie is, isn't she? Pete says, God bless Ellie. Okay, folks, give me 2-3 minutes. Okay, back again and just setting up the Facebook feed. And as I always say, we're not able to do the Facebook. We're not able to do an interview on Facebook. We have to switch to YouTube to do that at this stage in our development. But you learn by doing, as a great philosopher once said. And if you don't do, then you're never going to learn. So you just have to pitch in and make the best of it. I've realized a significant issue with our setup at the moment, which is that I cannot, I have to find another way of hearing the listener, the speaker, which has been quite difficult at this end, but I've managed it through another device here with another set of earphones, which works reasonably so, but it's obviously something that we'll figure out. Hey, okay. Well, we're back, and Ellie went down there. She was very much appreciated. Guy sends appreciative heart there to Ellie. That's right, Pete, we learn from our mistakes. Christopher wonders if the SNP are on the ropes. The narrative they are putting out there is too uncontested, says Christopher. That's certainly true. Derek Hartley says it's time to complain to supermarkets about not enough union flags on products. Well, absolutely. We love the union flags on products. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And that's the thing with the Scottish nationalists, is that they don't even allow you a union flag on the products. You know, oh, a Union Jack, we don't want that. Like, they don't even want Union Jack branded strawberries. You think these people are going to allow Union Jack waving people when they don't even want Union Jack strawberries or Union Jack potatoes or whatever? You know, goodness me. So seriously, they've got an issue now. The question that I asked, which was for the shortbread, plus some other goodies in there, the Will and Kate's shortbread, I thought it would get more response. Maybe it's just the time of day, but let's see if anybody got it. The question was, who recently regaled Wills and Kate on their journey on a train, as it happened, from Euston Station? Can you name the person? Can you name the song? And can you name the 4 hit singles? Well, one person has got the name of the artist. It was, of course, the great Shakin' Stevens. Who else? The great Shakin' Stevens. And he sang Merry Christmas, everyone. Snow is falling all around us. Children playing, having fun. It's the season for love and understanding and forgiving to our union, Telethon. Maybe not those exact words, but in that vein, because this is the season for giving. Now, so James, you got one part of the question right. You didn't get the other parts, but because you're the only person that's responded to us, you're getting the prize. So please do send us your name and address, and we'll make sure that that's winging its way to you on Monday morning. Now got a message coming in there from our control center. Let me just check up on it. Yeah, it's an issue on Facebook. Hmm. We'll try the Facebook thing again. We did everything right. It just didn't seem to connect. Okay. Let's see if we'll connect to Facebook this time. Boom, boom. Let's go live. 1, 2, 3. And we're live on Facebook. Don't know what happened there. Thank you to the control team for telling me that there was something wrong there. Back into, this is our 8th hour. This is our 8th hour of 10 hours. Goodness me, we're firing through this. I'm wearing a, I don't know how to pronounce this word, Gabicci, Gabicci, probably. Gabicci, who knows? Gabicci, Gabicci t-shirt. And I got this from the Modfather shop in Camden Market 2 years ago. I like it. It's got the tartan angle. Gabicci t-shirt. Control room calling again. We have a great team behind us who are just making sure everything is going according to plan, and without whom it wouldn't go according to plan. So thank you very much for telling us where there's little issues going on. Good. Absolutely. So Gabicci t-shirt. And how many t-shirts have I won today? It must be 8, right? AFFG, David Watts, Hackett, Barber, Warrior, Run and Fly, Barber, Gabicci. 8. Brilliant. Well, gives you, the viewer, something different to look at, because it would be kind of boring if I was just sitting here for 10 hours wearing like a white t-shirt or something like that. So good. Now we've got a good guest coming up at the bottom of the hour, Pauline, who's another well-known activist in these circles. And we're going to be speaking about a variety of things to her especially. We're also going to touch on the dire state even of Scottish education. And that was brought home to me this week when I saw a report it was the Telegraph, next year's school exams scrapped in Scotland. Now, as I said to David Clews earlier, everything is relative. Normally, in politics, everything is relative. Normally, somebody scraps the year's exams, they would be out. It's like, you can't do that. You can't endanger the education of school children in that way. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. But, oh yeah, let's just scrap the exams. Yeah, no problem. And of course, it's all down to the fact that they have they've taken this hugely overreaction to the COVID issue. Now, I want to, however, concentrate about the nature of Scottish education, because something came up this week which really boiled my proverbial, and it was Scottish schools given anti-English material. Now, SNP ministers are facing calls to order the withdrawal of a timeline on Scottish history called The Road to the Scottish Parliament, like the road to the Isles, the road to the Scottish Parliament. To withdraw this from use in classrooms over claims that it presented a warped pro-independence and anti-English view of the nation's past. Sir Tom Devine, the country's leading historian, said, quote, "This is self-evidently arrant and dangerous nonsense. I am sure and certainly hope that teachers will see through the absurdities and not convey such rotten history to their pupils." Well, apparently this is a document that is a teaching aid or a propaganda aid, that might be more effective to say, a propaganda aid to teachers, which starts, would you believe, begins Scottish history at the point when Edward I invaded, right? So you know where it's going to go from there on, right? And it moves through other beloved elements of Scottish history that the Nats like to grieve about, including the notion that Churchill, we hear this one all the time, but we've debunked it, and I'm about to get to this in a minute, including a disputed claim that Sir Winston Churchill dispatched English troops and tanks to Glasgow to quell unrest, and that there was also tanks in George Square. And what's that about? That was something that happened in 1919 when there was a bit of a stushy in George Square involving a few hundred people, okay? A few hundred people. But it is claimed that it was hundreds of thousands, because don't they like making up their numbers? We know that. They like exaggerating their numbers, but all the pictures show it to be around a few hundred people in George Square. On what was the exact date of it? On the 31st of January 1919. And in entire mythology, it was like there was a strike at the time. There was a strike, and a few people got their heads knocked by the police, and that was it. There was no fatalities, and there was no serious injuries. But a mythology grew up around about that it was some great huge uprising against the British state. And so it's the Scottish nationalists who love that, because they think that it was some sort of, nascent Scottish nationalism. It was nothing of the kind. It was a fair enough complaint about the state of the working situation at the time, and the motivations behind it were no doubt quite admirable, but it's been twisted into something that is meant to be this great Scottish nationalist uprising, of which is nothing of the kind at all. However, how has that come about? It's come about largely through one photograph that appeared, that the Herald stable in Scotland, that's the Glasgow Herald and the other papers connected with that the Herald stable has continually pushed out, and it's pushed out this image of a tank trundling down Argyle Street, surrounded by virtually all flat-capped working class men and a couple of police officers. And they've misrepresented this as some kind of example of the British state sending tanks into Glasgow to suppress the working man. And to this day, the Herald is selling that photograph on its website under an entirely misleading title that gives the impression that it's people rising up against the British state sending tanks onto the street. Let me tell you, tanks have never ever appeared on the streets of Glasgow. On the streets, they may have been in like tank warehouses or in army barracks or whatever, but they've never actually been trundling down in an aggressive manner down any street in Glasgow. That's a fact. And so it's this picture here. I don't know, some of you will recognize it, of that tank surrounded But we were alerted to this many moons ago, and I did a lot of research into it to try to track down what that was about, because it's a very fascinating picture. And you know what? What that actually is a tank bank, which the government at the time decided that they could raise war bonds, raise some money from the people by sending a tank to cities and asking people to buy war bonds. And so that's Julian, the tank bank, coming down Argyle Street in the week. The only date I could trace it to was the week beginning Monday, the 14th of January, 1918. So it wasn't even in 1919 when the George Square thing happened. It was during World War I. And a photograph of Julian, the tank bank, because the government realized it could capitalize upon people's fascination with these new moving monsters, basically. And what would happen is the tank would come into town and civic dignitaries would give a speech, and for the next week or so, it would sell war bonds. And the government actually had a competition to see which town or city could raise the most money via these tank banks. And guess which British city raised the most money for the war effort? Glasgow. Glasgow raised more money than London, Birmingham, and Manchester put together. So in other words, this picture of essentially a patriotic pro-British event during World War I has been misrepresented for a century by the fake news Herald stable as something that was actually misrepresented as something that's meant to have happened a year later. And they're totally disgraceful. And I pointed this out to the Herald stable at least 3 times in 3 letters, and they still have not changed their picture or their caption on their website, which is an absolute disgrace. So it's no surprise these papers are going to the wall, I have to say. Yeah. So anyway, going back to that, the road to the Scottish Parliament, some good stuff has come out about it, and it's just another example of the extent to which young children in school are open to propaganda. And that's one of the arguments against the voting age at 16, because at 16, young people are still institutionalized at age 16, okay? And indeed, arguably up until 18, they may still be considered institutionalized in some sort of educational way these days. So, but certainly at 16, they're still officially institutionalized. And so they are in a situation which is unlike adults in the working world are in. They're actually institutionalized within a system that has a vested interest in dominating them in some way, whether it's simply teaching them or whatever. And they are in a situation in this institution where they have to go along. And so giving the vote to people who are still institutionalized at school, still subject to the will of the teacher, still subject to what is getting put to them, that's cannot be right. Okay, I'm not personally too much bothered about, oh, children at 16 don't know, because believe me, I've met people in the 60s, 70s, and 80s who don't know either. So sometimes you can get 16-year-olds who are really, really switched on. So that's not so much the youngness of it. It's not so much the argument that I would come from. It's much more the argument that these young people are still institutionalized. And so you should not be giving the vote to people who are still part of the governmental educational system. I mean, it's just completely absurd to do that. Completely absurd, but the SNP will do it because they think that they'll get votes. Well, hopefully that will backfire. Hopefully that will backfire on them. But of course, as you know, they're gerrymandering the franchise, and they're opening the franchise up to virtually everybody now in Scotland. So 16-year-olds can vote. 16-year-old foreigners can vote. They don't have to be British citizens. If you're a 16-year-old and you or your family has got leave to remain in Scotland, then you can vote. and also a certain class of people in prison can also vote. So they're just trying to extend it as far and wide as possible to as many different groups of people as possible, so that they can then pander to them. And this is what's going to happen in the USA as well, of course, because when Biden, if he does get in, which he almost certainly will, he's going to open up the voting rights to all these illegals who are there. So that will be millions of new people who will have a vested interest in voting Democrat in order that they can bring in their family, you know, and he'll promise all sorts of things to them to get the vote. So that's the SNP, and to an extent, Labour and the Lib Dems are learning from that playbook, because the Labour and Lib Dems also voted to extend the franchise in Scotland. What absolute fools they were, absolute fools. Oh, but it's about equality. No, it's not about equality, okay? It's about protecting the integrity of the vote and protecting the integrity of the concept of national citizenship. Okay, you're not meant to give the vote to people who are not actually citizens of your nation. You shouldn't be doing that, okay? Unless you don't believe in the nation in the first place, unless you don't believe that there's such a thing as a nation, and you just want us all to get the vote, regardless of where we live, regardless of what we do, regardless of what our loyalties are, regardless of how long we're going to even stick around in this particular nation for. So important. The integrity of the vote is so important, and it's going to become a big issue moving forward, because Sturgeon has clearly demonstrated that she has no regard for the integrity of the vote. And to an extent, so has Boris Johnson, because neither of them have raised so much as an eyebrow towards the extraordinary vote that Joe Biden is meant to have garnered. Believe me, that's something just not right with that American election. No question about it. The least you should do is be skeptical, but both Johnston and Sturgeon are not skeptical, which suggests to me they don't have a whole lot of regard for the integrity of the vote. Now I'm going to bring in our next guest, who's a great activist. I'm going to fire this invite right out there, and I'm going to have to cut off Twitter, and I'm going to have to cut off Facebook. Before I do, though, I'm going to give you the next competition. Okay, I'm going to give you the next competition question. How many? 1, 2, it's 10, 11. Okay, I'm afraid I'm not going to go with a question. Yes, I am going to go with a question. Of course, we have to go with a question. We have to go with a question. Now, it's going to be this one. Gosh, time moves so quickly here. Time moves so quickly. Yes, let's go back to the one. Oh, no, that one's been answered correctly. How about this one? Right. This is the question. And what this is for is the Walker's shortbread, the coaster, a wee book, and badges. And it's a straightforward question. A Force for Good organised a celebration on Brexit Day at the start of the year. What did we call it? Okay. And at that celebration, we made a toast with some English sparkling champagne. It was a one-sentence toast. It's been published out there, and it's published in the wee book. But what were the words of that toast? If you get both of those questions correct, you'll get the prize. If you just get one of those questions correct, and nobody else gets both of them, then you get a prize as well. So what did we call our Brexit Day event, which we held on the 31st of January? And tell us what the toast that we made was. And that's for walkers, coaster, wee book, and badges. And we've got two quite nice prizes coming up in the final 2 hours. Okay, I'm going to bring in Pauline. Now I'm going to have to cut the feed to Facebook. Bear with me, bear with me. Fantastic. Pauline, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Excellent. Good to see you, Pauline.
Yes, it's good to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Good. Well, I'm keen to, something that we've struggled with at unionism is that we don't really have what I would call a proper community. You know, well, we do have a community, but it's much smaller and it's more separate than the Scottish nationalists, who because just of their enthusiasm and because of their fanaticism, really, they have a much bigger community that they can draw on. That also helps them do things like crowdfund, and it also gives them a sense much more of, you know, all being in it together. And prior to 2014, I mean, there was basically no what you would call unionist movement at all. And we and yourself obviously just kind of noticed these things because it's like, oh, right, we're just going to become activists. Let's go along to the local unionist activist organization. There isn't one, you know, and even to this day, there's only 2 or 3 groups here in Scotland. What I would like to ask, Pauline, is what's your journey towards activism? Because you have come out with us on our Thin Red Line. You, like everybody else on the Thin Red Line, are fearless. You're not bothered by it, and you just get right in there with your enthusiasm. And if everybody was like you, the fight would have been won. In fact, there wouldn't even be a fight in the first place. So what caused you to get involved initially, and why do you think you wanted to get involved? Why were you different?
Well, you know, I was different in some ways, and in other ways I was very similar, because I think we were all extremely happy going along our daily lives, part of the United Kingdom, being proud to be British, being proud to be Scottish. And we thought that was a safe place to be. And then lo and behold, the 2014 came along, and I think we were all just shocked and gobsmacked that we were actually at that stage. And I think it's always easier. I think it's been easier for the nationalists because they're the ones that are really trying to change the status quo so they can pull out lots of positive things. You know, we're the ones that are trying to show people how lucky we are with what we've had. But the nationalists appeal to people that are perhaps unhappier with their lives and that sort of thing. So I think as a unionist or an anti-nationalist, we didn't really feel we had a need. We were happy with the status quo. And then when that happened, some of us were very shocked and were like me, we just became galvanized by it and we couldn't believe it. And we saw something that was worth fighting for. But the problem is, and I think the problem is really in what we know as the silent majority. You know, there's still that large group of people out there that really don't believe the danger. They really don't think it's going to happen, and they think all they need to do is sit back and go along to the ballot box, cast their vote or their postal vote, and everything would be the same. I honestly don't think a lot of people realize how dangerous a situation we are in, and I think the reason I'm active and people like me are active is because we do realize it, we do recognize it. And you talk about, you know, going along and joining the red line and watching the nationalists, thousands streaming by. And that really brings it home to you how real it is and how real that danger is. So I think what the main thing is that people need to realize that every single one of them that believes in keeping the UK safe has to do something, anything. Everybody has to do something. And I do think that, you know, via Facebook and the work that you do and the work that the other groups do, the message is getting out there, because it does seem to be that there's a lot more activity. People that I knew that were very quiet, staying out of things, are now getting involved. So hopefully that there's a bit of momentum there. But yes, you're right when you say the nationalists, all they have to do is stick out a crowdfunder or organize a march, and they get massive support. Now, why is that? Because they are, as I say, they are trying to change the status quo. So everything is open to them. They're going to build a fairy tale world, and they believe that. And I don't think that nationalists are realists at all. But I think unionists are, and we appreciate what we have. And I think that's the difference. So I basically got involved because I wanted to save what I believed in, and I still do.
Yes, they're trying to change the status quo. I think you summed that up well. They're trying to change the status quo, whereas we're just happy with leading our lives. We're just happy. We were happy anyway, just being normal people without having to care about these sorts of things. So that when you're in that situation in a political movement, you can sometimes be at a disadvantage, because it requires you to find the people who, as you pointed out very clearly there, understand the danger. And that's only a few people, I think, who actually say, crikey, this could really go upside down very fast.
Yes.
And
I mean,
there's not enough people who really want to admit that fact.
I mean, you probably know people like me. They
seem to think that, oh, we'll always be in the majority, but that's not necessarily so. In politics, I've come to understand that you don't actually have to have the right ideas. You could be completely wrong and people will still vote for you. You know, it's like this COVID thing. I just, whatever one may think about it, but you can come up with some like crazy edict and people will actually support that and vote for it. And you think, well, that's interesting. You know, you would have thought most people wouldn't even stand for that. Like just talking there, as I did earlier, about the exams, the children's exams being stopped, you know, next year. That shouldn't be allowed. That's a sacking offence for whoever came up with that. But again, people just, oh yeah, well, you know, it had to happen. We had to stop the children's education because, hey, that's the way it is. So that's what I mean when I say everything's relative. It's kind of relative to what else is going on in society. But it can be an absolutely crazy idea, absolutely crazy policy, but people will still go along with it, such as breaking up the United Kingdom, destroying the greatest union that we've ever had on earth, and a union that's brought largely peace and harmony. Obviously, there's been times when it hasn't, but largely peace and harmony and has worked well. Oh, let's just destroy that. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Somebody sent me a letter they had written this morning, and they were pointing out that very fact, that people are voting because they don't like the government that's in power at Westminster at the moment. They're not voting with any sense of the long-term importance of keeping everybody in this great big British pond swimming about as safely and securely as possible. They're not voting with that in mind. It's just like, oh, I don't like that guy's accent, or I don't like that guy's policy on this, so I'm going to destroy the country as a result. So we're facing that sort of attitude. And I don't know, do you have a, what's your thoughts on like the education thing that's happening at the moment? I mean, I know you're quite vocal about those sorts of things on Facebook.
I mean, education is so sad now, isn't it? 13 years of the SNP. You know, Scotland's education used to be very well regarded, very well. And we used to show up very well on the international league tables as well. But, you know, after the SNP now got a hold of it, we plummeted in the international league tables, and so the Mr. Swinney's idea was to remove Scotland from the rankings because it was becoming embarrassing. Education, wherever you look, I mean, if you look at the choice now available for secondary school children to study, their choice now has been restricted, whereas before they could have done 8 or 9 subjects. Now they're looking at doing 5 or 6 subjects. So that's obviously going to impact on them in later life, and you know, they're missing out perhaps on careers because of the limitation. And then you look at your teachers. The teachers are so stressed, their morale is low. If your teacher's morale is low, well, obviously their performance is going to be poor. That's going to have a knock-on effect. The state of things such as music tuition, all the sort of things on the periphery that you had a choice of doing have been removed. I just think it's wherever you turn in education, you now see a problem. Special needs, they're not interested in special needs. There's schools out there that are falling down. The special needs are so under-resourced. But mind you, the SNP are building new Gaelic schools everywhere, 9-10 million of Gaelic schools. And that's simply because it's a tool for division. It's a tool to be different, to show how different Scotland is. So let's build Gaelic medium schools, but let's invest in the people that can't make a lifestyle choice, the people with special needs. They don't put money their way. But as long as we can put our money to making Scotland look different by having a different language and different education, then that's where they go. I mean, I don't know who's making the decisions. It's almost as if they've sat down and said, now let's think, what can we do to destroy Scotland's education? Because they couldn't be doing it any better than they're doing it now.
Well, it's a good point that you raised there about their priorities, especially the Gaelic schools thing. I mean, I've nothing against, and I'm all for very much Scotland's proud cultural heritage and so on, but also when you educate children, you're doing so with an eye to their ability to communicate with the world, you know, and to progress in a world that is, of course, largely English speaking. And as far as graduating from like a Gaelic school, I mean, what would you be qualified to do? You'd be qualified to be perhaps the newsreader on BBC Alba, or the bloke that translates the Gaelic road signs, or the person that works for ScotRail who translates Airdrie into its Gaelic version, you know, which I can't understand because Airdrie is surely a made up word. So how can you get a Gaelic version of Airdrie? Somebody will maybe explain that to me, but maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe Airdrie is a word that's been used in Scotland forever. Anyway, it's so true. It's skewed priorities deliberately in order to virtue signal.
Yes,
to a certain element of people who seem to think that that's the Scottish thing to do. I mean, I know Gaelic-speaking people, of course, who've got no time for the Scottish National Party and who are embarrassed at the extent to which that in particular is being exploited. And it is being exploited in a way which is can make you feel uncomfortable as well, because, you know, they're pushing a language that one can't understand as if it's meant to be your own national language, which it's not. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do support Gaelic events and so on, and I'm all for that, but it does seem that they go too far in that. But I tell you where that started. That was the Labour Party that actually brought that in, because the Labour Party were like scratching their heads going, oh, can we think of something Scottish to do? and somebody goes, well, I think there's this Gaelic thing here that might be something to do with Scotland, and thought, oh yeah, let's push that, and let's hope that that makes all the Scottish nationalists vote for us. Well, like the Scottish Parliament itself, none of that worked out as they expected. But yeah.
Can I just say as well, Alistair, that
that's the sort of thing that they do. And you mentioned there, it's seeing like this kind of dangerous situation that's coming up. And another thing that they're trying to do, and I know you have an opinion on this, is trying to manipulate almost like the polls, okay, to make it feel to us that things are moving in a certain direction as a consequence of the polls. I mean, have you ever been approached by a pollster?
No, never, which is amazing, because in recent months we've had 19 polls. So I've never been approached for my opinion. But of course, these polls are targeted, they're manipulated, they're very specific. Most of them are done by, the Progress Scotland, the Angus Robertson team. And, every poll, 19 polls, and every poll comes out in favour of the SNP and independents. But that's not surprising, because that's the result that they want. So I think polls, there was a good quote here, and it was quite simple. I wrote it down because I wasn't sure. Yes, it said, I mean, we know polls are actually propaganda, but it says that opinion polls are a device for influencing public opinion, not a device for measuring it. And that's clearly what they're trying to do. And polls are very useful to the Scottish government, because if they have a scandal, if there's things not going well, if somebody's travelled when they shouldn't have travelled, or if there's an inquiry going on that's not going according to plan, then they'll release a poll, because a poll will be the news, the good news that they need to cover up the bad news. So it's a deflection a lot of the time. So I think we have to start getting into the idea that when we see a poll, it's because there's something bad underneath that's being covered up. And I think we must make sure we don't get disheartened by them, because, if you think back to 2014, what did the polls say? They said it was going to be really hard to read. It was going to be neck and neck, too close to call. And when in actual fact, the result was a resounding majority, a big majority, because and the polls were completely wrong. And I think we have to remember that. And I don't think people should get disheartened by them. That's on Facebook. Sometimes I see people saying, "Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible." No, it's not. It's just a poll. It's propaganda. It's not real. It's a cover up. Move on.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the polling companies, one of the major polling companies that we have here in Scotland is run by Angus Robertson. Now, you and I know that used to be an SNP MP. He's running again, hoping to be the candidate in Edinburgh Central next year, hoping to be the next leader of the SNP. Now, and he is if you think Nicola Sturgeon is bad, wait till Angus Robertson comes along. That's another thing that one has to be careful about as far as fanatical nationalists are concerned. However, he actually runs a polling company. That's how he earns his crust since he lost his lucrative bread at Westminster. Mm-hmm. And the national newspaper, of course, love his polls, and they get picked up by other news outlets as well. And it's like, well, hang on a minute, this is a guy that wants to be the next leader of the SNP. You're quoting him as if he's the man to quote. I mean, you put it very well. It's a deflection. Opinion polls are a deflection. As soon as we see one, we should think, what is being covered up here? And we should not be disheartened, and we should understand them, as you said, as intended to lead opinion as much as reflect opinion, and they do it very well. You know, there's a whole art to it. It's a black art. It's a black art, and you can actually lead people through opinion polls to anywhere. I believe you could, if you were so minded, and you can change people's views on everything, especially if you position it in some way that you're a bad person if you choose that option, and you can just nudge the psychology of society at large certain ways. And they're so dangerous that I think they should actually be banned during the run-up to an election. You know, 3 months before the election, whenever the election is called, all opinion polls are not allowed and are not allowed to be reported, because they are a tool of the people who have the money. Okay, they're a tool of those people, and we are just the guinea pigs. You know, that they're really dangerous. And I'd like to get that as a talking point going, is ban opinion polls in the period running up to significant elections or referendums, because they are just a black art tool of the rich to essentially mislead the people. Yeah, I'm glad we brought that out. Pauline, what would you say to people who are thinking of, because a lot of people will listen to this and they'll go, well, what can I do? You know, what can I do really? I'm just one person. I mean, we've all been there. How did you resolve that situation? What would you say to people?
Well, possibly the best thing to do is, if one of the established groups is in your area, you know, there's a few different groups that we have, unionist groups, and they operate in different ways, and I think they all have their place, but you know, they all do different things. And a Force for Good is very active and very out there, and obviously we have groups like Scotland in Union, Scotland Matters. There's quite a lot of different groups, and it's quite a good way, because a lot of people are quite nervous and scared to be honest with their politics, you know, to believe in themselves. And so if you're part of a group, you find that you have more strength, because you meet like-minded people and you're not alone. So it's quite good if you can become part of an established group and make contacts and friends. Now, for instance, I have an awful lot of friends now on Facebook. A lot of ladies who are just like me and got active just like me. And we actually sometimes get together occasionally, although I'm up north and they're down south, but we can still, because we need to support each other. We need to network, and we need to bring more and more people in. But what I would say to people is, you know, believe in your convictions, look around you. It should be easy to see that things are far from well in Scotland. Scotland needs you. Scotland needs everybody to do their bit. Maybe all you want to do is write a letter. Write a letter. It's great when you see your letter in the paper, and then you'll write another one. So join a group, write a letter. Sometimes there's leaflets that need to go out. So you can just join a couple of people to walk the streets and put leaflets through doors. That's very satisfying as well, because we all know that sometimes the leaflet will go through the door and be put in the bin, but maybe every fifth person will actually pick that up and read that leaflet. So that can influence people. So it's really up to us to influence people, to make people confident. And I think, you know, being with like-minded people is probably the best way to move forward. I took myself along to a meeting in Aberdeen. I drove for a few hours and I didn't know what I was going to, and I found fellow unionists there, all sexes, all ages, all friendly, all nice, and I made friends. And from that one action of actually putting myself out there and going to that meeting, it just grew. And I've been, you know, I've had street stalls myself. I've talked to people on the street, and sometimes they're not very friendly and sometimes they're really friendly. And you just have to step across that difficult step, and then you feel good about yourself, and your convictions and your belief grows. And, you know, goodness me, surely the best fight at the moment is to keep Scotland safe as part of the United Kingdom. It's got to be.
Yeah, yeah. I totally agree that just do what you can, okay? And not everybody can do stuff, but we can all do something, even if it's just, for example, donating to this crowdfunder. But a point you made about the different unionist groups, sometimes I see people saying to A Force for Good, you all need to join together. And I say to them, no, actually, this is a case where in diversity there is strength, because not all of these groups are structured differently, and some of them have different leaders who have different priorities and who have different skills. For example, These Islands is excellent at economic analysis and the sort of thing that will get picked up by the media. But I mean, that's not something A Force for Good could do or even is interested in, to be frank. So there's no point in merging the two groups in that sense, not that anybody's ever suggested it. Other groups appeal to maybe a certain type of person that doesn't necessarily want to be involved in other groups that appeal to a different demographic. So every group is actually such as they are. I mean, it's only a handful of us, literally not even a handful. I can think of about 5. But we've all got our own strengths, and as long as we play to our strengths, as long as we don't criticize each other, as long as we don't step on each other's toes, as long as we don't reinvent the wheel, that's a danger. No point in doing something that somebody's already doing. As long as we build to our own strengths and support each other, then at the end of the day, that's the best. And if you want to join a group, check it out and see what's best for you. I should say that we're not a membership organization. None of these groups are membership organizations, but you can support them in some way, either by physical presence or through financial help. So, Pauline, that's the top of the hour. Thank you very, very much for coming on. Again, we hope to see you and others just as soon as things return to normal. And we'll have good time standing up for the United Kingdom, and we'll get you back on if we have more of these programs, which we're definitely intending to do. So thanks very much, Pauline, for your support, and thanks for coming on and helping to make this a great broadcast. And thanks for your wisdom. All the best to you. Have a good night.
Bye.
It's the red leave button. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I can't believe it's 9 o'clock. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes, and let's just read a couple of things here on YouTube. Omo says that the only poll that matters is election day, and over 20 years and 5 Hollywood elections, the average voter turnout is just 53%. That's so true. Hardly half of the population of the electorate. British Ulster speaks about the danger of separate language schools and how one in Ulster is named after a former terrorist. And Christopher's concerned about the dumbing down in the scope and depth of subjects in Scotland, a lessening of standards and a fall in rankings. Well, absolutely. I mean, I was educated comprehensively at Castle Douglas High School, had a very good education, and it really was a good school, you know, and everybody left it knowing how to read, write, and count, and much more besides. And that was a long way before devolution was even a glint in Donald Dewar's eye. And Richard says, yeah, we took Britain for granted before 2014. So we did. Took Britain for granted. Okay, folks, bear with me. I'll be back after the hour with in 2 or 3 minutes with our result of who's won the competition, the latest update on the crowdfunder poll, and much more besides. Okay, back in the hot seat. Final 2 hours. Final 2 hours, folks. Let's get fired up on Twitter. And let's get back onto Facebook. And I'll show you this t-shirt in a moment, which is one of my favorite ones. It's a really nice one. Very unusual, quite colorful as well. just as soon as I've got the live link back up on Facebook. So folks, I hope you've been enjoying the broadcast. I know I have. It's gone very quickly, thanks to all the fantastic guests and also the great comments and questions and points of view from everybody. Okay, back on firing on all three cylinders: YouTube, Twitter, and here. There we go. Firing on all cylinders again. Kevin joins us. Sorry about the shot of the curtain there and the box of photography equipment. That wasn't meant to be seen. Right, so the first thing we're going to do is check up on what the crowdfunder looks like at the moment. We haven't checked it for a little while. So find my mouse. Here we are. Let's go and see what it's looking like. I last looked at it. It was at 1,870. So what is it at now? Nice. We're past the 2,000 barrier, 2,035. Yes. Fantastic. So that's another £155 in the last couple of hours. Thank you to Ellie, who has donated. Thank you to Neil, who has donated the bulk of the most recent one. Thank you very much, Neil. That's very generous. Thank you to Anonymous, who's also pledged money, and to Susie. And thanks again, Paul and Stephen and David. Thank you for your support, David. It's much appreciated. We've got 51 official donors now, and putting in £2,035. Our crowdfunder is going to last until the 6th of January, and we need 15,000. I mean, that's what we need. It's not a matter. If we can't get 15,000, we'll do what we can with what we've got, obviously, but it will limit the plans that we have. We mentioned a few plans on the actual crowdfunder blurb there that we've written up, but that's just very small things that we are going to be aiming to do. We've got big plans, big ideas, where, as you know, we're very original here, coming up with schemes like this, like a 10-hour union telethon broadcast, which will become an annual event, okay? It will become the annual event. It will become the annual go-to place for unionists to donate. And this is the very first time we've done it. There's been some teething plans. Teething pains. We already know that there's things that need to be improved. Even before we began this, we knew that we didn't have enough processing power and so on in the systems that we use to do what ideally we need to be done. But you know what? That's coming. That's coming in time. No question about it. It's coming because we do not give up. And this is why we have to tell the Nats this, you know. You see us as your foremost opposition in this struggle. And in that sense, you are right, because we will never give up. We will never give up, and we'll certainly never bow down to the harebrained schemes that various powers that be are trying to impose upon us. And we will always be a voice of common sense and an authoritative voice of common sense in Scotland, much though the mainstream media will continue to ignore us and avoid us and hope that we will go away. The point is, we're never going to go away. We're always going to be here, and we're always going to be keeping the British end up. We're always going to be standing strong because we're British. We love the United Kingdom, and we will stay together. So please, if you haven't done so, please take a trip over to thecrowdfunder.co.uk. Click on the link there in Twitter or on YouTube or on Facebook, and just follow through there, and you can if you would like to choose one of our rewards, please do so. We have some amazing creations which are also pictured there on our crowdfunding page that have been created by our colleague Kayin, and he is we're going to be speaking to him again at 9:30. And so please do tune in for that, and he'll show us his flags again, because some of you will not have seen it first time around. So I'm going to ask Kayin to show us these flags again and just how beautiful they are, these wooden creations that he has done, works of art which he as a skilled craftsman can put together, and he can do special orders for you and so on. Anyway, he has delightfully agreed to be part of our crowdfunder. And as you will see down the reward column on the crowdfunding page there's options to make a donation, and you can also claim one of his fantastic creations, and they'll be sent to you free of charge. So that's good. We're over 2,000. That's looking very respectable. Do you think we can do 24 days to get the next 13,000? Well, we may or we may not make it, but whatever we do, we'll have done well, because as we know, there isn't yet a unionist crowdfunding culture in the way that the Scottish nationalists have one. We have a crowd. We decided 3 years ago to build that crowdfunding culture, because goodness me, we can't just rely on multimillionaires who to fund this. We need everybody to get involved, because multimillionaires aren't going to touch us, for whatever reason. But we need everybody else to get involved. And if a multimillionaire wants to fund us, then great, come along. We're not going to turn you down, mate, because we've got a lot that we can do with your money, and we're not going to just waste it on salaries. That's for sure. That's for sure. Because we only have a small team, and they're only on retainers, and that includes myself as well. We're not on any kind of major salary at all, even though this is my full-time job. And I do this because I am committed to it. It's my passion in life, and I'm unusual in that I can dedicate myself to it. So enough about that. Let's check out the competition. Now, the competition, the question last time, we've got a few answers to that. Who's going to have been the first? Okay, now, the person who has given us the fullest, most comprehensive answer and the fastest is Alan D. We said, what did we call our event on the 31st of January? And it was the Great British Brexit Celebration, and that was in George Square on the 31st of January 2020. And we gave a toast there, and the toast was one sentence. It was, for wise men and women to lead and British independence to succeed. That sums it up very nicely. And as we wrote here in the wee book, we look to the future, and this is actually a quote from the speech that we gave. We look to the future with hope and optimism, with British pride in ourselves and confidence in the capabilities of all the people of our wonderful country. And then we finished with several bottles of English sparkling, which was a form of champagne. And we made a toast for wise men and women to lead and British independence to succeed. And I know quite a few of you were with us that night. It was a rainy, wet night in Glasgow, not in Georgia, in Glasgow. It was a rainy night in Glasgow, but the enthusiasm was infectious and everybody had a great time. And it was so funny because we were playing some good electronic jigs on our amplification system, and we were dancing about, And we were happy and smiling, and just round the corner on the Buchanan Gallery steps were the Scottish Nationalists and the Scottish Cabbage Party, aka the Greens, having this massive cry-in, and they were so sad and so upset, and the world was just falling apart, and yet we were joyous at our great British Brexit celebration. Now, I know one of the Alan there has given us the fullest, the most extensive answer to that. So Alan gets the prize, which was another wee book. Alan, please give it to a friend or a colleague or something like that, or give it to somebody as a Christmas present. One of our coasters, well, it's not our coaster, it's a Union Jack coaster, and some shortbread there. That'll be winging its, and the badges as well. So that'll be winging its way to you. Now, we're going to move into the, well, firstly, before we move to the next question, I just want to show you this shirt because I'm introducing these, my t-shirt collection tonight, part of my t-shirt collection anyway. This is Lonsdale. Okay, now that's a Union Jack, obviously, and these are boxers in the background, because of course Lonsdale is known for its boxing apparel. So that's a Lonsdale t-shirt. Now, the next question is for this prize. Okay, and this is a fairly expensive prize, by the way. Okay, it's worth 25 quid. It is from an organization called Fudge Kitchen, and this is the British signature box. And what you've got in here is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 different types of fudge. Okay. Handmade and decorated gourmet fudge produced in the United Kingdom. Okay, so in a really beautiful presentation box as well. And in addition to that, of course, we'll throw in the wee book, and we'll throw in a coaster, and we'll throw in the 3 badges as well. And so what's the question that we're going to ask? Okay, we're moving into harder territory now. That is a hard question. However, it can be Googled, and it will depend who's the fastest at mental arithmetic. Some people will know immediately where to go for the answer to this. It will lead us on in the next hour to quite a good wee topic, but I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with this question, okay? And the question is basically this, right? We at A Force for Good have officially counted 13 AUOB marches, okay? 13 of them, and we've recorded those 13 in order and in date. And let me find the document here. If you've got an hour to do this, of course, although you want to be the quickest off the mark, if you counted up those 13 figures, if you count up the AUOB figures using their highest estimation at each, what do you get? What would be the figure? adding up what AUOB said were at each of those 13 marches, what would you get? And if you added up all the correct figures counted properly by a force for good, what would you get? And in the next hour, we'll compare the difference. Okay, so we're looking for two figures from these 13 marches. What did AUOB say they claimed using their maximum estimations? And what is the true total counted by a force for good? Now, I'll give you a wee bit of a hint there, because some people will be like, where do we even begin on that one? Well, it's on our website, and anybody who's got a recent issue of Union Heart will also be able to find that answer. So it's really going to just come down to who's quickest on the calculator, I think. Okay, so that's going to be for the box of fudge. Hope that's clear. Hope that's clear. Good to see Real Black Ink has just joined on Twitter. John's watching from good old Greenock Town. May says, Alistair, you know the Nats love your jacket. They do. They love the jacket. It's a great thing to get them wound up, which is what this is about in many ways. Rylan, good to see you. Thank you for standing with us in the past. Thanks for the thumbs up and for the flags. Morwina, still in watching. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry that we can't broadcast continuously on Facebook at the moment. When we interview people, we have to go to YouTube to do that. Okay, so that was our question. If you add up all the AUOB figures, what do you get? If you add up all the AFFG figures, what do you get? What you get with us is the truth. What you get with them is lies. But we're going to just have the two figures together just to make a compare and contrast between the two of us. Okay, what's happening with comments on Music Collector? Anyone won yet? Yep, everybody's winning. Jane says she missed the beginning, but she's watching from the beginning. Oh, fantastic, Jane. Well, we're, as you'll be able to see, if you scroll along, every half hour we have an interview, and good stuff. If you're watching on YouTube, please do subscribe to us if you haven't already, and please click the thumbs up button, because that also helps to get the message out. So click thumbs up. Please subscribe to us if you have a YouTube account, and please also make a comment on the live chat and send in any questions that you have. One of our questions earlier was, who do you think is the greatest unionist in history? And we've had one or two suggestions. Somebody said Nelson. Somebody said John Knox. Who do you think is the greatest unionist in history, and who do you think is the greatest living unionist at the moment? Somebody also said Elizabeth I as a unionist. I'll tell you who we think is probably our major character. I'll tell you that in the last hour. Good. Well, we're going to be speaking to Kayin Wynne in a few minutes, and I'll send him the thing. And what I'd like Kayin to do is to introduce all his flags again, because many people won't have seen them in the first hour. So we're just going to go through his flags again, because these really need to be seen. The glorious wooden designs and creations, which really are top of the range. A very talented person. Very talented, and he's sharing some of these flags as rewards on our crowdfunder. So please check the crowdfunder when you can. Omo thinks that it's not so much, the Nats don't so much march as just a slovenly stroll. Well, indeed, we do take the Mickey out of them when they march in that way. We call it the separatist shuffle. It's Saturday and it's another separatist shuffle coming to you. Wobbling down the street in their own inimitable way. Hey, hey, with the monkeys. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I just want to give a plug here for something. And people have heard me talking about it before, but while I take this opportunity, I'm just going to do it again. It's this book, which is the last book that I've read, called Deleted: Big Tech's Battle to Erase the Trump Movement and Steal the Election. It's really simply, though, about the power of big tech to control thought. And it's really set my mind on the direction that we need to do whatever we can, a force for good, to protect our platforms and to protect our product as well, because as many of you will know, we were unceremoniously taken off of Twitter for 16 weeks, 4 months, and we appealed to them, but they we thought we were speaking to like a real person, but we weren't speaking to a real person. We were just communicating by email to a robot that kept getting back to us saying that we were a fake account. In other words, something that wasn't reading our proper appeals. And it took 4 months before somebody actually went through the documents and checked to see what the robot had done and realized that they had in fact made a quote unquote mistake with a force for good. So we did get let back on again, which we got let back on again, was it last week? And that was a surprise to us all. But it just shows that you can just be taken off like that. So we can't afford for that to happen again to us. So we need to have backup systems in place, backup platforms, and that's part of our plan for next year. But it won't happen unless we can raise the 15,000. Now, somebody said, can you keep the headphones on? Your guests are trying to respond to some of your points, to expand their points, and you can't hear them as you've been taking headphones off. Yeah, I know it's been a struggle. It's been a struggle to do this one. It's an issue that we've got here. We didn't realize until we set it up. I need to take the headphones on and off. I'm afraid I'd rather just have them off. I shouldn't really have to have them on, but I do need to have them on just because of a glitch here that I can't get to the bottom of. But I've only been able to do it through the way that I can at the moment. But I take your point, but no, I'm going to have to put the headphones on and off, because otherwise I get all sorts of echoes in my ear from previous minutes ago. It's anyway, Kaylin's going to be our last guest because the final hour will be just me. Just me and you. And we're going to build up these figures so that we end at a good amount at 11 o'clock at night. Now, Kayin is in the meeting room and I'm going to welcome him in. And I know you'll be watching at the moment, Kayin. The problem with the audio is all at this end. So what I'm going to do is just kind of give you the floor most of the time. So you just keep speaking and I'll know that you've stopped speaking when I watch your lips. Okay. Good stuff, Kayin. Can you hear me?
I can hear you quite well. Can you hear me okay?
Good. Excellent. Well, thanks very much for coming on this morning and for showing us your goods there. And there'll be people watching at the moment who didn't see you this morning and who will want to see your goods and get a description of what they're about. They are available for anybody that's doing that's given a certain amount of money to us. They can claim one of your flags as a reward. And so could you just take us through what flags you've got there? Just take us one at a time. I'll just give you the floor so that you can spend as much time talking about each of these flags as possible. Consider this just like your sales pitch or whatever.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Alistair. So first of all, this morning I was using my phone camera, which was better. I'm on my laptop camera right now, so the flags don't look as nice under this lighting, but I'm also connected, so I won't be able to stand up and show you them. But what I'll do is I'll hold them in front of the camera so you guys can get a better look of them. So now the main prize that we're doing is the classic Union Jack that you can see here. Now this one, all the flags that I do, the standard flags, they're all 37 inches wide by 18 inches tall. Now, yeah, so the first Union is the classic Union. It's slightly cheaper version. It's got a nice flat backboard, but the colors are still nice and vibrant. Now, after that, for the people who are donating more amounts of money, we will be giving them our Independence Day edition flags. This one here. Now, sorry about that, I have to just reach. So this is the Independence Day edition Union Jack that we do. And it has a plaque on the front, I'm not sure if you can see it, which marks British Independence Day, which was 31st of the 1st, 2020. So basically this flag here, it's the most prestigious one we do. And it's a celebration of Brexit because, as you know, the media basically wants to paint Brexit as a mistake, but I think it's nice to have something that shows that we're proud of our country and we're proud of the decisions that it makes. So that's the Independence Day one. If you bear with me just a second, I'll take my headphones off so I can get the other ones. So we, of course, have Scottish ones are also included in the prizes for the donations as well. They are as well 37 inches. They're a nice light flag, quite popular as well. I actually get quite a lot of gnats by these ones, unintentionally knowing that I make unions as well. But I'm sure they wouldn't buy my flags off me if they realized that I also did the unions. But anyway, yeah. So we've got unions flags. But we also have them in shield designs as well. So you can choose, where is it? Right behind me up there, we have the Scottish shield. I think I've got one in front of me. I'll get a close up for you guys. So this one is 34 inches, just here. So if you don't want a flag, you can also get them in shield designs, which are quite nice. They're a bit smaller, but they're nice light, and if you have like a B&B, a hotel, even like bars and restaurants, they just look really, really classy. And I'll try and get, where's the last one? I've got three more. I've got an Australian one, Merchant Navy, and we Union Shield, which is just here. So again, it's a bit smaller than the flags. So these will be given away to people who donate to A Force for Good. So it's like a wee nice gift. You get something along with your donation as well, which is quite a nice gesture as well. And I do really appreciate Alistair giving me the opportunity to flaunt these for his organization. I think it's really nice. So yeah, here it is, the Britannia's Shield. And the last two I do are, I think I've got three more. So we have Merchant Navy one, which is just behind me. I do have to apologize that the lighting isn't as good as earlier. But yeah, so here's the Merchant Navy one. It is It's the old flag that used to go. So this is the original flag of Canada as well. So it kind of doubles up. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but this flag kind of gets like a lot of people forget about it. But when America and Canada and even Australia, when we were setting up our colonies, this was the flag that was on pretty much every single ship that crossed the ocean. But this one was kind of, obviously this one has been replaced in Canada by the maple leaf. So a lot of people forget that this was actually a really important flag in our history. Now, of course, if we do have some Australians that follow us. So here we go. We have the Australian flag as well. This is also going in the fundraiser. We have one of these available. So if you, and I'm pretty sure this is the only one of its kind in the UK. So if you want to get your hands on a one-off Australian flag, it's been selected for a Force for Good fundraiser. Okay. Now, if you bear with me, I'll just get the last one, which is just here. Okay, now. So if there's any military personnel, I'm sure there's a lot of them, we have the RAF flag, the RAF ensign. And we did have 3 of these ones, but 2 of them have already sold. But this last one, like the others, this one is just reserved for people who are donating to a Force for Good. So if you want to get your hands on the last RAF ensign, you can get it through the fundraiser. And I think that clears up all what I've got going. I do apologize that the lighting doesn't look as good. What I'll do is I'll probably take a video tomorrow in much better lighting, going through all the prizes, so people, if people wanting to get their hands on it, they'll know exactly what they look like. And sorry I couldn't stand up. It's all because I'm just tied to the computer, so it's all on the desk. But yeah, if anyone wants to see a flag up close, if they leave them in the comments, and Alistair, if you tell me, I can just go and grab it for them. But that's everything.
Well, it's an idea about doing a video, because you could do a short video, and we could actually put that up on the crowdfunder page as well, because that's got an possibility to upload videos. So if you sent your video to us via Dropbox, we could put that up. I should imagine. I can't make any promises, but we probably could actually, just above the list, the pictures of the flags that we've got at the moment. But I really do like the RAF one for some reason. I think it's the color that you've used. It really is something else. And, you know, the circular cutting of the roundel that you've done is really quite original. That would look great on some kind of RAF mess or RAF ex-servicemen's club or whatever. I mean, that would be perfect for that. Do you get orders from institutions like that?
Yeah, so it's funny you mentioned that, because one of the I got a message from it. It was actually a female. She used to be an ex. She was quite high up in the RAF, and she got in touch. And I'm not sure which base it was. I'll have to get the name. But yeah, there's a mess somewhere in the UK that has one of these flags, like in their main hall. So I do get quite a lot of people, military personnel. They are quite interested in them, and I did actually have Royal Navy flags as well, but they all sold out. They're quite popular with ex-servicemen, just as a nice reminder of their service to the country.
And earlier you showed us a composite flag, which, if it's in the vicinity, just pull it into shot. Or I think you maybe had a couple of composites, just to show people the quality of the stuff that you do, especially the US Union Jack one.
Sure, I'll just go grab it just now, and I'll put it up behind me so it's easier. It's easier to see. Okay, so here it is. This is my, this is probably my favorite one. I haven't actually sold it yet. Can you hear me okay, Alistair? Yeah. Okay. I'm just checking my audio, guys, sorry. Yeah, so this is my, yeah, so at Dramatic Scotland Creations, I do quite a lot of dual heritage designs. These ones are often for people who have a mother from the UK and their father was from America. But also they look really, you can create a really special one-off piece. Where is it? This way, yeah. I'll take a proper video so you guys can see it, but the idea behind the shapes in this design is this is the land of the USA. The actual coastline itself is represented by the flag section, and the sea here, where the sea would be, we of course have the Union Jack, which is kind of relevant because
It's lovely.
Britain helped to make the USA, so it's a nice merge of the two. You know, we have to a lot of Americans. They need to remember as well, like their roots as well. Like a lot of Americans are from our island, you know. So it's a nice reminder, you know, to all the Yanks over in the States that just, yeah, they should just look back. You know, it's not Britain is not something we should be ashamed of, but it's kind of all we get nowadays in the media. So anything to show pride in your country.
Oh, absolutely. That's nice that you pointed out that about the seacoast, of course, because initially, of course, I hadn't twigged that, but as soon as I see that now, I see exactly what you've done there. And that's very clever. And as you say, it's important because of the Americans. Well, virtually so many Americans, a majority of Americans, until really quite recently, had British heritage. And some others had Northern European heritage, but America was largely a creation of the British, and then we all fell out with each other and fought, and eventually we know what happened. And of course we've got Donald Trump, whose mother is from Scotland, you know, so I always like to think of Donald Trump as half Scottish. Doesn't get any credit for that from the SNP, for example. He's the wrong kind of Scotsman, obviously, just like they are choosy in who they decide is a proper Scot or not, or a true Scotsman, as they would say. Richard is saying here, at some stage the Canadian ensign had another design on the red background. Yeah,
I think is he talking about the Canadian ensign? Because I've just done it as like a blank ensign, but the actual old Canada flag, it had a crest, like a coat of arms as well, on the front. And I have had people ask me to do it, but I don't have the equipment right now to actually make the intricate detail for it. But yeah, the Canadian one, the Canadian ensign, it had a coat of arms, and it looked really nice. And I do plan on making one in the future. But thanks for pointing that out, Richard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It had it had a crest and the coat of arms, and the crest had each of the Canadian. What do they call them? The Canadian states or federations or whatever the name was. You know, there's quite a few of them: Newfoundland and Ontario and Alberta and so on. And Canada's a nation just as well, even more so, really, almost than the US. That's got so much British heritage. I mean, it was almost entirely populated by the British for such a long time, and that's of course how so many Canadians came to fight with the British in World War I and World War II. I mean, they just thought of themselves as British. And in fact, we made a post this week about the John McCrae, who wrote "In Flanders Fields Where Poppies Blow," and he was a Canadian citizen, but regarded himself as British. Basically, tried to join the British Army, but was too old for it, so he joined the Canadian Expeditionary Force. But so many Canadians have those British roots. But by the end of the 20th century, by like the 1960s onwards, Canada was trying to push all that away and become a kind of globalist, just like with the march of time falling in behind all the other countries, trying to get away from its British heritage, which it has done to a large extent, but which it is still there, no question about it, and is still part of Canada as it exists. How much longer people like Justin Trudeau and so on are going to accept it, I don't know.
Yeah.
Canada's quite an interesting country, of course, because it's basically kind of two nations in a way. Because you've got what I call French Canada and British Canada, and the two are quite politically different, but they hold together for the time being anyway. They hold together. Provinces, that's the word for Canada, said Richard, reminds me here. And I know you answered this last time, but not everybody will have heard your answer. Are you able to do bespoke flags if somebody came to you and said, I'd like you to do an Ulster flag or an Ulster flag and a Scottish saltire? Have you ever done anything like that before?
Yeah, well, I had a really one of my strangest requests was actually an England flag and a Scotland flag side by side. Like, well, it was half merged, obviously, so it was just half of each flag. And I just found that quite interesting because the person, obviously, it was just odd. I was just in my head, I was sort of thinking, would you not just want to buy a Union Jack, to show the relationship? But no, but yeah, I've done quite a few different designs. I really like the ones with Africa, actually. One of them I did, it was I always forget. I think it was Zimbabwe and the UK, and I just thought it was really nice because we always hear from people that Britain has such a horrible history with Africa, but they forget that we actually had we only just paid off our debts for ending the slave trade. You hear about white privilege and all this stuff, which is, quite frankly, it's a lie, and it's meant to make us feel guilty about our past and our history. But it's always nice getting a design where someone can actually, where I know that person appreciates the rich history between the countries and that they did actually cooperate. Yes, it wasn't all like perfect, but we got on, we shared technologies, and we separated peacefully. That's what people forget. Like as a nation, Britain was very good. No other country has a better relation with their ex-colonies than the UK, simply because we had it in our mechanism that we were able to legally separate without bloodshed. And that often gets overlooked, and it's just one of these things. We should really take pride in not just the legal system, but how Britain functions as a country. It was really efficient. We achieved an awful lot. And one of the best things we can all do is be quite vocal, not in their faces with it, but whenever we hear people talking badly of the UK, it was something that I heard a lot of this. I'm going to go into a brief story because basically I went to university in Edinburgh, and one of the things that stood out to me was actually it was quite. I got really, I don't want to say frustrated, but one of the main things people would do in any social situation was just want to like willfully shame anything British. That became like a social norm. Was just to be accepted in a group, you had to share these anti-British, anti-empire views, and then you were all of a sudden seen as a good person. Anyone who just questioned that would often feel you'd be made to feel uncomfortable about your beliefs, even though I was wanting to show nothing but pride, and I was like, I'm trying to feel good about my nation. You're the ones that are trying to tear it apart and pick out the ills from it. We should have, personally, I just feel we should all have unashamed pride of our nation, of our people, of our history, and we should reject all this Black Lives Matter utter nonsense. It's just here to tear us apart and to make us feel guilty, especially when, as you know, Alistair, native Brits, we're actually set to become a minority in our own homeland by 2060. That's quite a daunting thing for us. We have to really understand that we are a people and we do care about our history. We've been through a lot. Sorry, I've went on a bit of a ramble there.
100%. I agree. I agree with you. It's like a mental illness, really, to be against your own country. And that's been pointed out by lots of great thinkers from the dawn of time. Like, the man that is against his own country is not quite all there, you know. And so it's fashionable among some circles. But it's great to have people like yourself who are able to come out and stand up strongly and create such attractive imagery to boost the spirit, to boost the morale of us all with your artistry. And I mentioned it to you the first time round, but I keep plugging this, is that we need more artists in the unionist movement, whether they are designers and craftsmen such as yourself, or whether they are poets or writers or singers or music bands or whatever. We need that. You know, we have got a good colleague of ours who is an extremely good, well, we've got several good colleagues who are extremely good electric guitar players. And I asked one of them to do a version of God Save the Queen, like a sort of heavy metal version of God Save the Queen. And we will play that at 11 o'clock at night when we close. We'll stick the post up on Twitter, and we'll stick the post up on Parler and also on Facebook as a separate post, because we can't do it with our machinery as it is at the moment. But it's like, because I had been Googling that on YouTube to see, is there any decent events, any decent material out there? And there wasn't, you know. So I thought we need to get that. We need to start ensuring that we've got pro-UK musicians. The Scottish Nationalists have got a few strummers who can sort of bang an acoustic guitar while walking down the street singing about Bonnie Prince Charlie or something like that. It's not that particularly compelling, I have to say. But we need to develop a field, a musical field for unionism as well, so that when we have a rally, and we're going to have rallies when we get more, when things get back to normal, we'll have a rally of our own. We'll have a unionist rally, and we'll have musicians at that, you know. And we want and I know some unionist musicians who play in bands as well, and it's about finding these guys coming together, putting some songs together, and being able to entertain at unionist events, you know, public unionist events. All that sort of stuff has to be done, and has to create a buzz and an artistic enthusiasm around the wonders of our fantastic islands. I mean, our fantastic nation, which has got a great history. And as I've always said, we've got such a great history because we've done so much. You know, there's very few nations that have done so much in the world as the British together over hundreds of years. Many nations have just tended to prefer to stay at home for various geographical reasons, no doubt. But we, being an island nation, have been in such a position that we've really been able to create the modern world for basically.
This is it. No, but we created
to
Western civilization, and it is the Faustian man.
We definitely have created the
Western
modern world. I'm going to say that, you know, and people who don't like it, you have to deal with it. But the British did create the modern world. I gave a speech at my good friend, now deceased, Alan Robertson, for whom I spoke about in the second hour. But I gave a speech, 15 reasons to be proud of the United Kingdom. I gave that speech a couple of years ago. It's on our website, aforceforgood.uk. And I made these very points that everything, you know, even the Bible, which converted the world generally to Christianity, was the King James VI Bible, you know. So everything from converting the world to bringing religion to the world to bringing roads and legal systems and infrastructure and all these sorts of things, and ways of governing, parliamentary democracy and things like that. These are all things that we've given to vast areas of the world. Some countries have done it in their own way as well. European countries have done it as well, but it's mainly the United Kingdom. And of course, as a consequence of our efforts, we also established essentially what is now the United States of America and what is Canada, what is Australia, what is New Zealand, and had a big part to play in establishing the Southern African states as well, which used to be part of the British Commonwealth, as it were. So yeah, there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, and what that's coming from is an unawareness of history, like an inability to understand history. Really, that's where that's coming from, and a lack of historical perspective. When you were at school, which was later than I was at school, can you remember what you learned in history class?
Okay, now, yeah, well, the way I look at it is there's pillars that we learned, and these are the pillars of guilt. One of them was colonialism, the other was slavery, and one of them was Holocaust, but the Holocaust one's irrelevant, and that's really got nothing to do with us. But yeah, the main one was on slavery. So we were mainly just taught Britain did slavery, Britain bad. So it was a complete, and I can't really blame my peers, but I could sense that was a bit like off. You know, I was a bit like, well, I could see the world around us was actually, it functioned pretty well under the British. But yeah, it's a complete inversion. We're taught in school to hate ourselves, our country, to make it trendy, it's fashionable. And it is odd that a nation like us, we've contributed so much to the world, yet we seem to be drowning in a lot of self-loathing. So it's really bizarre, to be honest. I've never really got my head around it, and it's one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time making union flags, you know. And there was also a message I wanted to tell people who are thinking about producing creative stuff in the name of unionism. Now, you'll probably know, Alistair, when I started making union flags, I was posting it to Facebook, and I was getting quite a lot of hate from all the wrong people. But I want everyone to know that you should ignore the Scottish nationalists. They're not nationalists, they're globalists. And that there is a huge, on Facebook especially, you will get an awful lot of support. If you make anything in the name of pride for Great Britain, there are thousands and thousands of people out there that will support you. They will encourage your work, and it's just a really nice, wholesome kind of community that there is there, if as long as you ignore the inevitable hate that you will get from the Scottish nationalists. So don't let any of their negativity or their bad comments get you down. Just keep firing on with whatever you want to pursue creatively.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's one of the saving graces of social media. And let's hope that it can be with us for as long as possible, in that you can find these communities of support for you. And we've noticed that as well. And whenever somebody such as ourselves raises their head, the Scottish nationalists will try to shoot you down verbally, just to make you go away, basically, because they understand that, you know, most people are going to be, quite understandably, are going to be timid about getting their names smeared all over the place. But for those of us who are in a position who absolutely do not care at all, that's not a problem. But other people obviously quite rightly have to watch out and don't want to get drawn into that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, you just have to keep fighting the fight and never get down and never go, oh, poor me, you know, nobody likes me or whatever. You know, who cares at the end of the day? You have to, because once they've got you like that, then they've won. I mentioned earlier, if they can make you angry with life, you know, if they can make you down and just like angry, then they've also won as well. They've destroyed your spirit. So you have to always just have faith, not fear, which is a good phrase comes from Christianity. Have faith, not fear. And when you've got faith, then you don't have any fear, and you don't have any any reason to be bothered, regardless of what people say to you, because the day will come tomorrow, and you know the good Lord will ensure that we are fed and watered, just like the birds, or whatever the expression from the Bible is. So, you know, have power, have strength, have faith, and don't let people get you down, you know, and know that you're on the right track, and you're definitely on the right track with your stuff. Interested what you spoke about there, about what you get taught at school. Oh my goodness. That's obviously an agenda that's at play. I mean, to those
even more
subjects, that's a
amplified
complete
at
agenda. That's at play
university levels
to
even
make
more.
you feel guilty about your life. And that's something that we're all facing at the moment, especially as we go into next year when the BLM thing is going to ramp up. Our politicians are not going to defend us against BLM or that woke agenda. I'm afraid to say we're all in this on our own, and we're going to have to look around for leaders to stand up for us, because, you know, in Scotland, it's being promoted deliberately by the SNP, the woke agenda, and in the rest of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson and his cronies are not helping the matter at all. And if they're not actually promoting the woke agenda, they are afraid of it and they comply along with it. And so anyway, we are the future as far as common sense is concerned. Kayin, it's been fantastic. We've got your great productions on display as rewards right up until the 6th of January. But I do say to people, you know, there's only a few flags there. Please, if you like one, do make a donation, an appropriate donation, and click the reward button. If you go on to crowdfunder.co.uk and you want to get, say, the RAF flag, go down the rewards, click on that, send us in the donation, and you'll get the flag sent to you free of charge, free of postage, and it will come complete with wall hangers and everything that you need to put it on your wall. And a lot of these will look great in a clubhouse, in your shed, in your living room, an amazing present for somebody's maybe retirement present, or in wherever you happen to think that is going to be appropriate. But great range of flags, and we love those saltire shields as well that you've done. I mean, they're really nice. And I know that you also do, you know, you can put a stag on there at the bottom, or you can put a Celtic cross or whatever. And so if somebody wants the saltire shield and they would like a little addition, like a wee stag's head or a Celtic cross or whatever, just tell us, and I'm sure you can work something out with them.
Absolutely.
Good. Okay,
well, Alistair,
Kayin, I'm going to say good night to you. God bless, and we'll speak again. Thanks for all your good work.
Thank you, Alistair. I'll remember to click leave this time.
Okay. What an extraordinary young man. And that was fantastic. Okay, folks, it's actually 4 minutes past 10. We've got 56 minutes left. I'm going to rush away. I'm going to do a quick calculation to calculate where the competition prize was displayed, the competition answer, where that was. Hopefully some of you have been doing the calculation very quickly. Send us in the material and we'll see who's won, and we'll talk about the big prize for the final 5 minutes as well. Okay, so give me 2 or 3 minutes, folks, and we'll be back on all platforms, and we'll be reading out comments as well. Okay, folks, back for the final 50 minutes. Well, that went very quickly. This is the 10th hour that we've been broadcasting, and I'll just get back onto Twitter. Going to announce the winner. Going live on Twitter, and let's get live quickly on Facebook, because this is just straight me now to until the end. Till the end of the day. And somebody remind me, if I don't already do so, to check the crowdfunder, which I've not yet checked for the last hour or so. And I will make sure we announce the final figure that we've raised today. Okay, so going back onto Facebook. Cool. We're back on Facebook, and I'm going to just give us a share around everybody here on the Facebook posts. We've been doing a lot today. Doing a lot. Let's get this. Okay, now let's see if we have a winner for our prize. We have a winner. We have a winner. And it's Ben. Well done, Ben. Well done. I'm glad that you won. I'm glad that you won because you've bought one of our amazing AFFG Heart, Classic Heart t-shirts recently. So I'm very pleased to thank you for that, as well as to send your way the prize. Now, the answer was the Nats have claimed that they had 629,000 people in these 13 marches between Dumfries on the 2nd of June 2018 and Glasgow on the 11th of January 2020. However, the reality is that they did not have 629,000, nor did they have half of that. They did not have 300,000, nor did they even have a sixth of that. That is to say, they did not even have 100,000, nor did they even have 75,000. They had 65,051, okay? Many of whom, of course, are the same people. So over these 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 events, they had an average of what's that? 5,004 people. They did not have what they're claiming, 629,000, but rather 65,051. So they are exaggerating by a factor of almost 10, obviously. 9.67. They're let's call it 10. They're exaggerating by 10 times the number that they have. Okay, the Nats are exaggerating by 10 times the number that they actually get out, and that's quantitatively proven. And we've got the video evidence, and that's up on our website, aforceforgood.uk. If you count the, if you go to aforceforgood.uk, go to blog, and you'll see our latest article, which was the count that we calculated from Dumfries. We were recently made privy to video evidence from the Dumfries March, and we were able to study these Scottish nationalists, and it didn't take us very long to count them. I can tell you the march was only about 17 minutes or something like that, and they had 1,854 at Dumfries, not the 10,000 that both they and others claimed that they had. So they're seriously exaggerating. Now I'm going to speak more about that, but first I want to introduce to you my t-shirt for this hour and the final question, okay? Now here is my t-shirt for this hour, which is Next is the brand. Okay, so that's a Union Jack, and if you look closely, there is I think Big Ben is in there somewhere. So here is the question. Well, firstly, here's the prize for this, and we'll announce the winner at 5 to 11, or the person that's closest. Okay, the prize will be this bottle, quite expensive bottle of Union Jack black gin. This distinctive black gin, handcrafted in small batches, is infused with warming aniseed reminiscent of your favorite retro sweets. Okay. You'll also get two coasters in order for 2 people to enjoy. We'll also stick in, obviously, a wee book for the Union. And we'll also stick in our 3 badges, which is to say our Force for Good flag badge worth a £5, a Force for Good badge worth a £5, Maintain the Union badge which is very nice, which has been donated to us by a supporter, worth a £5. The wee book's worth a £5. The 2 coasters are worth a £5. And the Union Jack Black gin is worth 25 quid. So we're talking about 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 £50 worth of a prize to you, coming to you safely, properly packaged, free of postage, coming to the person that can answer this. Okay. Since 1 o'clock, I have worn 10 different t-shirts. Can you name the brands of each t-shirt in order? Okay. And I've mentioned to you, this is a Next t-shirt. Okay, so I've given you one answer. So, and the first one was the AFFG one. Okay, so you just have to say AFFG. But between 1 o'clock and just now, I've worn 10 different t-shirts. Can you name the brands in order? And the person that wins will be the person that can name the most brands and has got them in the best order. Okay, and you'll win that £50 prize. And it's the first person who can send the answer by email to contact@aforceforgood.uk. That's a great prize. And I think that's a great question, actually, even though I came up with that question myself. I'm going to just read some comments here. Well done to Ben anyway for winning that. And Ben, you can enter again if you want as well. Everybody can enter if you've won in the past also. Yep. Okay. Right. Let's check out some comments here. Any comments on Facebook? So glad for all the folk that fired in their points of view today. Thank you for that. Thank you for your engagement with us. It's been really, really, really valued. And thank you for everybody who's donated. And I'll just give you a donation figure that we're at the moment, and we'll see if we can get over. Lee says he's back on and he had to go out. Hope the gin and shortbread's not gone. The gin's not gone yet, Lee. Did you see the question? Okay, the question for an answer at contact@forceforgood.uk is please name the brands of t-shirts that I've been wearing since 1 o'clock to 11 o'clock. The winner for the gin will be the one who names the most t-shirts in the best order. I'm talking about brand names like this one. The 10th one is a Next, but I did mention the brand names of them all. So if you're watching and if you can remember them, please write them down and send them to contact@forceforgood.uk. Craig says, God save the Union, Alistair. Made in Great Britain, says Robert Cairns. Dale says, hello from Hertfordshire. Thank you for that kind comment, Dale. Lee says, yes, good. Well, I hope you can try for it, Lee. Evelyn says, fantastic. Thank you for all your support, Evelyn. You're a great supporter of the British way and union. Pete on YouTube said Pinocchio did the stats for the Nats. He certainly did. Joe says, great stuff. British Ulster says, I'm 33. When I was at school and at my school in Belfast, when any teacher tried to say anything derogatory about the UK, they were told to rude word off. The letters on school bags were coloured red, white and blue. That's interesting, isn't it? It's funny, it's strange, it's unusual that in some parts of the United Kingdom we have a very strong sense of Britishness, and in others you have people who are trying to tear it down, as of course you do have also in Northern Ireland, people who don't like their inheritance, the great British inheritance. Angus makes a nice comment there. Thank you for that, Angus. British Ulster says that the Rhodesian folk singer John Edmund tells the story of Rhodesia beautifully through his songs. Well, that's interesting. There must have been one or two cultural artists at that time during that period. British Ulster also made some good points here that I want to get back to. I saw them earlier, and he was talking about people who have fought for the union. I wasn't able to read them out. Neil, he says, British Ulster says, Neil Oliver is a great modern day voice for the union. Oh, that is so true. That is so true, especially his books. His books are amazing, and he's done a lot of books. I mean, Google Neil Oliver and look at his Wikipedia page, and he's got books there about, he's got a book about World War I as well, and about remembrance and everything attached to World War I. So he's a great proponent of the union, extremely eloquent, very well spoken. Somebody that was so lucky to have on side, so lucky. He says Frank Welsh in his book The Four Kingdoms is also fantastic for the unionist cause. Well, thank you for bringing that to my attention, British Ulster, because I did not know about Frank Welsh or his book The Four Kingdoms, but I will check it out. I will check it out, Frank Welsh, The Four Kingdoms, because you can always mine these books for interesting stuff. He also says, Robert Stewart, better known as Viscount Castlereagh, was a great unionist. He also mentions here Enoch Powell. He's certainly a great political unionist, wasn't he? Field Marshals Alan Brooke and Earl Alexander were also great unionists, like the whole Brooke family. It's interesting, I didn't know, I've heard those names, but I didn't know much about their political affiliations or the political sympathies. So I'll certainly look into that. Thanks for that info, British Ulster. That's a very, very constructive comment there. Kevin says, nice program, Alistair. Wonderful to hear from all your unionist guests. Richard's been on all day. Good for you, Richard. You're a great supporter, and thanks for donating to us. People, remember, this is all about the crowdfunder. This is all about getting some money in so that we can ensure that 2021 will be a successful year. Last time I looked at the crowdfunder, it was at £2,035. What's it at now? Let's bring up the thing. Okay, 2,170. Thank you to those who donated an extra £135. Can we get to 2,500 by tonight? If you have already donated, please do not donate anymore tonight. But can we get new people to donate so we get over 2,500? That would be a nice number. That means we need another £330 in the next half hour. Can we get that? Please, if you've already donated today, don't donate again, and somebody else can have the chance to donate. Evelyn, thank you very much for that very generous donation that you've made. Thank you. Thank you, Jane, also for your donation. And thank you to Anonymous for their donation, and to Dorothy for her donation. Thank you to those four people for helping out. It's all valued. No donation is too large or too small, and it's a good thing to do because it helps you to feel as if you're involved. You know, once you make that physical commitment of donating, you feel part of the whole effort. So thank you to everybody who's been donating tonight. We're at 2,170. Can we get to 2,500 by midnight? Sorry, by 11 o'clock. Let's have a go, and let's see if we can do that. Okay. Okay, great stuff, great stuff. Now, yes, we were speaking about Neil Oliver. Now, I think personally he is the strongest unionist voice in the mainstream that we have at the moment. And possibly he has been for 2 or 3 years now since he came out strongly for the union. And the great thing about him as well, it harks back to what I was speaking there about with Kayin, is that Neil Oliver has got the poetic, artistic attitude, which is so important. He's got the heart, and he can articulate the heart in a very attractive way, and in a way that's full of substance, you know. And he'll say that he's not a historian, he's officially a trained archaeologist, but he is basically as good a historian as they come. He's an excellent historian, and he's a popular historian. He makes things understandable to people in a way that he makes history understandable in a way that's very easy to watch, you know. He's very easy to listen to, and he'll give you like these little snippets of stuff that help to basically add value, that add value to your life, and that add value to our sense of being British. And talking of that, he wrote a very good article for the think tank These Islands, and it was published in the Daily Mail on the 28th of November. And he says in it here, I was born British, and as a British citizen, I will live out my days. My nationality is a state of mind, and I have no intention of changing either. I know who I am and what I love is Britain. The whole place, every nook and cranny. This is my island. No pronouncement by any politician here today and gone tomorrow. And no referendum on this or that issue of the day will have any effect on my understanding of myself and where I belong. And he says, it makes me feel better just to put those words down on the page. And I suggest that you do check that one out. Just Google Neil Oliver's Paean to Britain, P-A-E-A-N, Paean to Britain. I would never use a word that's difficult to pronounce when I write. Don't use words that are not normally used in day-to-day language. That acts as a kind of barrier in some ways. But nevertheless, the rest of it is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And, you know, he's got this kind of metaphysical way of thinking about things. And he says, you might say that a country is a dream shared by its inhabitants. As long as enough of the inhabitants believe in the existence of Britain or Scotland or wherever, then the dream remains alive and the country in question is made real. If too many people stop believing or choose to believe in someplace else, then the dream is over and the country ceases to exist as completely as a candle flame blown out by the wind. I will always believe in Britain, come what may. That will never be taken from me. I will always believe in Britain. Fantastic sentiment there, really good sentiment. And he talks about, brings in a lot of history. The Nats hated this article, by the way. They hated it and they tried to poo-poo it. Oh, it's all just, you know, it's all just airy-fairy, but it's not at all. It's extremely deep And he talks about the extent to which he's, more than any of us really, has traveled the length and breadth of the United Kingdom many times, creating his amazing programs, all of which are very worth watching. And he says, after having done all of this, long before the end, I realized it was all one place, that the national borders drawn across it had no meaning for me and were invisible anyway. I have seen for myself how fisher folk in Cornwall have more in common with others of their kind in Fife than either has with any inhabitants of the interior. You might say the same common ground is there in other countries, but there is no denying the added strength of bonds made by shared language, culture, history, and shared centuries together. And this is what really gets us. I have been around enough of the wider world to know that most places are not like Britain. Not at all. Every time I hear the place being run down for some alleged failing, I want to ask, compared to where? That anyone at all would imagine it were possible to break this wonder into pieces and yet somehow retain its fragile, precious gifts in each of the tattered remnants is beyond me. A torn fragment of a work of art is not enough. Once it's gone, it is forever, and we will all be diminished by its passing. And he concludes by saying, I don't base my decision on politics or economics or even history. I make my choices based on the responsibility I feel for people, alive now and yet to be born. I love Britain more than anywhere else in the world. With all my heart, I declare that those of us born here or who have made a home here by choice are the luckiest, most blessed of all people. I am British and I will always be British. That's great stuff. And we used 2 or 3 of his quotes in our wee book for the Union. And it was Neil who brought to our attention the way of thinking of Britain, taking us right back. You know, we have this phrase, we talk about our 5,000-year-old union. And the Scottish nationals who go, oh, doesn't he know that the union didn't happen until 1707? Well, of course we know that, you know, we do know that. And we know that there was other unions as well. There was the Regal Union. There was the union with England and Wales. There was the union with Great Britain and Ireland. So we know all about the dates and so on, but we're talking metaphysically when we talk about the 5,000-year-old union. And we're inspired by the famous verse, the first verse of Rule Britannia, when Britain first arose from out the azure main, which is to say when Britain first came out of the sea since the dawn of time, which of course was thousands and thousands of years ago. But we chose 5,000 years because that is the earliest recorded date of community. You can carbon date it back to about 3,512 BC. And you can do that. And it was Neil that did that in the Ness of Brodgar, which is part of the Orkney Islands. And he did a series which is worth watching, Britain's Ancient Capital. And he spoke about the Ness of Brodgar as Britain's ancient capital, okay, 3,500 years ago. And he quoted, the origin of the first united culture of Britain, thousands of years before the United Kingdom came into being, was the Ness of Brodgar. And we liked that imagery. And we thought, yeah, let's go right back to at least then to talk about when common culture, even if it was a Stone Age culture, at least common culture came into being. And we do know that the Stone Age culture that existed in the Orkney Islands did spread down, right down to the south of England, where we have Stonehenge today. And so that Neil makes a case that a lot of that was coming down from the Ness of Brodgar, that Stone Age time. So that's why we talk about a 5,000-year-old union. We're not talking necessarily about politics. We're talking about culture and social connections. And yeah, he said the Ness of Brodgar, settled some 5,000 years ago, was the beating heart the beginning, the capital, the wellspring of Britain's very first common culture. So it's great to have a man like that, a learned man, on side in that way. Let's go over here for a moment. We've got a few people have come in now. We're going to, I'm just going to check these. Okay, there's one person that's got it. If got a version of it, there might be another person that can get it more more in order. Let's see. I'm afraid, Lee, that's not correct on those, on 3 scores there. I'm going to keep this open for another 10 minutes. The question is, can anybody name in order the 10 t-shirts that I wore? If you can't name the 10 in order, can you name the 10 anyway? The brand names we're talking about, not descriptions, but brand names. And we'll keep that open until 10 to 11, and we'll see if anybody can continue, can get that. I'm just going to do a 2-minute talk to the camera, because what we haven't got on our crowdfunder is a wee video explaining what the crowdfunder is about. So I'm going to just talk directly to the camera so that our team can cut this 2-minute video out, and that next week we can put it up on the crowdfunder page. So I am just going to say a few words that will get captured by that while I'm on the camera here. So my name is Alistair McConaughey, and I'm a director at Scotland's premier pro-UK campaigning group and think tank. And we've been going now for almost 9 years. And this year, we understand very well that 2021 is going to be the big year for us. We have to defend the United Kingdom against the separatist assault on our constitution, which is going to be happening. Now, we have a great team here. None of us are on salaries. We've only got a few of us on small retainers that enable us to do this work. And but we're not even asking for money for that. We're asking, please, for money to help us campaign on the streets, and also to create new media platforms, and also to boost our ability to communicate via our studio, so that we can stream live programs out to the world, essentially. Now, down below on this crowdfunder page, you'll see some ideas that we've got for 2021. If you are inspired by that, if you'd like to help us, please do just donate something. Nothing is too large, nothing is too small. We will put it to very good use. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who does donate to our crowdfunder, and thank you also for your support this year. And check out some of our rewards as well, which you some great wooden flags. If you scroll right down, you'll see some fantastic pictures of the flags that we're offering as rewards as well. So maybe that will appeal to you. So thank you very much for watching, and Yo Britannia. Okay, folks, we'll probably cut that 2 minutes and we'll put that up maybe next week, or we'll check it out. And if it's no good, we'll do another one next week anyway. But we've got to get a wee video up there on crowdfunder to try to get to our 15,000, which is absolutely what we need. And anybody that's got any kind of knowledge of our sorts of organizations will know just incredibly how we do so much on a very small budget, relatively speaking. So yeah, we're good value for money, put it that way. We're good value for money. And we're at 2,200 at the moment, and we've got about 15 minutes or so. Will we get up to 2,500? Anybody watching, now's your chance just to put in a fiver, a tenner, £20, whatever. Every little bit is helping. Every little bit is helping. Let's end with a wee poem. Oh, hang on. Music collector wonders if all our t-shirts were British brands. I think that they were, although I'm not sure about I'm not sure about one of them. All the rest were. Yeah. Linda says that the rest of the United Kingdom should be consulted if there was ever a second Scottish referendum. Absolutely. Absolutely. It must be. It must be. To be British is to win the lottery of life. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah. So I asked, who is your favorite unionist? And I got a few people came up there with historical figures, and the Neil Oliver seems to be everybody's favorite current day unionist. Who is a force for good's favorite unionist? When I began, I mentioned in the second hour, I mentioned about the 50 men and women who have sustained, maintained, and created the British Union. And we went through a lot of people. If I had to choose a figure from history, I would say James VI of Great Britain. I think he did the most to get people starting to think in the way of union. That was, of course, the Scottish king who inherited the crown of England after Elizabeth I died. He was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. And it was his aim to unite, to politically unite Britain. But that was back in 1603, and he was a little bit before his time. But it was he who really started to publicize that idea. He really started to publicize an idea that very, very few people had ever hitherto considered. And we call him James VI of Great Britain because he was the sixth James in the territory, which had become the realm of Great Britain, just as Elizabeth II today is the second Elizabeth in the territory, which has become the realm of the United Kingdom. So he's probably the most remarkable of them all. And in our opinion anyway, but there's lots of others out there, and we will publish this speech, which is really a work in progress and could actually be turned into a book in time as well. It would be 100 men and women who have maintained and sustained the British Union. Who did we choose? We did it in chronological order, and then we got right through from the beginning. Pythias of Massalia was the Roman, was he, who named the islands. Greek geographer and explorer from Massalia, which is now Marseille in France. He is notable because he is the first person to have written down the word Britain in 325 BC. And the last person was Queen Elizabeth II, who is not a political character in the sense of advocating political things, but her existence within her, she embodies Britishness, and thereby she embodies the state that is the United Kingdom in her being. And she just has to exist, and you know that the United Kingdom is there. Yes, and Neil Oliver was also mentioned as one of those who is with us today, who has helped the United Kingdom to survive. And very eclectic list there of 50 people that we identified. John Arbuthnot, physician to Queen Anne, born in Kincardineshire, created the figure John Bull. Octavia Hill, founder of the National Trust, put together the idea that the actual land could be enjoyed by the people of that land. Reginald Brabazon, an Irishman who created the idea of Empire Day in schools. Lady Elizabeth Butler, the artist who created some great paintings of British soldiers, including that fantastic painting of the Scots Greys at Waterloo. Going right back, of course, going right back into time. There's some work there, actually. Have to get that out there. We'll do that next year if things go according to plan. That is to say, if we can raise the money on this crowdfunder, we'll have lots of additional opportunities to create new literature as well, because that's how we get our message out. You know, we're about promoting our philosophy and policy. How do we do that? Through communication. How do we communicate? Through our online platforms, through our printed advocacy, and through our physical activism. We communicate the message, and thereby things change in the living realm. So please do sign up to subscribe, please, to our YouTube channel. Please give this broadcast a like. Please subscribe to follow us on Twitter, and please follow us on Parler as well. And please also follow us on Instagram if you're on any of these. Our Instagram page has been a great success this year. We have surpassed 5,000 followers. By far and away, we are the best, the biggest pro-UK Instagram page. There's no other pro-UK group that's going to catch up with us. We've got more than many pro-union politicians have got. We're the biggest campaigning group on Twitter. There's pro-UK anonymous accounts that have got more than us, but we are the only one that you can put a face behind that's got the numbers that we've got. We're not blowing our own trumpet here. We're just talking about the fruits of our almost 9 years of activism and hard work. And one thing is for sure, it could not have been done without the team at A Force for Good. Everybody at the team, from our Instagram team, our Twitter team, our Facebook team that I know has been very busy today, and our security team. I know some of our marshals have been watching in today. If you're watching, I just want to say thank you for putting yourself out there. It's not easy work. You have to be the right sort of person with the right sort of temperament. So if you're one of our marshals that's been watching in today, thank you very much. Thank you to the leader of our security team, without whom we could not do any of our street activism, who does all the liaising with the authorities and with the police. So we've got a real organization behind us here, and we're known to the people that need to know about us when it comes to us getting out onto the street. And that's been a long, tedious process of building up links with the authorities for the last 3 years. And I thank the person who does all of that on our behalf. And we were going to have that person here today in the studio to interview that person, to speak more about what that involves. But of course, we're still in this goodness awful tier 3 or whatever, which means that we can't actually get other people into the office. So that's for next time. That'll come up next year. We'll interview that particular person for another show. And next year as well, we're going to branch out if we can, if we get the right amount of funds needed, we'll branch out onto daily publication on at least 2 other social media platforms, so that we'll always have a fort that we can occupy in order to shout our message from the ramparts. Don't know where I come up with that analogy. That's a good one though. Another fort that we can occupy to shout our message from the ramparts. Finding as many of these forts as we possibly can, occupying them as strongly and as firmly as we possibly can. And of course, next year as well, all going according to plan, if we hit the 15,000, we've got a plan for another book, a much bigger book than the wee book. It would maybe be a medium-sized book for the union with a lot more information, sort of much more of an activist's manual. That's going to be a big, that's going to be a big thing though, and that will definitely require that we've raised the 15K. We certainly won't be able to do that if we don't get that particular money. And believe us, we've also got plans for other things, rallies, concerts, tours, the whole thing. It's all there. Scotland is our oyster as far as action and activism is concerned, but we can only do so much with what we've got. So that's why we have to do this crowdfunder. And if you can give, doesn't matter how much you can, small, medium or large, everything is appreciated. And if you can't give, we understand that. That's no problem. But can you share? Can you share the message? Can you like us on Facebook? Can you give us a thumbs up on YouTube? Can you subscribe to us on YouTube? We want to get right up there if we possibly can. Get as many subscribers as possible. The more subscribers, the more influence our message has. And if we know one thing, it's that the Scottish Nationalists are extremely, extremely well organised and extremely well funded, and they don't have to worry for anything. It is we unionists that need to get our act into some kind of order. Excuse me while I have a wee drink here. Good. Well, 10 hours. We're now into the last 5 minutes, and let me say who has won that prize. Somebody looks like they've got it precisely. Oh, crikey. Just bear with me. The first one was AFFG. The second one was David Watts. The third one was Hackett. The fourth one was Barber. The fifth one was Warrior. The sixth one was the Run and Fly. The seventh was Barber. The eighth was Gabici. The ninth was Lonsdale. And the 10th was Next. Now, the first person that came in with that is, let's just see, bear with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Yeah, it has to go to, Alan. You know, we've got several right answers in there, but Alan was the first one. Okay, Alan D, you have got the Union Jack gin, and you've been on, I've noticed your name on the comments and so on. So Alan, You've been here for a while. You certainly do deserve it. My commiserations to the other folk there who had the right answer. I'm very, very happy that you were checking in on that, and that your powers of observation were such. Several of you there have got the right answer, but it was Alan who did come in first on that one. So Alan T, congratulations to you. We'll get that sent off. Just make sure that you send us your address. Okay, send it to us by email and we'll get that fired off to you, and that will help you to have a Merry Christmas, I do hope. And you've got 2 coasters there, so have a drink on AFFG, that's for sure. And my commiserations to the other folks there that didn't get that one, but that was a good one. That was a fun one, and I enjoyed that. And do you know, we have this thing that you have to just wearing something British is important. You know, people say, well, what can I do? I can tell you something that you can do, and we wrote a whole article about this on our website. You can buy British. If it's got a Union Jack on it, buy it. You know, I always buy the vegetables and the butter and the eggs and all that kind of stuff. You know, if it's British branded, bang, it's for me. You can buy British. You can wear British. You know, wear a T-shirt. Nobody's going to give you a hard time, really, about it. Why should they? So wear British. Be proud to wear something British, even if it's just a British brand. Buy British always. And if you're walking down the street and you see like Scottish nationalist stickers on lampposts, just take them off, because nobody else is coming along to take them off. So that's like a physical thing that you can do, and that makes you feel good once you've done that. I don't do it all the time because I don't see much of it, but when I used to see it, it always came down, believe me, when I lived in another place. So buy British. In fact, we listed these things. We listed these things? Making a unionist difference. Speak up. Say, I'm British. I like the UK. I want us to stay together. Wear the flag. Increase the visibility of British symbolism in Scotland. Fly the flag. Buy British. Remove Scotnat stickers on street furniture. Register and vote. And don't forget to vote at council elections, and help those who are doing good work for the cause, such as, for example, supporting A Force for Good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the top of the hour. 10 hours has gone. I know our team is going to put up the national anthem, our heavy metal version of the national anthem. That's going to be posted at the top of the Facebook page, going to be posted on Parler, and it's going to be posted into Twitter. And that is the way that we're going to end this broadcast. We finish at £2,270. So that's a good amount that we've raised today. We've increased our following across all our social media platforms, and we'll be doing this again. Next year, we'll be doing a union telethon. We'll have it jazzed up even more, and it's going to be good. We've successfully done something very important today that will go down in history. So I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank everybody on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube who have watched diligently. Some of you have been here for 10 hours. I've noticed you. Thank you so much for that. And I want to thank everybody who has given money today. And I want to thank everybody who has helped by following us on social media. And I want to thank everybody who has given money and who stands with us. And I want to thank all our guests. They all had something very original and very unique and very insightful to say. And they really did help to make this an entertaining broadcast. So thanks to you all, and especially behind it all, I want to thank the team that has been helping to moderate all the comments, been helping to put up comments, been helping to reply on Facebook. You are stars. Thank you very much for that. So Richard says, I'm sure we'll get to 15K. Guy says, thanks, Alistair. It's been great. TC says, have you now got enough subscribers to stream live on the streets? Yes, we do, TC. As a result of this event, we now have enough subscribers. Kenneth says, great effort, Alistair. Thank you. David Stewart says, a brilliant effort and thanks to those working behind the scenes. Well done, and best wishes from Northern Ireland, and best wishes back to you, David. Christopher says, if you take Nat stickers off, leave a bit on so people can see it's been deliberately removed. Yeah, that's a good point. Good. Folks, Angus says you found a good drink. Well, I've got a bottle of Spitfire beer through there, so I'm going to have that. The bottle of Britain. The bottle of Britain. I'm going to relax my throat with that. Thank you very much. So, folks, it just remains for me to say, God bless the United Kingdom, and God save the Queen. Good night.